All right. Good morning, my free folk. Let's hope we have a better stream experience. I put a few hours in on it, and I think things are going to be good. Sounds great, huh? Good, 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 because I'm using a different type of mic. Built myself a little desktop. I'm feeling pretty good about the whole thing. So even the image is good. Everything looked good. I think my chat is even quicker because I got that sounds great, good, right as I said good morning. Oh, look at that. Oh man, everything's just moving fast for me over here. I'm like a professional YouTuber now. I might have to get a neck tattoo. So, good morning, everybody. If you join me, I just started a little bit early just to make sure everything's working out all right. But if you don't mind, hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the bell. You could drop me a few bucks in that Cash App if you have an interest. Check the website or the channel in the evening because I wrap up the day, and I'm just going to work on that a little bit, refine it a little bit. If there's any input you want to give me, like something you want to see at the end of a day wrap up, let me know. And now that I don't have to worry about the stream, or I guess we'll have to see once my charting data starts streaming through, I could start working on those educational videos. And I know everybody has an interest in that. And I'm going to figure out how I'm going to do it. I don't think I'm going to do it live and then cut clips. So I may make the video and then you guys are happy to talk to me or welcome to talk to me about it the following day. So we'll see how that goes. Or maybe I'll make the clip and then I'll go through the lesson again the following day just to tune everybody up so they know exactly what I'm doing, why I do it, how I see it. And then we could start talking about more sophisticated strategies that will keep you earning every day, all day, without having to make any moves. It's even a set it and forget it kind of philosophy, which means that on certain days you enter the trade and you just look at the trade at the end of the day and see if there's any adjustments you need to make. And you know, the trade has a certain amount of days, and then it resolves itself and the money's just deposited in your bank. I'm sure that'll get a few likes. All right, so the stream looks good so far. I will appreciate any interaction you guys care to offer for the first 7 minutes before we start talking about the market and getting our game face on. Nobody wants to talk to Dave. It's like high school all over again. I'm kidding. I did well in high school. I was loved and hated. But show me the love here, man. Hit the likes. Hey, I'll even take the dislikes. You know, maybe a dislike with a comment would be good. All we have is Tommy Williams wishing me a good morning. So if anybody's a newbie out there to trading and feel a little intimidated to ask questions, don't. I was a newbie once myself, running and getting coffee. Actually, when I started, there was really no electronic trading. Everybody was trading right on the floor, you know, wearing those funny overcoats and yelling and spitting on one another in cigarette-filled offices. That's around the time when, you know, the no smoking indoors laws came around, and, you know, everybody kind of rubbed up against them and ignored them for a while. But yeah, that's the kind of scene it was. And man, most of the traders weren't even college educated. They had these thick, heavy New York accents. It was really, really a different animal back then. Now it's like dealing with accountants. But over there then, like Art Cashian if anybody looks him up. Um, he's still around. That guy's got to be like 100 years old, but he's an old school trader. And he actually used to have a cliche on the floor that was trading is like shaving. If you don't do it every day, you're a bum. In a heavy New York accent. Yeah, that's when there was a lot of culture to the industry before it became so clinical and cold and regulated. It was like Dodge City when I came in. Now there's so many regulations, it's unbelievable. When I first started my firm, my compliance manual, which you're obligated by the regulators to have a compliance manual on the floor and available to all of the employees. My compliance manual was 30 pages long, just 30 pages. And, you know, a bunch of rhetoric in there and a lot of boilerplate verbiage that was spun off right from what is now FINRA, but was then NASD. And then I think it was close to 300 pages when I sold the firm to the employees. So it was like 10 times bigger. And then my compliance office, when I started, had like 2 people in it, and there was probably about 30 people in it when I left. It was somewhere around there. So when everybody's screaming about black pools and illegal shorts, just understand that this is the most regulated industry in the country. And for the most part, everybody's pretty legit and things are pretty transparent, aside from your occasional bad players. This is what happens when my mind is idle. I go off on tangents. I actually found that I had some music in the background on one of my videos, just briefly, maybe a minute and a half. And my video was restricted for copyright rules because I had that music in the background. So talk about a newbie, huh? Anyway, we cleaned that up. But it's interesting. Yeah, you know, this world, it's like a new world. So that's exciting because I get to learn some subtleties or nuances to the social media industry. Yeah, both are great. Good, 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 good. Hopefully we solved that problem, man. I think I did. And, dude, you wouldn't believe how efficient my charts are, how quickly they move. Yeah, you know, it's like any job. You know, the job is just simpler when you have the right tools. So yeah, you know, this is the beginning of it. This will get it going. But it's a laptop. And, you know, I mean, I have to lug this thing down to my boat. I'm a little bummed about that. So I figured, all right, I'm going to make the leap, even though I just got started here. And I started putting together a computer last night, laptop, and it's like almost a 30-day wait for delivery day because of the semiconductor shortage. So that's interesting. You know, how everything's backed up. But yeah, I even tried to expedite it because they said, yeah, you know, they're on back order on some products. I was like, all right, tell me what you have on hand and we'll put something together. And they're like, no, pretty much a wait on everything. So I guess I'm lugging a desktop around. It's kind of like the late 80s where people used to carry those big old boom boxes, radios the size of suitcases. All right, so anyway, it's 8 o'clock and 8:30, I'm sorry, and the workday has begun. So yeah, the first thing we always like to do is take a look at the calendar and what do they have in store for us today. So we got retail sales today, and that could move the market, but I'm expecting that it's going to be pretty good. So we'll just wait and see. That's going to come out in 1 second. Should come out right now. There's Empire State. Boom, there it is, coming out right before your very eyes. Where's the retail state? There you go. Down 0.3%. Oh, for month over month. That actually is down more than anticipated, which seems like a negative, but if you think about it, everybody's worried about inflation, and month over month retail sales are down a little more than expected. So that's a good indication. I'll bet that's working as a positive for the market. Let's just move this thing and see what's going on with the ES. Here we go. ES. Load up, baby. Oh, look how quickly everything loads up. And we're up 5. And it's not really moving. Oh, there you go, 5 1/4. It's ticking up. It moves in quarters. So the ES is actually the S&P 500 futures. So, and the futures trade almost 24 hours. They shut down at about, I think, 4:30, and they pick up again at 6:30 in the evening. Shut down at 4:30 p.m., pick up at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, okay, really no effect going on. Everything is just kind of still. So really, the big topic on everybody's mind is Wednesday's FOMC meeting, and everybody knows they're not going to move the interest rates, but they want to see what kind of verbiage they use in the meeting after the announcement, because they're wondering about the asset purchases, and they're expecting the Fed to say that they're beginning to think about it. And that's all they're looking for. And they figure at the next meeting they'll get a little more in detail with what they expect to do with fading off of the asset purchases. And really that just tightens up money a little bit. So that's why the market's been ripping, because they've been easy on money, having an easy monetary policy. Money has been flowing freely to the banks and to the public. And as a result, business does well and people are making money and earning money. So, when the feds take that away, it's like taking the punch bowl out of the party. If they do it conservatively, we're not going to feel it. The economy is going to keep growing over the tightening of the cash, and they'll keep inflation in check, and it'll be all good. But sometimes they could overdo it and send us into a recession. So that's why everybody's kind of focused on that. So that's pretty much that on the economic calendar. And then you could have a look at what's hot on CNBC, because that's like the front page. That used to be the front page of the Wall Street Journal. Back in my day, we would wake up, and there were 2 publishings of the Wall Street Journal, one at like 5 in the morning and one, I think, around 8, or one earlier than 5 in the morning. But there was a very early and a late publishing, and the late publishing was before the market opened. And what you would do is you would read the front page, kind of like your scan for stocks, and then you would get the second publishing and see what articles were still on the front page. And you knew that was the hot topic of the day, and you could trade off of that. But now you could kind of look at CNBC, and this is what's up. And look, everybody's looking at inflation data. The number one story, producer price and retail sales, which is what we just experienced. U.S. EU to resolve the Boeing Airbus dispute and suspend tariffs. Oh, beautiful. Starting to ease up on tariffs. That means that's another way to combat inflation, is start cutting back on these tariffs. Biden to travel to Geneva, to meet with Putin. They're going to look. They already have their fingers up, cocked and ready. They're going to start pointing their fingers at each other. I think there's going to be a lot of rub between us and Putin, and obviously they have the backing of China. But I think Biden knows how to make nice, and I think that he could soften the edges. But Putin's going to want to try to get a leg up, but I think Biden can soften the edges a little bit. But if we can get Putin to roll on our side, it'll be handy in combating this China threat that I think is very real. 600,000 people lost in the U.S. for COVID. COVID's a topic, and that's pretty much what's going on with the topics of the day. And what do we got? What are we looking at? I mean, the markets are pretty much the same as what we saw. We're only up 5, so we're opening up flat. Is this my daily? This can't be my daily. It's my 30-minute. All right, my charts are arranged a little different, so I just have to acclimate to that. But look, is it flowing? I mean, it's flowing like water over here. It's like a professional YouTube site. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. I'm going to need to find more things to talk about. I won't be fiddling with my software. So anyway, we still got this hammer. According to the S&P 500, we're only going to open up about 6 points, and we still have about an hour before the market opened. So so I don't see this 6 points having an effect. I mean, it could open just even flatter. But if we do open up 6 points, that's a new record high. And there's really no way of telling where we can go from here. I don't think there's a lot of energy in the market, and I'm not expecting much because of the Feds out there. But let's see if we do a reverse fib, and I'm going to go down to this pivot point. We should have a target of 4309. Should be our target, 4309 on the S&P 500. I wouldn't mind that one bit, man. Wouldn't mind that one bit. Once I get everybody tuned up on the spreads, I mean, yeah, you know, this is my risk zone right here, where I'm at risk of my spreads, and you know, I'll be making money without any effort. It's an American dream, baby. I like what I see. Remove the risk. You know, you always remain on pins and needles when the market is doing things like this. So right now, I mean, a logical traceback on the Fibonacci would be to the 50%. I mean, we could see 41.56 if something goes wrong. But, you know, obviously we're in an uptrend. I mean, each bar is making a new high. A little consolidation right there, new high right there. David is a happy camper, or a happy free folk. Let's take a look at our 60. You know what? While we're here, let's entertain the, well, I'm going to drop to the 60. That's what I'm going to do. Try to keep things orderly. Yeah, you know, you can't argue with this. I mean, you got to say that the momentum's kind of neutral. I mean, this was a crazy up bar. Momentum's neutral, going to open up 6. I mean, really, we should get a consolidation and maybe look for a bear flag, and that would create a good entry on the 60. So yeah, I trade with multiple charts, and I would keep my eye on the 60. The 60-minute chart, maybe look for a bear flag to develop on the 60-minute chart, and then look at my 30-second and 1-minute and 2-minute charts and try to figure out a trade setup that would get me into that bear flag with minimal risk, and maybe be able to take care of that, or take advantage of that. This is the 30, and it's doing the same thing, and we could look for a bear flag on the 30-minute and then take an entry. That's the problem with gap ups. It has that move up that we don't have the opportunity to take advantage of, and that's unfortunate. But if it opens up flat and trades back a little bit, that's the beginning of a flag, and we could look to take advantage of that setup, make some money going into the open. Let's take a look at AMZN. Oh, that's a little aggressive. That's changing all the charts. Well, maybe not. All right. Well, here's AMZN, and you can see the flags here. I mean, this is a push up, push up, push up, and here looks like a little flag, and then bang, breaks that flag, moves up. And Amazon's down 87 cents. I mean, it's in an uptrend. There's not much we could say about it. We just have to see it open and figure out what it does. Try to find some trading opportunities. Maybe if I'm not messing with this software, I can make some money. Oh, what is that, Mr. Tommy? I appreciate that input. What do you got? The sound is a little bit low. I could fix that, son. Is the sound a little bit higher? And are you getting any background noise or anything? All right, give me a little feedback, Tommy. Let me know if that sound is a little better. Actually, I'm even going to turn it up a little bit. Just let me know if you're getting some background noise or something is hanging it up. I'm going to even swing the mic a little closer to me so that I'm hitting it a little better. Just talk to me. So Tesla. Broke that high in consolidation. Really nothing, not showing me much. Really not much to look at with that. AMC did what it did. Broke that inside bar, popped up, gave us a nice inside bar for the day. We'll look to see if that continues. What's it doing? Do I have it up? Oh yeah, it's up $1.37 today. Looks like it's making that move. Oh, it's testing this high actually right now in the pre-market. But you can't really attribute any of the price action in the pre-market to your charts. So we'll just have to wait for that baby to come through. Oh yeah, that's good. Sounds great. All right, cool. I appreciate it. And the image is good. It's consistent, not choppy. I don't think we're getting any buffering or anything going on. We usually have a decent morning, though. It's when the data starts streaming to my charting software that that we get hung up. But I think I got it licked, man. I think I got it licked. I see a bunch of people in here. How come nobody's talking to me? Even if you don't talk to me, hit the like, hit the bell, hit the subscribe. I really appreciate it. And if you like what I'm doing, want to support the cause, drop a few bucks in the kitty. There's a link in the description. Oh, producer 717, all good on my end. Hey, I appreciate that contribution you made, Mr. Producer 717. It'll help us keep this channel going and get some good content on it. And everything you spend gets invested back into the channel and supports the free folk around me, the sustainable livers, who need a means of picking up a little extra cash. You know, because obviously you can grow your food, but you can't grow your clothes. You can make your energy, but you can't make your shoes. So we're trying to give them a source of revenue. You know, there's a lot of trading that goes on around here, and they sell some wares and goods and stuff like that, and nobody's really hurting. I mean, everybody, it seems like they're in pretty good shape. Even ran into my crazy neighbor in the supermarket, who I think is a great guy, but you know, everybody kind of looks at him a little nuts because he's crazy about his boundaries, man. Like, you do not want to go on his property. He's not a violent man or anything. He just will drive you crazy, and you'll get lectured if you are on his property. As a matter of fact, you know, there are people who hunt all around, and you know, we all share borders or boundaries. And he instructed everybody that if you shot a deer and it ran and died on his property, you have to go get him first before you go and get that deer. I mean, that's how strict he is about his boundaries. Wish I could do more since the knowledge you give is so valuable. Hey, man, you know what? A positive word and positive thoughts, I could always use the extra comma. As long as you're hitting that like and hitting that subscribe, you hit the bell, I appreciate it. And like I said, every little bit builds the channel. And I'm sure with your generous nature, this is not the last cash contribution you're going to make, because I know where you live. I'm just kidding. Yeah, and you know what? The input is just as valuable also. You know, these guys who are watching out for me, making sure I'm sounding good and my videos are good, and always giving me suggestions or recommendations on equipment and things like that. I mean, that goes a long way, you know, and that's what I'm lacking right now because it's a young channel and I can't really bring a lot of people on. So I'm lacking that kind of technical support and things like that. But yeah, you know, as the channel builds, I'll just keep refining it, trying to make a better channel. somebody had mentioned my thumbnail and the logo that went on, and showed a little appreciation for that sort of work. So yeah, slowly. I mean, if we did figure out this streaming issue and we get a good presentation today, then that's a huge time consumer off my plate. That's all I've been really doing. I mean, I've even been neglecting my home chores because I'm trying to get this thing up and going. So I could have a hot meal, maybe pull the weeds from the stones on my walkways. Place looks like it's abandoned. All right, just looked at all the stats. Everything looks good. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? S&P's holding up. It's up around 4 points right now. AMC's still holding up. Apple just can't get out of its own way. It's down 5/8. Amazon is up 23 cents. Tesla's up 35 cents. What's Microsoft doing for us? Those are just the good indications. They're heavily weighted on the SPX and the NASDAQ, so it gives me a good indication of what the sentiment is and which way the market's going to go. And Microsoft's down 29 cents. So basically everything's flat, just flat. This is just the day before the Fed, and it's just going to be boring. And then tomorrow we have the EIA. I think everybody went through that last week with me and saw the effect of the EIA oil report and how the market is just sleepy before that report. And that's really a lot of the active traders go in there and try to take advantage of the momentum on that report using futures. And let's see what oil is doing today. Oh, we need. No, it's got to be the oil stock. That's got to be a stock. CL. I jumped the gun on that entry. There you go. Oil futures. Think. Get in there. Oh, I guess we're not getting quotes on oil futures. All right, be like that. I didn't really want to know anyway. I could just look at CNBC and find out what it's doing. So the next problem I have to solve is the distance between my monitors and my keyboard. So I could see my monitors clearly without my glasses, but when I'm looking at my keyboard, I got to have my glasses on. So this is real drag. And most of my life I had 20/20 vision, and then as I started aging, I became farsighted. Yo, oil's up 81 cents. Man, 71 cents. Yo, they're just going to bang out these pumps for the summer. They do this every summer, man. They just stash oil offshore to inflate the price and just take advantage of us driving to the beach. You see this every summer. It's called seasonality. That's the euphemism for market manipulation or price fixing. Seasonality. Then it'll fade off a little bit going into the fall. Then they'll jack it again for the heating oil season, seasonality. Then as we get into the heating oil season, it fades off and the prices come down when nobody's buying home oil. So it's good to, I have a really large tank up here, and I use natural gas. It's good to just stock up during the summertime when seasonality allows the price to float down. You know, I know some people in the communities have small tanks, and they're getting hit every month, and they're just taking a beating because their largest consumption, obviously, is in the most expensive months. So, yeah, it's a drag. And you got to have that that firewood boiler, so I could heat the house on firewood also. And I'm not chopping down trees. I just go around and pretty much cleaning the forest. And you know, I have enough property that I could always find fallen trees, and I usually tag the fresh fallen ones, and so I know when they're seasoned, and then I can whack those bad boys up and use that for fuel. And actually, there's so many that I can't even clean it up, and which is a good thing, because obviously, you know, this is a cycle that's developed over billions of years, so you want some decaying trees in the soils around for the health of the trees. It's easy to go off on tangents. Any interaction over there? Where's my CB4 Cans? Haven't heard from him. Canes. And I guess Anthony's sleeping. And Miss Carrie, no word from her. Usually I get a good morning. I'm afraid my poor streaming has frustrated her. I hope she didn't abandon us. And Miss Liz poked her head out of the shadows yesterday. I wonder if she's still with us. And the Yeti, so many people. And we have a bunch of viewers on, so somebody's out there. Nobody's talking to Dave. If you don't say hello, I'm going to start to sing. All right, I'm not really going to start to sing, because I may have to edit this, and then I have to listen to it too. And that would be just horrific. Oh, that's why I'm not getting any ticks. Let's see what's the futures doing. That's CLAES. Stink. Yeah, it looks like the futures are just floating down a little bit for an easy opening, a flat opening. Don't sing. Ha, you got, hey man, drop another buck in the kitty and I won't sing. Oh, actually, that's probably going to be my new angle, extortion, blackmail. Is that blackmail or is that extortion? No, I guess that would be extortion. So Dow futures are up 12, S&P futures up 2, Nasdaq futures down 2. Really nothing going on. And oh, bonds are tanking. Not tanking. It's the 10-year is 1.5%, which that's pretty much the range it's been trading in. I think we went as low as 1.48 yesterday, but that's the range it's trading in. I'm expecting it to tighten though. Look, I'm looking at advertisements for SSDs, and I mean they're still advertising but can't deliver. I don't get it. I'm looking at producer price climbs, but that's inconsistent with what I thought I saw here. Trading economics. Oh, that's retail sales. There's the PPI. Empire State. PPI year over year. It's up 6.6%. The previous is 6.2% year over year. So, I mean, it's not that much more aggressive than it was at the last report. retail sales are down. I mean, the retail sales year over year, they were looking for 53.4%, and or the previous was 53.4. We came in at 28%, up 28% year over year. So, yeah, I don't think we have to worry about inflation throughout the summer or anything too aggressive throughout the summer. The forecast was up 55%. That's very encouraging for the market because that's going to keep the Feds at bay. Manufacturing index came in light, but that seems logical since everybody's having a hard time getting everybody else back to work. Hey, Drew R., good morning to you, sir. Good morning, John M. Thanks for joining me. You missed a whole bunch of my rhetoric. Even alone, the warrior is a warrior. Oh, good sign. Are you all ready for the war today? Oh, man, that's a very aggressive outlook on the market there, buddy. Whose quote is that? Or is that your own, Ivan? And Ivan, with all that good information you're supplying us, hit the like, hit the bell, hit the subscribe. You could drop us a buck. There's a link in the description to a Cash App if you want to drop us a buck. And we're a young new channel. We're just getting it going, but hopefully we're teaching you a little something. And if you check out our uploaded videos, you'll see the first Trading 101. That's simply pivot points, and maybe a little. You may be beyond that lesson, but if it's of value to you, then we're adding content, and it's worthy of your like. And we're going to just keep adding those videos. Hey, Zach, good morning. I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. How do you like my stream? Is it coming across nice and clean? No hang-ups? I mean, the test will be when the market data starts flowing. If we could maintain this kind of good stream status. Oh, Miss Kerry, there you are. So good to see you. I was just saying that you haven't joined us, and I was hoping I didn't frustrate you and chase you away. But welcome to Off-Grid Trading, all my free folk friends. How many people out there are living a sustainable lifestyle? Anybody want to share? I know some of you guys are homesteading and stuff like that. Even if you're homesteading and growing your own food and things of the nature, how many people are doing that? Smooth connection so far, so good. Yeah, thanks, Zach. Thanks, Zach Attack. Hey, Zach, doing a lot of homesteading there in Brooklyn? Got a whole bunch of chickens running around? Actually, there are some rooftop gardens now in Manhattan, and people are doing that and growing their own food. So there is actually homesteading going on in the city, and a lot of landlords are allowing that. Some aren't because of the risk and compromising the integrity of the water seals in the roof. But some homes and buildings are doing that. And some people are doing it as a business. They're actually growing fruits and vegetables. What is exactly a sustainable lifestyle? Well, it's really where you're self-sustaining, where you're growing your own food and creating your own energy and things of that nature. So I'm off the grid, and I'm doing the best I can to be self-sustaining, but obviously there are materials that I do need. But when I'm on my boat is set to be self-sustaining. So I could go offshore and I could stay offshore for well, provided I can catch fish an indefinite amount of time. I can make my own water, and I have facilities to catch water, rainwater, which I prefer to making my own water, because the reverse osmosis process of the filters removes all the minerals. So the rainwater is actually healthier. So that's what sustainable living is. A lot of people living in tiny homes and keeping it clean and trying to cut back on their footprint and their impact on the earth. And really, for me, it's, I do kind of worship nature, but it's more about just honoring my body and having clean foods go into my body and a clean environment where I'm breathing good air and not all these toxins that I've sucked in for years in the cities. And just getting back to nature and feeling that sense of spirituality before the sweet relief of death, and then you return to the earth. Sweet relief. Actually, I'm having a lot of fun. I hope this goes on for quite some time. Having a lot of fun with life. So anybody out there growing a thing or two? Actually, even in the forest, I do a lot of foraging. I live in San Francisco and have vegetable gardens and some fruit trees. My neighbor has a chicken coop. I get eggs, and they get veggies. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's the program, man. That's what I do around here too. Yeah, you know, we exchange a lot of things, and we help each other out. There's some older folks that we all kick in and try to butcher up some venison for them to make sure that they have good fresh meats, and yeah, you know, and things like that. And yeah, it's about sharing and stuff. And yeah, San Francisco doesn't make it easy, but yeah, I like the effort. Well, in my country, we all have grandmothers whose job is really nothing but growing fruit and vegetables for their children. Oh, man, that's beautiful, Ivan. Actually, that was kind of my childhood. My grandparents were not even first generation, came over here. And came over with their parents. So as a very young person, I had my great-grandparents and my grandparents who had a lot of the culture from their country. And, yeah, they had gardens, grew figs and olives and grapes and all sorts of stuff. And the elderly always did the cooking. And, yeah, you know, every Sunday you were together. And, you know, as they faded out, that changed. I have chickens, a vegetable garden, and fruit trees. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's good living. I am waiting for the plans and the permit to build my house, and I will definitely have some trees and plants. Yeah. Yeah, that's, I mean, and it's amazing here in the States. I mean, you can't do that. Yeah, a lot of people don't do that. I mean, we can do that, but a lot of people are living in these communities, and you know, people are eating out of boxes and cans with all these preservatives and chemicals and fresheners and flavorings. I mean, you can't even get chocolate. I mean, you're buying things that it says chocolate flavored. So it's not exactly chocolate, but it kind of tastes like what chocolate should taste like. And, it can't be good for you. And I'm of the opinion that if it doesn't come from nature, don't eat it. I mean, 10 million years would demonstrate that you know, a good natural product is a good thing. Not growing anything here in Brooklyn. Nope, Zach, you're not growing anything there in Brooklyn. But yeah, it's a good lifestyle. And, yeah, you know, I was a straight-up city guy, but I have fallen in love with it. You know, fallen in love with harvesting my own foods and things of that nature. Yeah, yeah, you should look into it, Zach, because there's a lot of aquaponics and hydroponics that goes on in Manhattan, if you have an interest in that. And if you ask me, it's going to become a very, it'll be a commercially viable industry in the cities. You know, these fresh fruit and fresh vegetable gardens in the city. So you might want to look into that. The tech's very cool. One of my spawn actually are pretty good with that. She just kind of dug it and studied it on her own, and she could put together good grow facilities and things like that. Exactly. I had the same childhood. We will always remember our grandparents with their love and their caring for us. Yeah, yeah, it is. Yeah, that's the case, Ivan. And you know what? It's funny. In my older age, I went back to the country that my grandparents came from, and I'm a little elusive because I like my anonymity, and that's why I'm Dave off the grid. I went there, and I it was amazing. I when I arrived, I was homesick because I felt the culture. It felt like I was back in my grandparents' house, and it was a warmth and a feeling and this family closeness that I hadn't had in years. And I didn't even realize what I was missing until I was there and experiencing it with those people. And I think that was the beginning of my transition from master of the universe to um, uh, uh, um, um, a citizen of the universe. Um, just reminding me of what it felt like to be home and have a home, and have a heritage or a culture. And that's the shame about the states is we've homogenized all of these cultures, and we're doing it more with this political move, and this idea that if you acknowledge the difference in somebody, that it's a prejudice. Um, and it's a shame that they're just beating it out of everybody. Like, I can't mention the fact that I love fried chicken. And when I'm down south, I love to get fried chicken. And, man, I don't care what you say, but you go into a black community and you're getting the best fried chicken, man. Those people know chicken, and I think it's a beautiful thing. I travel around the world because I love the difference in culture, the difference in foods and things like that. And I'm just afraid with all this political correctness, we're just going to beat all the different cultures out of every individual here in the States, and it's just going to be this bland Campbell soup eating kind of culture. And I don't even know if I've just said too much, but yeah, it's something I deal with. I think that we're losing a lot of it. Even actually, my sister kind of maintained our culture, and she has a lot of traditions in her household that I grew up with, and I have some, but I think she's a little more steeped in it, and it's really nice to go visit her house and see that. Oh, this is so heartwarming to hear. With respect of your anonymity, which region of the world was this place? In Europe. Over in Europe. Okay, I guess I could drop that. I'm Italian. I'm Italian descent, and I've gone back to Italy tons of times at this point. I guess there's a lot of Italian professionals in my industry, so nobody could really dig me up. Yeah, I'm of Italian descent, and yeah, it was really great. It was really great to go back and feel that. So where are you from, Ivan? And Miss Carey has chickens. Yeah, we talked about the chickens, man. They're great. I mean, nobody really understands a chicken until they raise a chicken, and me included. And I used to see like some TV shows where people like had chickens as pets and how they spoke about them, and I'm like, yo, look at these crazy people. And then I went to some of the 4-H programs, the farmstead programs, where they have these fairs, and these people were nuts about their chicken. And again, I was like, look at these crazy people about these chicken. And then, after getting a chicken, I realized I was the crazy guy, missing out on the love of a chicken. So, yeah, I had the love of some chickens. You gonna share with me, Master Ivan? I really would like to know where. I mean, you look like you're Gorgiev. I mean, that sounds like it could be Russian. Oh, Bulgaria. Oh, there was a time that you were Italian, eh? Um, or at least your country was considered part of Italy. Um, 10 times a year. Yeah, you guys are right across the way, right? You like coasts are viewing each other. And do you share a border? I think you share a border, right? Oh, you're Venetian. Oh, la-di-da, Zach. Northern Italian. I'm Sicilian. But interesting enough, I'm yeah, dark skinned, light haired, light eyed Sicilian. Um, so I guess that there isn't a lot of the Greek blood running through me. I look more like a Northern Italian. Yeah, Venice is incredible, man. And as a matter of fact, that's where I landed, where I had that feeling, that vibe. And it was a funny thing. My lover and I, we landed in Venice, um, and it was during like their dinner time, and everything was closed. And we had been traveling from New York, and we were starving. So we ran into the only place that was open, and it was Gino's Pizza. And we're like, oh man, we came all this way, and we're into Gino's Pizza. And then this little old lady with a hairnet comes walking around, and talking to me, and she has the apron on, and I was like, oh man, this is going to be good. So we didn't even order pizza. We ordered right off a menu. Forget about it. Oh, it was just incredible. And I mean, we just had some linguine, and her I think um, my lady had her bolognese sauce, and or she had the marinara, and I had a bolognese, and it was just amazing. A red sauce too, up in northern Italy, and it was incredible. It was just incredible. And every restaurant we went into, somebody was making something in the basement. They were making olive oil, they were making wine, they were making cheese. And whenever we left, they just filled our arms at the end of the meal, after paying and everything. They just filled our arms with like tons of product and sent us on our way. Although um, my lady is very disarming, and she knows how to warm people up and make them fall in love with us. I'm smart. I just keep my mouth shut. Um, hey, good morning, Ant. Thanks for joining us. The market gets going in about 13 minutes, and I don't care because I'm having a good time speaking with the free folk of the world. I actually dragged Josephine out of the city. Oops, there you go. I gave away her name. Um, um, and brought her up to the mountains, and we did some homesteading for a couple of years. And she was a little uncomfortable at first, but she's cool. She always indulges my eccentricities. And now she speaks about it all the time. She's like, that that it was like just a great experience for her. And she had been home with our children the whole time our children were young, but she was up here, and she got to be home with them and experience livestock and growing and all of that with the girls. And they birthed sheep and everything. And to this day, the girls talk about it. She talks about it. It's just, a magical bonding time that builds a family that we're missing here in the States. We're really missing that. Yeah, man. I definitely have to get over to Bulgaria. Well, I'll tell you what. I've got my sights set on the Mediterranean. I had mentioned that I'm on the boat. I'm actually slowly sailing around the world, and I will. If we keep this going on and we keep contact, I could always use a local. To show me the way. That's the best way to see a country, man. With a countryman. So I would love to do that. The mountains, and they would welcome you to their home and cook you whatever they have. Oh, dude, that's a hell of an invitation, man. I'm happy to do it. You can literally go to a small village with 20 people. Yeah, that's what I find too. Even throughout the month over month, reported 8%, consensus was 6, previously 1%. All right, cool. Um, when my lady and I travel, we try to stay away from hotels and stuff. We really just throw a bag over our shoulder and walk through a country. And we don't even have an agenda. We don't have hotels booked. We just find places to stay. And time again, we've been invited into people's homes. Slept in huts in Laos, and homes in Spain and in Italy and things like that. And yet, we'll hit the cities, and we do the city thing. But we like to get out into the country, into the back country, see what the people are all about. And we found some really great places, and we just get lost. Oh, Zach, you're Italian too. Oh, yeah, Venetian, yeah. Yeah. Most of my family is in the States also. They actually came through Ellis Island, which is interesting. You can go through the books, and you can see all my family signed in. Yeah, Ivan seems like he's a new addition to the Free Folk. Yeah, stream is good today. Yeah, man, I stayed up. I actually gathered up a load of old equipment I had from another business, not the firm, but and I really put together a desktop with the best of what I can that was compatible, and YouTube University, and put together this desktop and got it running last night. And I mean, it's not off the hook, but it definitely is making a difference. And I think it's because of the hard drive and the Wi-Fi. I think that was really the difference. John M., I am Italian too. Well, you know what they used to say, man, back in the 80s, there were two kinds of people in the world, Italians and those who wish they were Italian. That's when Saturday Night Live was out, and everybody wanted to be like John Travolta. Yeah, but we're all over the place now. We're all over the place. Italiano. Yeah, it's a good culture, man. It's so warm. It's so warm. Like when you go back there, it's so warm. And I think my sister intends on retiring there. Yeah, we got to watch it. 3 Italians. I think that's the limit. I think if we get another, they're going to accuse us of racketeering. We've met our Italian quota. Yeah, 80s SNL was good, man. 80s SNL. Natalie Merchant. That's the first time I saw her. I forget the name of her band. Natalie Merchant? Yeah. I saw her on YouTube. On Saturday Night Live for the first time. Oh, the name of the band is on the tip of my tongue. I can't think of it. Yeah, a lot of funny things out of Saturday Night Live. Bill Murray and John Belushi. Yeah, well, you know what? I call it sauce, but yeah, my grandfather used to call it gravy. Um, yeah, I get the gravy. Hey, and let me ask you something. You fellow Italians, do you eat your salad before your dinner or after your dinner? 10,000 Maniacs. There you go. Yeah, absolutely. 10,000 Maniacs. That's what it was. That was the first time I saw them, 10,000 Maniacs. And actually, speaking of Italian, I was laying on the couch, and I had just gotten out of the hospital because I was at the Feast of San Gennaro in Manhattan, and I jumped off the Ferris wheel. And I landed on this van. The van pulled away. I flipped back, and I snapped my arm. And I had to go to the hospital to have my arm fixed. I was young, obviously. And I was laying there, and I was watching the 10,000 Maniacs. Ah, yeah, half-breed, huh? No, I don't think you're the only. I mean, there are half-breeds all over the place. Actually, I'm a half-breed. I'm half Israeli also. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, my grandfather, I mean, that generation did call it gravy. And I think my relatives out in the suburbs of New York may still call it gravy. And they're very old school. They hung on to the culture. But no, around where I was, everybody called it sauce. But how about marinade? I hear people say marinara, and it drives me crazy. Salad after. Yeah, that right. And yeah, salad after, absolutely. And you know what? I never knew people ate salad before dinner until I went to a restaurant and they served me salad first. I was like, what the hell? And you know what? The salad always went in your main plate. I mean, that was like a thing that and I loved salad with, yeah, that had a little bit of tomato sauce, from picking up the residue in your main plate. It wasn't like they brought out salad dishes, A big bowl of salad would be put on the table, and then, you fill up your plate. What'd you say? If you call it sauce at the table, people look at you funny. Yeah, gravy. Yeah, gravy, I think, is definitely a Southern Italian thing, too. Um, oh, that's how you say it? Marinara or marinade? You say it with the ends or with the Italian accent? And mozzarella cheese. It's mozzarella, you know. But I guess yeah, that's what happens when you're Italian. Gravy, yum. Yeah. So did they serve the salad, then the fruit, or the salad, the dessert, the fruit, and the nuts? I think that was the order that it came out. Man, forget about it. You go eat at my grandmother's house, and it was like an event, just a Sunday dinner. You sat there for hours. It started at like 1:30, 2 o'clock, and you'd still be at the table at like, 7, 8 o'clock. And then they chased the kids away, and out come the cards. And, pinochle was a big game, and the old timers will sit up all night. Oh, you say it with the end, the American way, huh? Marinara sauce? Yeah, it's a marinara in my family. And my lady, who's of a different nationality, she refers to pasta as noodles. I can't stand that. Yo, and the worst, she cuts her spaghetti. That's like an abomination. She cuts her spaghetti. Even my kids go through the roof when she cuts her spaghetti. Thank God. But yeah, And the wine. Oh yeah, the wine. Forget about it. And everybody makes the best wine. Half the wine tastes like shoe polish, and everybody raves about how good their wine is. I actually make my own wine too. And the crazy grandpa. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yep. I come from a long line of crazy people. Cards and wine. Yeah, absolutely right. And like the whole neighborhood comes over and starts playing cards with them. It's yeah. Man, I really miss that. You say noodles too? Oh man. Well, with a name like Williams, I mean, not a whole lot of Italian coming off of that name. Wow, you say noodles. Can I have the noodles? Oh man, I wouldn't even serve you. You'd have to go eat somewhere else. Noodles. And we don't use it. I mean, we say macaroni, and that's about as American as we'll get. I mean, most of the family refers to it as pasta. I think even my kids refer to it as pasta. But yeah, hey Tommy, do you cut the spaghetti? Yo, you know what? She's very efficient. She cuts it. She's like got the right size, and it gets right on her fork, and she goes right at it. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's just not spaghetti unless you twirl around the fork, and you're just not Italian until you master the skill of twirling a spaghetti or a linguine around the fork. Nah, you don't cut it. All right, good to hear. Okay, we'll overlook the noodles thing as long as you don't cut the spaghetti. 2 minutes to the market opens. I don't even want to trade. I just want to hang out and chat. Yeah, it's supposed to wrap around your fork. And if you're good, you don't even slurp. I mean, you don't want to slurp your spaghetti up. You got to twirl that baby around, get the right amount, have a nice full mouth, and that's it. Down it goes. Down it goes. I even made my own prosciutto out of venison prosciutto. It was just out of this world, man. Last season was the second season that I did it. It was just amazing. It was amazing. After the Prince Spaghetti commercial, where the kid is running through the streets, And the grandmother is yelling, Anthony, out the window. You know, it's funny. They use that to kind of indicate the culture, but I never knew another way. I mean, you used to hear that all the time in Brooklyn. And there was kind of a rule during the week that all the kids knew that once during the winter, when the street lights came on, it was time to go home for dinner. And that's how everybody did it. You know, we'd be playing stickball or punch ball or football or street hockey in the streets. And when the lights came on, everybody went home for dinner. All right, Mr. Williams, we'll see you later. Hope to see you again. Hey, before you go, hit the like, hit the bell, hit the subscribe, and then hit the road. Oh, man, see, I didn't have my glasses on. Now I have 4 minutes till market starts. I guess it was 9:23. So herein lies the problem with the screens and the glasses. Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday was Prince Spaghetti Day. Wednesday's Prince Spaghetti Day. Yeah, actually we ate pasta on Wednesday and Sunday, obviously. But Sunday you had the big meal. So there was a pasta, there was a meat, vegetables, and the whole nine yards. But yeah, Wednesday. That was budgeting, man. It was a nice cheap meal midweek. It was a nice cheap meal. I just bought a can of tomatoes. It was like $3 for a can of tomatoes. That was ridiculous. Can't wait until my tomatoes are done. Yeah, Wednesday and Sundays. That was pasta days. When I first built my firm, I did it with 2 apprentices, and we poured I poured every dollar into building the firm, and we used to eat together, and I would feed these kids, and like we ate pasta every day, for months until we got it rocking and rolling. Yeah, we had a big run at the close yesterday. Yeah, the only news is really everybody's waiting on the Fed. Yeah, we had retail sales came in a little lighter than expected. We're a little bit higher on the year-over-year PPI. So, yeah, nothing, no big news. The run-in the market, really, you know what? That was probably just shorts covering and stuff like that. That's just closing out for the day, for the trades for the day. But it's also an indication of what the professional sentiment is on the market. So if you see a run up and a move up in the afternoon, that's usually most of the professional traders taking their position. A lot of retailer traders and newbie investors are investing throughout the day, but the late hours is what really the pros are doing. Yep. Sunday was the family day where everybody got together. Yeah, you haven't done that in years. Yeah, it's still. I mean, with me, it's still a tradition. If I'm, around, I'll make sure that I have Sunday dinner with my folks, or if I'm down with my family, I'll make sure that I make a decent Sunday dinner. Can all you Italian men make a sauce? I can make a mean sauce. But I'm a hell of a cook. I believe it's required of Italian men to be able to cook. And the lion's share of my grandmother's house was the kitchen. The kitchen was huge, and there was a big snack bar where you could sit. And I remember, and when you entered her house, you actually entered right into the kitchen. So most of the time was spent in the kitchen, and you could sit there. And she was in a dress and an apron, and she was always in the kitchen cooking. I mean, you never interacted with my grandmother outside of the kitchen, because she never was outside the kitchen. Oh, party started. Party started. Oh, look at that. And we opened down a little bit. Oh, that's Amazon. Okay, wake up, Dave. Let's roll around. All right, fellas, I'm going to try to get my trading game face on. You can make the best gravy. Yo, every Italian thinks their sauce is the best. And a lot of times it's really good, but sometimes I've heard people rave about their sauce and sat down to the plate of their sauce and couldn't wait to get out. But obviously I would not insult an Italian man's sauce. I've had raves about my meatballs, though. All right, we're just all over the place, really. The Russell is pushing up, and it looks like the S&P is pushing up a little bit. The composite's trading off somewhat. Amazon's giving back, Tesla's giving back, but this is just, yeah, you know, I mean, we're inside the first minute, so we can't tell. Oh, got a bit of a hammer on the 1 minute that just triggered. And we're actually creating hammers on the 5 and the 2 minute. Not hammers, dragonflies. See right there, that's the 5 minute. Obviously, there's 3 minutes left for that bar, so we can't really call it anything. But you could see, you can call that a hangman or a dragonfly. That's actually a nice one. And you can see it triggered right there at the 2:55.32, and it's pushing down. And I don't really like to take positions like that first thing in the morning. Yeah, you know, I want to kind of figure out what the market's going to do. I mean, yeah, you know, 1 minute in is a little it's just too rash. There are stop orders getting hit and things like that. So we'll just let it do its thing. And we turn negative. 1, 2, 3. Them are fighting words. Yeah, no, I would never insult another man's sauce. I don't know what puts you're talking about. I mean, it would be too rash a move to hop in on the first minute. I mean, it looks like a nice. It's already moved 3 points. Could be a nice move. Might be I would look for a topping pattern or something, you know, to open up and turn around, go right down. I don't think that's going to be a very aggressive move. Not impossible, but, you know, it's not a probable move. And that's how we make money. We make money on moves that are probable. It's probably going to do this. Probabilities are in our favor. So, yeah, you know, it's not uncommon, and everybody should get comfortable with the idea that sometimes you just leave trades on the table because, yeah, you know, there's a big move, but the beginning of the move didn't indicate that it was a pattern that would dictate that the probabilities are in your favor that it's going to move in one direction or another. Oh, this is great, man. We're streaming and we got a good connection. I'm going to be able to demonstrate different patterns, and hopefully we can get a nice trade in. I could swing my charts around. This is like a whole new world, dude. This can't even be off-grid trading. Off-grid trading. I mean, everything is just peachy. Here, at the opening meeting, we were talking about 60-minute you know, making a bear flag, and here's the retrace. It's retracing. It's not really a beautiful bear flag, bull flag, I'm sorry, because theoretically you would want to see this bar up and then this next bar test this high and then trade off. This one popped through and traded off. But what is probably going to happen is the next bar will open up around the 253 range and then bust past this. And you could play that break past that high, which is not a bad pattern, but it's not an ideal pattern. The 30-minute is doing that same exact thing, so it would have been better had it not spiked. But it looks like it's pushing down pretty aggressively. What's taking it down? It's not energy. Energy's up. Financials are up. So I guess it's really just the S&P, the composite that's dragging the S&P down. You know, on the screen you can see Amazon traded off 10 points and Tesla traded off 4 points. So it's probably that. And that's why we watch the composite. We watch these two stocks because it will give us an idea of how much energy is in SPX, if SPX is the vehicle that you're trading. Now it looks like Amazon's doing a little bounce off the bottom, might be taking a retrace. Pretty aggressive sell-off right from the start. The horses are on the track. Microsoft popped off its low. Is that its low? That's got to be a bad bar I'm looking at on Microsoft. Yeah, that's bad data. Corrupt data. Sometimes you get that. I can't swing it into the screen, but there's a big tail on my Microsoft chart, which is just corrupt data. That's not uncommon with the quoting systems. So it looks like we could be building a deviation right here. If you look at the 30-minute chart, you see it down here. This is a common pattern where it'll come up, it'll test a lower high, and then it'll break to the downside. So I'm going to watch that, and I'm going to see if I could identify a good entry on this. This retrace isn't enough for me to get too encouraged, and we're only into the market 3 minutes. I'd like to see at least another 5-minute chart pull off. There she goes, breaking the low. That low's an interesting trade, but I don't think I want to take that. I think this is yesterday's 30-minute high and low. I'm going to put a Fibonacci on this and see what the retrace looks like. And we got a retrace down to 47 to the 50%, right? 47, so we're talking about 3-4 points. Nothing too exciting. So when I set up my Fibonacci, in case you're all, I just go back to the last pivot point, and we covered what pivots are. So I go back to the last pivot point, then to the high, and that builds my retrace. And 50% is usually my goal. So a 50% retrace on this move is 247, and we're at 250. So yeah, you know, I'm not putting any money on the table for three points. You're famous for your sauce? Yo, I love that. I love to hear that. Yeah, I mean, my old man, I can't even match his sauce. It's just, I don't know. It's like ambrosia. But, yeah, that's a big thing. You want to be famous for your sauce. So I had a pretty strong feeling it would dip, and I bet you did too. You wouldn't have got some quick puts at the open. No, man, I don't trade on a feeling. You know, I trade on patterns because trading is a probability of mathematics, and feelings don't equate. My feelings will give my bias, like I feel like this is going to dip. If I see a good pattern that I can enter to the downside, I'll get aggressive. You know, I'll do like 30 contracts when I have a good feeling it's going to dip. But if I don't see an entry pattern that I trade, I don't put a trade on. Because, I mean, you know, that's like, you know, hope and wish. You know, just not a good strategy. You know, it's not a plan. I trade a plan. You know, even if I saw a bottom and I want to trade that bottom. Like right now, I'm looking, the momentum is really negative, and we're all looking at that 30-second screen, right? And, I mean, looking at the 1, the 2, the 1 is very negative, and the 2 it has rolled, but it could put in a bottom here, and the 5 is very bullish. I mean, it hasn't even turned to be negative, the momentum. So if the longer time frame is still bullish and this turns around, that means it's going to make a good, healthy move. So again, if I had a good hammer on that, or a good hanging man on that 30-second chart, I might have considered it. I mean, I have a decent one on the 2-minute chart, but my entry would be at 253, and I'm only looking for, you know, that 48 mark. That wouldn't have been, that 47 mark. That wouldn't have been too bad. I mean, that would have been 7 points. but too soon. I'm just not ready for it. I leave a lot of trades on the table, but I don't worry about the ones I miss. I worry about the ones that I took. Make sure they're quality. If you want to trade the S&P 500 pre-market, then you'll trade the futures, the ES, which I had them up earlier, and they were just ticking off. So you could trade pre-market. You could trade the ES, and there's actually fairly good trades around 7:30 and 8:30, and you have the London market, and some guys come on early in the States, and you have volume. But that's why I trade the ES in the morning, because you have the London and the U.S. markets overlapping, or I trade the S&P in the morning because London and U.S. are overlapping, and you get all that volume. And that's why things die out at lunch, because London closes down around our time, noon, and it just drops off to just the U.S. volume. But yeah, to make a short answer long, yeah, you could trade the pre-market using the futures. So we got a whole bunch of people on here, and if you like the content and like what I'm doing, hit the like, hit the bell, hit the subscribe. You could drop a buck in the kitty. There's a link in the description, and we will dedicate those funds to building this channel and maybe giving you guys some content that's of value to you. And if you're new to the channel, check out some of our uploaded videos because they give you insight into what the market's doing, and we're setting up a playlist of Trading 101, and it's the first step to get you guys tuned up and trade, and you can play it over and over. And once we get through it, I'm very confident that you guys will know good setups to take advantage of the market. And then we'll get into some more advanced lessons where you could do more advanced strategies for consistent money. Oh, speaking of which, I have a little work to do. No, I like that right there. Oops. I'm sorry, I'm just setting up something. When I'm gone. Think there'll be an aggressive sell-off today in anticipation. Still waiting on that Venmo. I don't know if I'm going to set up the Venmo, but I'm going to set up a venue, and I just want to see how it is. So don't sweat it, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate the thought. You know, obviously, all the input you've put into the channel has been great value to me. You know, in helping me get direction, even chatting and the content and everything. But you know, that, hey, just keep adding to that stash, and then when I have a venue that you could participate in, go get it. I'm thinking I might develop a Patreon account with some swag. This way, if you do drop a few bucks, you can you know, get a little some memorabilia out of the channel. I see that that's something that's readily done. I might be dreaming looking for this trade over here. So what are we doing here? If we look at the 30-minute, we could see that reversal in the in the momentum. And yeah, you know, there's something you could look for too. When you hit that zero line, either with the fast or the slow line, you could watch for a reversal. May indicate that a reversal is happening. But this looks like it could actually just be developing a double top on the 5-minute and then begin a good trade off. Or if it breaks the high of today, I would take that trade. So you could load up like the 42.55s if you're trading calls. That's what I'm going to load up and see if we could work our way up past that high today. And we did that extension, so the first move, the first move is roughly 4,300. Let's do an extension again. Take a look. And if you look at the retrace, came down to 38, turned around, and it's going back. That's not bad. If we were looking for a double top on the on 32nd, we wouldn't want to see it retrace further than like the 23, then top that, and we could call that a double top. If this makes a move up here, I would just say that's making a single top on this advancement, and then see if it breaks it. Hey, Todd. Welcome, buddy. I gotta see how I can stop those. If you like the content, hit the likes, hit the subscribe, hit the bell, and then hit the market and make some money. Here, look, this looks like a viable head and shoulders right here to reverse the pattern, but now we're breaking past it. So head and shoulders. This is a down move. This is really not very aggressive down move, but this is a down move. It makes this shoulder, moves back up, makes that neckline, comes down and makes the head, then moves back up to make this shoulder. Here's the neckline again, and now it's trading off. So, and it's inverted, right? So you get an inverted head and shoulders on a down move. So breaking this neckline, it's a good indication that this is going to reverse. Now, I wouldn't trade this because we're just moving in this range. And really, if it broke this, you got 5 points moving right here. That's only about 2.5 points per contract if it works out. I would rather see it do that, turn around, and then play this break right here. Play the break of the high, because that's where the move is. That's where the money should be. And the only way you can even get a target on a break of a high, oops, that's upside down, is really just working with a fib extension. Because you know, there is no support and resistance because we're hitting new territories. Come on, stay there. So 42.62 is actually the next move. So there's 5 ticks. I would play that, and then after the 42.62, oh, we only have up to 27. I guess I have to expand that. See what the next fib is past the 127. Oh, Matt Core sent you, huh? Oh, that's cool. That was good of him. Oh yeah, somebody's job. Yeah. He's a good dude. He's exciting to watch. Are you into AMC, Todd? So welcome everybody who just joined us. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're a little different than just AMC, and you know, I try to teach trading philosophy, and I show you my setups and how I make money in the market. And I'm sorry, I'm just want to see if there's something coming here. You know what? I mean, we're fading off a little bit, but you could argue. I mean, the 2 minute, the momentum's really negative. I think I'm going to try a 4250 on the break of this this low right here. And I'm just going to do a small position if it breaks this low, just to test it, because it looks like a reasonable double top on the 2 minute and the 1 minute. The 5 minute could still return and make a top, but yes, sir. Drop a like. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Everybody who's coming in. 457 shares, average price 25. Oh, man, you are in the driver's seat on that AMC, huh? That's cool. That's the way to play it, man. Just protect your downside. Or even harvest a little profit, I would recommend. And then, you know, oh, you're holding 800 shares. All right, cool. You know, I mean, I hate telling people how to trade because if it rips, I'd hate to be, oh, AMC 1457, yeah, you're in the driver's side too. Just protect your downside. I mean, you're already in a position, don't get hurt on the trade. I mean, me personally, I take a little off the table and then I'll leave a runner. You know, maybe I'll put a break-even stop and just leave a runner and just let it go. You're holding 153 shares. Yeah, go. Matt, no, we're looking at the S&P 500, and I usually trade that using options. I could trade it to the downside or the long side, and if you see right here, we just tested that low, which just makes that a solid support area for me. And I'm looking at the momentum, and the momentum's dropping off, and my momentum on my 2 minute is very negative too. So if we break that, I'm just going to take a piece, and I'm going to throw up some Fibonacci's just as my targets, and we'll see how that bad boy works out. So really, I think this is yesterday's close, right? Oh, no. Well, this is a previous day's close right here. See, and the trade hasn't even triggered yet. I mean, it's turning around. The momentum is turning up, but the momentum on the 1 minute. Hey, Bradley, thanks for subscribing. Oh, look at you. You have your wedding picture up there. Yeah, I got to figure out how to stop that. There we go. Done. So thanks for joining. Hit the like, hit the bell so you know what's going on. Check out the content. We're just building the channel, so there's not a lot, but hopefully it's of value to you. And really, I do intraday trades, and I do income trades, so you have a consistent income every week. I'm always making money whether the market's moving or not. And then we take directional trades, and I trade on the S&P. I trade the SPX most commonly, using calls and puts to take directional moves. I'll also do it with AMZN and TSLA. I just like a few stocks that have aggressive moves. Obviously, it's summertime, and we're in the doldrums with the market, so you know you're fighting to find a decent trade. So I would use at-the-money options with the nearest expiration date, which would be, did I even get that trade off? June 16th calls I'm using, or puts in this case. Yeah, I appreciate it, Drew. I saw you pop up. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, spread the word. Help me build the channel. I hope the content is of value to you. And I just try to teach you what I'm doing. And happy to answer questions, so don't feel intimidated or anything. Still having a hard time figuring out the 10 tick and what it's about. Is your name David? My name is David. David Off Grid. Host is, yes. I'm David. I'm still having trouble. Okay, Ant. So what we're trying to do with your tick chart is have you... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, look at that. Three tests of that low. If it's going to do it, it's going to do it. I just hope I don't get a head fake and take a beating. Okay, the momentum is really negative on the 1, 2, and looks like the 5 is really rolling. The 30-minute is turning up, but what's the composite doing? Oh, it looks like the composite's trading off too. So it looks like the composite's going to give this trade energy. All right, I'm entered. I'm in. And open up composite. All right, we just need a little something to drag it down. Oh, there we go. Come on. Down, baby, down. And our target is the 50% mark, which is the 247.10. My stop is up above this high right here, and I'm just going to look at how it plays out. I might squeeze that stop a little, but right now that's where my stop is. See if I get beat on this one. Go, baby, go. Yeah. There we go. So I'm going to take off a third down around here. Oh, it looks like it's walking away from me. Yep. Thanks for joining us. Come on, push down a little bit. Let me get out of that. Come on, a little more, little more, little more. This is where, oh, look at that. Amazon's tanking. Should help drag us down. Not tanking, but, oh, there you go. I'm out of a third. And I'm going to move. I'm going to cut my stop in half. And I'm calling my stop pretty much 249.91. And we touch that trigger. I'm going to take my next third off. If I could reach this 247.28 right here, I'm going to take my next third off. But it looks like, well, Amazon is kicking around. I'm getting nervous. All right, I'm up a stick on a third of it. So I made $100 on a third of my contracts. I'm eyeballing the stop. I might give back my profit to see if this sucker will run. But the composite looks like it's negative, and the 1 minute is still bearish. The 5 minutes bearish. Come on, baby. Just push down a little bit. Just give me that 247. Let me get out, and then I can talk to my free folk. On TSM, not SPX. All right, yeah. That's why you paper trade first, man. You got to get used to that software so you don't get hurt. Oh, Amazon started chopping around already. You know, making gaps. It's not a good stock to trade today. Tesla's rebounding, but composite is still got some weight to it. It looks like it's gonna drop. You know what? I'm gonna go to a break even. Oh, and I'm going to be out. This is probably, you know what? I'm not going to take it. This is probably a last kiss. I'm going to hold off and see if this is a last kiss. I'm going to risk half my profit. Don't do it, baby. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, it's going to do it. Come on, turn around. Turn around. Ah, I'm out. I'm taking it. All right, so I made $50 a contract on a third of my position. Boo! Yeah, I'm using Ninja Trader. Oh, good. You got out? Yep. Good move, Ant. First hit is your easiest hit. Oh, look, here it goes, man. It popped me out. See, I got too tight on that stop. Amazon turned around. Oh, but the composite looks like it's rebounding a little bit. It's not giving me energy. All right, so I'm not really upset that I got out. It doesn't look like it has a lot of energy to keep running. The 1 minute is still negative, but it might turn around. There's the 1 minute chart I just saw. So I'm watching this momentum right here. And it looks like it's going to make a double bottom right here. And if it does that, it should turn around. Although it's starting to pick up steam, huh? No, the NASDAQ just dropped down. Oh, there it goes. It's gaining momentum. So that's happens sometimes too. I mean, I don't know if it's happened, but you could get popped out of a trade, squeezing your stops and get hit. I mean, it's still trending down, obviously. Here's the break at the bottom. Oh, bummer. It's going to hit that 247. I got out too soon. Thinkorswim's cool. I know a lot of people who trade on Thinkorswim. I use Ninja. I'm accustomed to the trading tools. I'm accustomed to the charting tools. It offers good 30-second charts and good tick charts, and that's important to me. I don't think you could break toss down to second charts. Yeah, and you know what? I mean, you could trade the same patterns on any chart. I just like looking deep inside of it, do the 30 seconds. Yeah, you know, I take trades, and I mean, I can make my money in like less than 15 minutes. So, yeah, you know, when I'm scalping, I don't need a big move on a chart, you know, or a big time frame. But I use multiple time frames. But normally, I trade off of and manage my trade on the 30-second chart. But I look for my bias on other charts. And actually, I want to see, what time is it? 10 o'clock. So we already finished up our 30-minute chart. Yeah, and it looks like we're building a bull flag on the 30-minute. So if we kind of hold this range, the next 30-minute should break here, and it'll give us a bull flag, and we'll try to find an entry on that. But right now, I'm going to leave that one. And this... we're going to call this our opening range high right there. And here's my 30, 34, 33, 32. We're looking for 10. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. 10. All right, so this is our opening range, and we'll see how we respect that range today. And it looks like it's bouncing off of the opening range. If it breaks it, you could take that high, but you could take that break, but it looks like it's going to be choppy trading into it. Although 10 points is not impossible. And here's the break. We're going for the 47. Doesn't have a lot of energy. Composite looks like it's going to, it's supporting it. You could take this break right here with you can take a 42.45 or a 42.50. I'm kind of iffy about it. Amazon selling off. What time is it? 10 o'clock. So we could still have that downward move. The momentum's flattening out. I'm going to leave that alone. Although that 1 and 2 minute looks pretty negative. Yeah, Anthony, I've used the tick chart before. Oh, there she goes. There she goes. Breaking that 47. Man. So it hit our target. If I didn't get whacked out, that would have been a really good trade. Well, that's a shame. Ah, look at that. What a nice trade. All right, we're not supposed to get emotional. I just hate when I get knocked out of a trade like that. Oh, all right. I didn't make no money. Eloy, yeah, what do you got? New to your channel. Will you be covering CLOV, BB, AMC? I killed in some options with CLOV, ran up 11 to 28, and I'm thinking of getting back in. Thoughts? Does CLOV look bullish? All right, cool. So, yeah, happy to help. Hold on, let me grab a chart and swing it over there. Da-dink, da-dink, da-dink. Zinc. All right, so on a daily, CLOV. All right, so daily we're not talking about anything bullish. So it looks like it's consolidating, right? You have this gap right here. And I'm of the opinion that the shorters, when this got squeezed, knew this gap was here, saw this gap, and know that this is kind of their protection. So they're watching this right now. And if this momentum, what time is it? Hold it, 10:09. If this momentum continues to flatten out and consolidate, then the let's call it the Reddit community will have the upper hand to move this thing up. So historically, gaps fill, and usually you get half a gap fill. So this actually traded in good order, technically. So if I was in profits on a trade of CLOV, I wouldn't be afraid of risking half those profits. You can anticipate a push down here. It's not impossible, but this is looking bullish to me. You know, I'm feeling very favorable. You can construe this as a bear flag. It's got to break this and then break that to continue with the flag. Doesn't look like it's ready to do it right now, but that's a longer term. As far as a day chart, my bias daily would be, look at that, man. SPX did exactly what it was supposed to do, even gave us an extra 2 points, and it kicked me out before it did it. All right, so it's back at that support. I'm just moving CLOV over for a second. It's back at the support. You could look for that last kiss and see if it trades down. And you got 3 points here. I would harvest some profits right here, but you know, the goal is to get it to push through there and come to this area right here. All right, so on a 30-second chart, well, it's not looking too good right now. I mean, but that's intraday. I mean, that's just to plan your entry. I wouldn't. I mean, the momentum is bearish. I mean, it just seems like it doesn't know where to go today. So I would really just try to play it on the daily chart. I mean, if you wanted to take a short risk, a person can enter here and put a stop, you know, like a buck away and see what it does. See if it, you know, breaks down here and look for another entry over here. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking about CLOV, man. Hey, Tommy, finished your meeting? All right, cool. Did you? You took 10 on the way back up? Yeah. All right, so you're still trading with your gut, and I'm glad that worked out for you. But I mean, for me, I don't see any practical reason why I would enter that return. I mean, I believe in playing returns. Like right now, I could see the change in the momentum, and here's a higher low. A good entry, if I wasn't talking about CLOV, although it's early for a reversal, but a good entry would be about 47, you know, with an expectation of it breaking past this. So this is, you know, the change of momentum is encouraging, and this is a good reversal pattern. But then, you know, I would look at my 1 minute, my 2 minute. My 2 minute is very bearish right now. You know, you don't want to overtrade, Ant. I mean, I could do, you know, 5 figures a day on, you know, 1 or 2 trades. You know what I mean? I mean, need to head to a meeting. All right. Hey, thanks for stopping by, man. Stop by again. Check out my evening wrap-ups. Hit the like, hit the bell, hit the subscribe, and Eloy, hit the road. Yeah, it was a gut trade. Yeah. Don't be impressed with shoot from the hip. You don't want to be that trader. You know, that makes for good movies, but there's nobody really making a career doing that. Yeah, Eloy, thanks for stopping in. Subscribe it up. And thank that guy Matt for giving me a shout out. I got to send him like a bushel of edibles or something. So this is today's opening range, and you can see we broke it and then tested it, and now we're trading down. And this is, I believe, is part of tomorrow's opening range. That's probably yesterday. I'm sorry, yesterday's opening range high, and that could be your next target if you're playing this downside. But what we have here is a bullish deviation. Yeah, here's a low with a low momentum. And here's another low. Looks like this bar will determine it if it goes up, and a higher low. So this is a good entry. It's still a little early, but we're close. So this is probably the reversal right here. Actually, if it trades back a little bit, I'm going to try to take that. And I'm going to take a small piece right here. You could trade the 42.45s right here. Composite's looking a little weak. What is that? The 2 minute looks like it's rolling a little bit, but we still got some time. The 1 minute rolled. You're going to test that bottom again? Come on, man. Why are you doing me ugly like this today? Yeah, it might be a little early. Come on, there you go. It's putting up a fight. It's putting up a fight. I'll be encouraged if it could break that neck, make a new high on this bar. There you go. Now I'm encouraged. Okay, so I got my stop right now down below here. And I'm probably going to play this like a big sissy and stay close to the bone because it's a little early for a reversal. Might even make a triple bottom, but that momentum doesn't look bad on the 30. The 1 minute momentum looks good. Looks like it's making a new high. Hasn't really changed direction, but it's kind of leveled out. Come on, keep moving up, man. Keep moving up. We're all tired of the red today. Right now, it's just the composite dragging it down. And if the composite turns around, it should elevate this position. And it looks like the S&P might be the strongest of the market, so this might be a good trade. Yeah, this looks like a good trade. Come on, come on, come on. Hit that 24.48, and I'm taking a third off. Get. There you go. All right, I'm taking a third off right here, and I'm actually going to move my stop to a break even. It could test this, come back, and knock me out again, but I'm not even risking any more profits. I'm just going to bank that stuff. And what the little counter thing? The little counter thing, Ant, is counting how long it takes to make a bar. And the quicker you're making bars, the more momentum the position has, or the move has. So once you start seeing those bars fire off and that counter is real low, then you know that's a strong move in your direction, provided you're trading in your direction. Go, baby, go, baby, go. We didn't even set up a fib. Oh, we do kind of have a fib on this, but we don't have any targets. Let's get organized here. No. No, that's upside down, Dave. Let's get some targets, ladies and gentlemen. We got a mover. Come on, push up. I want to take... we're at the 23. It could retrace a little bit. I'm at, I've got my stop at a break even, so that's cool. I don't expect it to retrace all the way back there. I'm going to take my next third off right here. Well, we'll see the energy, but my goal, I mean, because it's not, things aren't running today. So if I can get that 33% retracement, I might take my next third off. And then my final goal will be the 50%. But I've already banked a buck on my first third. A tick would be a move between the bid and ask. So yeah, or a tick up. So every time it makes a move, it makes a tick. Look, that's a tick. 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 I think you got the point. So if you're on 10 ticks, it'll do 10 ticks and then make the move. Oh, too aggressive. Too aggressive. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, you're gonna do it. Yeah, the composite's dragging it down. Come on, turn around, turn around, turn around. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Oh, you're going to do it. Oh, I love when that happens. Come on, turn around. I want to stay in the trade. See, I want to stay in the trade, but I'm not moving my stop. That's a terrible, terrible habit to get into. Okay, I like that low. I like that low, right? So now we're starting to make an uptrend. Here's our low. Here's our high, which is a higher high. Now we have a higher low. We can't really call it that. Maybe one more bar, and we can call that a pivot point. Go, baby, go. And theoretically, if we're in an uptrend, it should break this high. Without breaking this low. So I could move my stop right to this low on my other 2/3. I'm looking for this to continue the trend. If it doesn't make another high, then we're entering consolidation, and yeah, you know, I have little interest in the trade anymore if we enter consolidation. But it's being a sissy. It's having a hard time around this previous day's, could be the previous day's open. Nope, it can't be the previous day's open, or maybe the prior day. Go, go, go. Come on, here's the test. Here's the test. Are we in a trend? Did we capture the trend? Right? That's our goal, to get into a trend early. And if it just breaks that high, that's it. Go ahead. Go. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. If it just breaks that high, we entered a trend. There you go. Okay, we're in an uptrend. Everything is beautiful. That off-grid trading. So you could grab that bottom and that bottom, and we could just say, yo, we're staying bullish on this bad boy until it breaks that trend. Up, 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 up. I think I'm going to take my next piece off at the 38%. You know what? I'm taking another third off here. I'm going to play it safe. Oh, am I? Okay, for 1/3, I'm going to call this my stop. And if I trade back to here, I'm taking it off. And I'm leaving my other third at break even, and I'm hoping to get to that 50 mark. Oh, that's it. Oh, I kind of missed my exit. Oh, it's coming back. Give it to me. Give it to me. Oh, yeah, Sister's Aunt Fanny. Could be doing a last kiss on that blue. Yeah. Gad, push up, push up. On the day chart, each candle on a weekly chart is a different week. I don't understand that sentence, but each candle on a daily chart represents one day, and each candle on a weekly chart represents 1 week. All right, I got one at a break even, 1/3 of my position at a break even, and we'll see what happens. All right, so it tested that trend line, but it's not busting through. And there's the bust, and that pattern is, well, it's still in an uptrend because this is the low. But there you go. We're entering consolidation. I still have one at a break even, and we'll see what that does. So we're just churning out the nickels and dimes here today. This wasn't a bad trade. This made me a few bucks. What time is it? 10:24. This is really, this trend will probably continue. The Russell is looking very negative, trending down. Composites trending down. S&P's the only one trying to reverse here. I think we're going to enter a consolidation for the rest of the day. I'm sorry I'm not looking at the chat. I just want to watch it because my stops are eyeballed, and I'm taking it. I'm out. right. So still on the 5-minute, we're still looking rather bearish. We could break down there. And the 2-minute, if we go by the 2-minute, this could be making a double bottom on the 2, but it looks like it just beat right through that. Look, and that's still, that looks like it's turning negative. So if this bar closes like this, I think this baby's going to keep going down. And there she goes, and that's why we work with stops, so that we don't give back what we made. It was kind of early for the reversal. And based on the movement, yeah, the 2-minute is still looking negative. I don't even think we're reversing yet. One chart each day. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we got a whole bunch of people in the site, in the stream, and I appreciate everybody stopping in. We're off-grid trading, and basically, I am a guy that is living the hermit lifestyle, staying away from everybody, making a few bucks trading. I used to be a pro, and I was in the industry for many, many years. And I've just been hiding from the world since probably 2013. And if I'm not hiding in the mountains, I'm trading off the back of a boat. So my goal here is to teach everybody how to make a living from wherever you are. And if you join me, then you must want to be one of the free folk. And a lot of people here are practicing, or some people here are practicing self-sustaining lifestyles or homesteading and things of that nature. Basically, I teach you how to read the market. And the setups that I teach you, it's nothing new. It's nothing I created. It's what's done in the industry now and what has been done since people have implemented technical trading. There's no magic bullets or anything. It's just reading the market, lots of price action, a bit of momentum, and taking your trades. I focus on the S&P 500, but the setups are good on any time frame in any market. And I trade futures and I trade currencies, and I do all sorts of different things, and I use the same exact setup, same exact philosophy, and you make money. There's no home run trades or anything like that, but it's based on size. Right now we just picked up on one trade about a little over $1 a contract. So one contract's $100. So if you did 10 contracts, you picked up $1,000. If you, you do the math. And these are cheesy little moves. I mean, we're trying to get something out of a market that's just not trading too advantageously. You made one tick chart and it went nuts. Yeah, every time this option moves, or every time it moves, it makes a tick. So yeah, it's going to go nuts. It's going to make a bar every time there's a move. So check out my content, and I'm trying to make some learning videos so you understand. But no gambling here. And then I do some income trades that just guarantee you a steady stream of revenue every week. And that's important because if you're pressed to make money in the market, you're not going to make good decisions. So if you know that you have some conservative money coming in that can cover your nut, you could take advantage of directional moves comfortably and make some money. So just keep an eye on the content. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the bell. There's a Cash App link there if you like it and you want to make a contribution to the free folk. And just join me every day. And I love input, man. So feel free to ask questions and talk and challenge me. And I'll look up stocks if you like, as long as I'm not in the middle of a trade. But anyway, on the 32nd, we've entered a downtrend. But it looks like, well, we'll see if it's going to challenge that downtrend. No, it looks like it might be maintaining that downtrend. The 5-minute chart is still negative. The 2-minute chart momentum is still negative. The 1-minute chart is just getting choppy right here. It's kind of flattening out. We could just be entering consolidation. And like I've said for the past few days, with the Feds out there making the interest rate decision, And what's more important is the comments they're going to make after they disclose that decision, and they'll give us some insight into the Fed meeting that they've been having amongst themselves for the past 2 days. That's what everybody's really watching. That's what people want to know. They want to know what the Feds are going to do because of the interest rates, because of inflation. And if they start, which they're already signaling, if they start easing the quantitative easing or backing off on the asset purchases, people fear or are going to keep an eye on the market liquidity or momentum drying up. Excuse me. So that's the topic of the season. I'm just looking to see if we get a inverted head and shoulders on this thing, because now's a good time for a reversal of the markets. And the composite, it's doing a little bit of a retrace. The Russell's selling off pretty aggressively. I'd say the S&P is probably the strongest of the markets. I haven't even looked at what the Dow's doing. What the hell's the Dow doing? The Dow's down 131. Composite's down 78. It's no big deal. Nothing really going on. No bloody sales or anything. Boom, done. All right, let's hope we made a good move. I'm sorry for the silence. I just entering some spreads, which that's the conservative trading vehicle that I use as spreads. But everybody's got to be pretty tight on their ability to trade before I start disclosing that. But I'm going to have some educational material in the channel where it will demonstrate exactly how I use spreads. Oh man, that was perfect timing too. Yo, the stock gods are talking to me if this turns around right here. So this looks like a good bottom on the 30. I'm looking for the reversal. A conservative entry would be right here, which it's hitting right now, and you could get the 245s. I'm a little late to the game. The 42.45 calls. So what I do is I trade at the money calls with this strike price, this expiration date or nearest expiration date, and make some money. So I bought these a little rich, but I'm in it for a taste. My 1 minute looks like it's turning. Oh yeah, the 2 minutes got a nice hammer. Hammer, hammer. And it's breaking the hammer right here. So the next test is right here, and then we should move. And I'm going to drop my fib down because I still think these are viable goals. Come on, give me that 23. I'm going to take 1/3 off at this 23. And that'll be a nice trade right there. Come on. Just shoot up. The composite is supporting this trade. It looks like it's moving up. You know, we could trace down, but I would rather just be out of a third before the retrace. It just doesn't have energy, man. It's just so scary. These are summer markets too. Summer markets are just so boring and so dull. So boring. What's going on here? Ah, you son of a Siberian snake charmer. All right, that's a head fake. I'm not too worried about that. If I'm wrong, I'm giving back all my profits of the day. That's most unfortunate. My stop will be down here. But the momentum looks good. I don't really like that 2-minute momentum. Come on, push up, man. This is an unfortunate candle. Tested it and then rejected. Yeah, you know, there's a nice tail to the bottom. Oh, look at that. It's doing a retrace right there. Yeah, this 2-minute is still bearish. What a drag, what a drag, what a mighty big drag. On the daily chart, each candle on the weekly chart. I just saw a can you explain? Oh, message retracted. Oh yeah, that baby's gonna just knock me out. Now it's fighting, and it's losing. Hmm, 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 hmm. 1037. Let's look at that 30-minute bar. Ugh, that's an ugly chart. I mean, it's still it could be a bear flag, a bull flag. I always do that. Must be my dyslexia. So, I mean, this won't trigger until it pops that 50. And that 50 is the 38. All right, that sounds reasonable as long as it doesn't knock me out. Oh, come on, man. Just make a stronger bar. I don't know. Is it feeling heavy to you guys? So it made a lower low, higher high, and then a higher low. So this is really, it's in a consolidation. And now it's just a matter of which way it's going to break. And the consolidation would be this high right here to this low, and you'll see it's just going to zig around here. So really, I mean, this trade doesn't have energy until it actually breaks past the 47.19 part. It's fighting, but it's got to roll over those other momentums. And the 5-minute is not even giving you an indication of a bullish trade. So it just seems a little choppy. It would have been nice if it just took off. And I had contemplated closing it here, but I was hoping it would break that. And maybe it's going to give it to me. I don't really like that it gaps right there. It's going to come back and fill that gap right there. There it goes. Let's hope that doesn't create the initiative, though. When it pops up like that, that just means it's taking some stop orders. And Yeah, I wouldn't call it. It's more like a triple bottom going on here, but just entering a consolidation. I'm going long, Anthony. Yo, you're such an emotional trader, man. You have to stop doing that. Why? Look, I'm long myself right now, but I went long because I saw this divergence and we had the break here. So that's why I went long. Why are you going long? It is much harder to pick out hammers and stuff on the tick chart. Well, your tick chart should, if it looks similar to mine, then you should be able to do it. You know, and then just play with it. You can go 15 ticks, or 5 ticks, well, 10 ticks, or just tweak it up. Or you could trade the same patterns off the 1 minute. It's just your stops are going to be a little wider. Ah, blimey. Baby's just not ready to turn around. Composite, the NASDAQ is making a reverse micro trend, which could be a move to the downside. I think I'm going to close this. I'm trying to get out at a break even. I didn't get it all off. Damn. I'm going to flip the position and go the other way if this keeps going. Yep. This is just a killer market. Come on, am I going to get chopped up, or am I going to make that money back? All right, I'm sorry I'm not talking. I'm just trying to play this right. So I flipped the position on the break right here, which means I went long the puts and then closed the calls. Because of the delta, once I go long the puts, it stops the bleeding on the calls. And then once I close the calls, I start progressing. So I'm taking a third off right here, and that covers the little bit that I lost on my first call. And I'm moving right to a stop. I'll break even so I don't get hurt. And I get to keep my money. Although this is looking pretty good, man, and I don't even have targets. Oh, wow, this could keep going. I'm taking... I don't know where the retrace is. It's 76%? I don't think so. Alright, I'm going to be out anyway on the other ones. What are we looking like? Everything's negative. Everything's negative, negative, negative. I got 2/3 left. You know what? I'm taking another third right here, and I'm just holding my... Yeah, it's going to fill that gap. I'm break even on my second third. On my last third. Maybe we'll see that 76% retrace. So around 10:25, I start looking for a reversal. Um, and then, you know, and that's what we did with those other two trades, and then we got taken off pretty quick. We made a few bucks, got taken off, but we didn't really have a good reversal. And it's not impossible that it'll come, but I'm looking at the 1 minute, the 2 minute, and the 5 minute, and everything's very bearish. And I'm in 42, 45 puts, and I know I did that quick, and you guys have never seen that before. But when it went negative, I just went long the puts, and because the deltas of the puts are the same, what I was gaining on the puts is what I was losing on the call. So then once I closed the call, I started gaining more on the puts. So first I stopped the loss, then I ate up the loss, and then I moved into a profit. And I still have 1/3 on. I got the break even on it. And I'm trying to see if we get to that 76, which that's a very rare move. And you can see it's fighting back right now. It's probably going to take me out of break even. And nope, not yet. Still in a downtrend. Momentum is rolling. Nope, the 2 minutes got an engulfing bar. Nope, not quite yet. Nope. Yes, Goya, I went from taking a long to taking a short. So basically, I trade what the market is doing. You know what I'm saying? I have a bias, and I'll be heavier if the market's trading in direction of my bias. But you know, if I break a pattern to the downside, and the reason I went and decided to do that is because looks like I might get taken out. Looks like we're building a inverted head and shoulders. This being the shoulder. I'm looking for one more. Actually, if we break right here, it's going to head up. So I saw what was called a micro trend, a reverse micro trend on the composite, on the NESD, and it appeared that if it broke that micro trend, it would drag the S&P down. So that's why I decided to flip my position right there. Which I'm not sorry I did. I made a few bucks. I'm still sitting in some puts, but I mean the moves are small and choppy, you know, and this is consistent with a summer market. You know, you've heard the cliche, trade till May, then go away. Well, not because the market tanks in May, but because it just, you know, it's a summer doldrums. I mean that's the cliche in the industry. Yeah, you bet. I don't always flip my positions. I usually close it, but that reverse micro trend on the composite was encouraging to me, and it played out. I mean, it didn't play out that big, but it played out. So anyway, that's what I teach: reading the market, understanding these patterns, and implementing momentum. There's nothing fancy here. There's no fancy indicators or anything like that. I don't use indicators for entry. I'll use them for targets. That's why you see the Fibonacci up there. The Ikamoto cloud gives me perspective. And really, it just, you know, it looks like it's just a choppy market. I don't see any strong reversal. The 2 minute momentum, which you see in the center, is turning, but it looks like it might be making a lower high and ready to go down. So it's all very iffy if you ask me right now. Looks like the composite's starting to do its reversal. I'm about to get out of my second, third. Actually, I should just close it right here. Which, that's it. I closed it. I'm out. So I'm picking up like a buck and a half per contract on all these moves. I think the first one was almost a buck, maybe a little light of a buck. So I'm getting a little discouraged. This looks like a fairly decent head and shoulders, though. This should start reversing right here, and the hour's right. And I'm looking at the 1 minute, and that's turning. The only thing that hasn't turned is the 5 minute, and we got a hammer on the 5 minute. Vink. A little hammer, nothing too aggressive, but you could take it, that trade right there. 44.89. 45.03. So it actually triggered that hammer, but it's not running. So I'm probably going to lay off. You know, I mean, I took 3 trades, and I'm just getting nickels and dimes out of the trade, so it's not too encouraging. I know the Fed is out there tomorrow, so I'm really not expecting too much. There'll probably be one move, but it doesn't look like the probabilities are stacked in my favor. So I'm just going to chill out a little bit. I did do what happened to all my charts? I did do a spread today, so I'm confident I'll make some loot for the day. I reduced my 30-minute chart. Ah, there she be. Thanks. He will read your question in a few moments. Stick around. So now you changed long. Okay. What platform is this? Okay, I'm trading on. Well, the charts you're looking at actually are Ninja Trader. I'm trading on another computer. You know, just because you don't need any hang-ups when you're trading, when you're entering orders. You know, if something crashes, I don't want to be stuck in a trade I can't control or manage. So, you're looking at NT8, Ninja Trader 8, and I mean there are lots of good platforms out there. Think or Swim, Trade Station's very popular. You just have to get something you're comfortable with. I know that I could get tick charts, and I could break down charts in seconds, and I'm comfortable charting on this and drawing trend lines, and you just need that to be almost a reflex. This way you have good situation awareness in the market, and you can see what's going on around you. And I'm looking at 7 screens, and I've got time frames from 30 seconds up to a day. So I trade multiple time frames. And really, when I'm trading, I'm looking at the highest time frame I'll look at is 60 minutes. But primarily, I'm looking at the 30-minute, 5, 2, 1, and 30-second. So that I could set my bias and then take my entries on my 30-second, manage my trade on my 30-second. And it just gives me good insight into what's going on inside of the higher frame bars. And then off screen, oh, look at that. Amazon just popped. That's encouraging. Looks like the NASDAQ might be making a move up. So off screen, I'm looking at a couple of markets. Just a simple theory that a rising tide lifts all ships. Yeah, Nasdaq's in consolidation. Looks like everything's just entering into consolidation right now. So this is really no place to trade to when everything's consolidating. That's how you get chopped up. So I'm going to look at some questions. If I had just bought those puts at the beginning of the day, yeah, man, you're still kind of missing it, man. Don't do that. You know, so forgive yourself. Damn, I've never seen a 30-second screen. Yep, that's a 30-second screen. So that's what's going. But yeah, you know, I mean, this is intraday trading. Yeah, I mean, I'm trading in the day, and you see how long I'm in a trade. I mean, you know, you can count it on the bars on the screen. I'm in a trade. Yeah, you know, I mean, if I get a real runner, I could be in a trade for 15 minutes. But a real runner is going to like show me 10 points. You know, so that's like $5,000 a contract, right? No, that's $1,000 a contract. What am I saying? I'm thinking futures. No, I'm not doing that either. The 30-second is great. I wish I could get it. Yeah, but you could do that in the tick. I mean, when I trade futures on the S&P, I'm using a 500 tick chart. Yeah, you know, but there's a lot of volume in S&P contracts. Actually, let's see if we can take a look at it. For your edification, it's loading up right here where my cursor is doing its little dance. All right, so this is the S&P futures, and that's the 30-second chart. And that's a 500 tick, which is pretty much close to the 30-second. But the reason you go 500 tick is because there's a lot of action in the future. So, yeah, you know, it gives you good insight into it. Here, I'll do an SPX on a 10 tick. There's my SPX 10 tick, Ant. And that's giving you some good information right there. You know, you see your momentum is rounding out. It doesn't look, well, it doesn't, below that, see right here, this is below where my cursor is now. This is also a 30-second, just kind of with a value indicator on it. But it's within the spirit, right? Here's this low here, this low here. Wait, here, let me do this. Control G, Control G. All right, so you should see the cursor on both parts. Look. I'm at this low on the tick, and you could see it on the 30-second, same low. I'm at this low on the tick, and you could see it at the 30-second. Let's squeeze the tick a little bit. So, look, here's my low over here. So a 10 tick is very close. Look, here's the little consolidation that happened right here. If you look at the cursor, it's doing the same thing. So the 10 tick is actually within the spirit of the 30-minute. Yeah. When I'm trading, I just use options because I trade the S&P. If it's pre-market, I'll trade the S&P futures. But if I'm trading during the market, you can't take a position in the index, but they sell options on the index. But I'll do that in Amazon too. You can see Amazon right over here, up here, and I'll do that in Tesla. It's just that you're not getting a lot of movement out of it. So you know, I'll just take it in contracts. So, in a good market, if it's moving, you can take 30 contracts, knock off 10, 10, and 10. I like to break up my harvesting of profits. That's when you make serious money. But in a choppy market like this, you'd be silly to take that risk. So you could take 9 contracts and go, 3, 3, and 3. Or you can take 3 contracts, or you could take 1 contract. But I find it very difficult to make money on 1 contract. So, didn't work. That's cool. I wonder if I can do that on TOS. The control. No, that's it's a group crosshair. That's all. Group crosshair. That's all that is. but I don't know if Toss offers it or not. That's a command that's in NinjaTrader, you know, a shortcut. But you could, if you have group crosshair, because if I go to my tools up here, see if I push that, there's global. That's what it is, not group. It's global crosshair. So I could control it, yeah, you know, like that. I just use the hotkey. Won't give it up over here. But if I use the hotkey, I could get out of it. But anyway, so there you go, man. The 10 tick it's a good chart, you know, and now you can see it gapping. So the volume, that's really telling me that the volume's out. It's actually a better chart because it's actually like an indicator. You could see there's really no momentum if you're starting to get these gaps. It's a choppy market. It's not something to trade. We're testing that low again. Theoretically, based on our philosophy, you could take that low. But I don't know if I'm interested in it because just the three lousy trades or three small payoffs just kind of disenchants me. And there's always another day and another trade right around the corner, so I don't have to make them every day. I'm going to hop back to a 30-second over here so I could read what's going on. But the 2-minute looks like it's flattening. The 5-minute's still negative. It's never gone positive, the momentum on the 5-minute. And there she goes. See, like a sissy, I closed out those puts. And there's the money right there. Well, it's only $1. I closed it out right here. I kind of got out of break even on that last piece. But that wasn't a bad trade. I got 2 off, I believe. I don't really know because the last thing I'll do is look at my P&L during the day, man. Oh, this is encouraging. Building another hammer on the 2-minute, on the 1-minute, which that bar just completed. So that's a fairly decent hammer. And now we have another minute to go, but we could be building a hammer on the 2-minute. We'll see how that closes. But everything still has a very down momentum, you know. So I don't think I would take the trigger of the 1-minute, but I might look for a 2-minute hammer and take that trigger. I mean, I'm not going to take it because I just feel like the markets are choppy, but yeah, you know, that's what I would look for. And then I know a dude who I studied under, and he'll take like if that's his setup to take a break of a hammer, he'll take every break of the hammer. Yeah, you know, and he just plays the law of large numbers, you know, and he does well. He's an excellent trader, but I can't get into a trade that I'm not wholeheartedly convinced about. I would find that 2-minute hammer more encouraging. See right here, I'm saying, okay, because the 2-minute, you can see the momentum has rolled around. It's nice and clean, too. It made a nice higher bottom right there. We've got that nice hammer. This 1-minute is just a little too choppy for my liking. So that's encouraging, and it's triggering now. And your risk on it, I mean, if you put, I mean, you're risking less than $1 a contract. I mean, so, yeah, you know, that's the beauty of small time frames. But again, keep in mind, you know, with the feds out there tomorrow, you're just not getting a lot of follow-through on trades. So we're taking good setups, and it's going in the right direction. There's just no follow-through to make us money, you know, and managing our trade with the stop loss is keeping us from losing money. And, you know, I'm not here to get by. I'll wait for a day that, yeah, you know, trades are happening. Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Aha, I got the sync crosshairs. This can help when I'm jumping all around. Yeah, it can confuse you too, but that's cool. How would I put a fib on this downtrending chart? Are you talking about the 30-minute chart, 30-second chart, Anth? Let's squeeze it up. So there's the fib on my up move. I don't and I don't know what is confusing you. I'll get rid of that. I would just start here. I get into my fib function, and then I just start at this high pivot. And now at this point, my low would go here. And I could keep chasing this. If I'm looking for a reversal and this goes lower, I could just keep moving that fib down until I'm comfortable. So here's my fib. And if it retraces, my target would be the 49. So my target's like 5 points. So the whole move is 42 to 57, which is not bad. I mean, you know, you're talking about a 15-point move. Can't argue with that. Yeah, you know, if you capture half of it, you pick up 7. That's $3 a contract. Yeah, you know, so that's $300 a contract. It's not a bad move, but I mean, the reversal should have happened already, and the market didn't reverse. So I think it's just going to chop around here. Probably, yeah, it may very well grind up into lunch if it doesn't continue its move down, and then maybe there'll be an afternoon breakout. No, you don't go from low to high always. You go from the start of the trend to the stop of the trend. That's what you want. So if this retraces, right, 100%, that would be a retrace, right? And 100% is right there. It turns around and it goes back up what it came down 100%, retrace. It retraces up to 50. If I put the bar the other way, the 100% would be down here. You know, so the retrace would say it retraced 0%. Just doesn't make sense. So yeah, you start at the high pivot and you go to the lowest pivot. And a pivot is the highest or lowest point. Okay, we don't worry about the body. If the tail is higher than the body, then we take the tail. All right, if anybody just joined us, hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the bell. You can hit up the Cash App in the description. You'll see the Cash App. If you have any questions, do not be inhibited. Your questions are my content, so ask me anything you want. And I'm happy to tell you if I'm using vernacular you're not familiar with. I'm just accustomed to speaking in industry, so I'll break it down for you. Just you know, feel free to ask me whatever you want to ask me. There are no dumb questions. Yeah, candle wick to candle wick or tail, exactly. Yeah, it's the same thing. The term is interchangeable. And you know, I'll leave that fib up because that's a good retrace. And I mean, here's the 2360, the very least. This is a nice low move. I mean, 42 to 45. If you picked up that turnaround, which it looks like a single bottom. I mean, that's the hardest one in the world to catch. And I never trade these. I mean, I know guys who do. But I guess you were in at 43. You're at 44. You're up a stick. Not a bad move. Seems like the reversals are coming late too these days. So so there's usually you know, a morning breakout that we look for and we try to take, and you know, that's the direction the stock moves in the morning. If you can get a good consolidation and a break or something that identifies a break, and we try not to say it just felt like it was going to go up, Anthony. And then the other play we're looking for is the mid-morning reversal. So that usually reverses. There are several small reversals throughout the morning, but a major reversal is usually between 10:25 and 11 o'clock. So yeah, you know, that's why I took those long trades that just paid like a buck and a half, because we were chasing the mid-morning reversal. But it could come later. I mean, sometimes it does that. What is the meaning of life? I think that, and I've heard that when you plant a shade tree under which you will never sit, you understand the meaning of life. And I'm sitting here watching a deer pick leaves off of a tree, you know, stretching out and standing up and picking the succulent green leaves, which that has to have some meaning. The channels that I've created are from previous days, open and close. Okay, Tommy, you're talking about these. If I'm assuming you're talking about these yellow lines, this is my opening range. That's the highest we went at 9:30. Between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, this is the highest and lowest. And you'll find that that the market gravitates towards that. And this is a very small opening range. It's 244 to 248, so it's 4 points. Really not a very large opening range. And you can see right here it danced around the low of the opening range, traded off, came back, it's revisiting it. And you'll just find that it's a good way to manage or control your trades using the opening range. When the market has volatility, that opening range could be 14 to 20 points. And that's very good because if the market's trading at the top of the opening range at around 10:30 or so, you'll probably see a topping pattern that uses this as resistance, uses the top of the opening range as resistance, and then you'll be able to break, trade it to the low of the opening range, and you know that's your target, you close it. And when you get range bound days, it could zoom back and forth between this. So during this winter, I've seen 30-point opening ranges, and then we just had volatility inside that 30-point opening range. So I was making money off the top, off the low, off the top, off the low. I kept playing the reversal, and you know, I can get 4 or 5 good trades in and pick up 10 to 15 points. So that's 1,000 to 1,500 a contract. So the opening range is very good, and then when you get that volatility, you could trade in between there all day. You know, if the market shows volatility. You know, that was the beauty of Trump, man. I mean, there was so much volatility in the market with this guy. You know, whether he came out with an intelligent comment or a stupid comment, I mean, you know, you could just bank on this guy to do something to move the market. I'm trying to see if this is creating a head and shoulders for a reversal, but I would look at this. The market, the momentum looks favorable. I would call this my neckline. You know, you could argue that this is a shoulder right here where my cursor is, and then this is a head, and this is a shoulder. If this breaks this, then the pattern has fallen apart, and we won't look to trade a head and shoulder. And just based on the action of Amazon, you see Amazon right here. You see how it has all these gaps. You could just tell that there's the market volume is drying up. That head and shoulders fell apart, but that's a good trend line right there. And we're still, I mean, we could still call this a higher high, a higher low. But we could be in consolidation. I mean, the market's down $11 for today, so it doesn't look like a traumatic day today. And today is the 15th, so I got a spread expiring tomorrow, which looks fairly decent. I think we could rely on that. Unless we have some sort of debacle. It felt like a hell of a trade. What is the meaning of life? Oh, what felt like a hell of a trade? I got some crosshairs. I thought you had a good low candle with tail. All right. I guess you were responding to something I said. I lost sight of that conversation. Did I miss any questions? Nope. Goya bounced. He was fun to talk to. Oh, who? All right. If I missed any of your questions, just pop them up there again. You know, when I get into a trade, obviously I can't read the chat, and I mean the channel is more for company. I feed the baby with the trades, so obviously that has my priority. That is my priority. Yeah, Virgin Galactic's giving back a little bit. Come on, honey, keep it going, keep it going. If you like dividend stocks, I like Verizon. You guys should take a look at that. Pays a really nice dividend. Doesn't really move around much, um, but it's a good long-term hold, and they're just paying you to hold it. Oh, look at that. We broke that trend line. Let's see how aggressive it gets. I just feel like there's just, you know, no follow-through. So, oh, you're just being silly? Um, Candlewick, tail, channels, close. What's the meaning of life? Felt like a hell of a trade. Yeah, just being silly. I mentioned earlier that I ordered Steve Nielsen's book, The Candlestick Course. Oh, very good for you. Very good. Yep. Yeah, he'll give you some insight into that. Yeah, yeah. I still read everybody's work and see what they're talking about. I mean, nothing's really changed, but yeah, you know, I like to keep my head in the game and see, yeah, you know, what everybody's gabbing about. So look, that's a nice break of that trend line, and then it just kind of dances around. Just an uninspiring market. No, ExxonMobil made another move up. Almost $2 today. No, you know what? Let me move that page. All right, so how's the stream, man? It looks like we're keeping a good stream. Oh, look at that. It's moving. Yep, figures. There's the trade I left alone. Oh, well, what is it? It's a buck. Look, it's moving so little that these small bars appear exciting. So I would like to see us close up again today. What I'm saying is, to me, it looked like a break of a pattern. Okay, I don't, and I was wondering about your take on AMC, BB, CLOV. Okay, 1 second. I wish I could share a picture of my chart, but a red candle being overtaken by a green candle. This little rip up happened. Yeah, I've been solid streaming. Yeah, I think I fixed the problem, man, and figured it out. Okay, so so you want to take a look at AMC, and let's let's use AMZN Bank. Let's do a little AMC. Bank, dink, 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 dink. Uh-oh, don't sing, Dave. Okay, we'll look at it. Well, let's look at an hourly chart, so it'll give us some insight into what's going on. This is open, high, low, close. We don't want to look at that. All right, so on the hourly, we're looking at a very positive momentum. You know, we're looking like a good move up today. I'm encouraged. You know, I mean, I'm really encouraged on the hourly. Really, nothing's going to really start happening until we start breaking new highs, and that's what traders are looking at. You know, once this breaks new highs, you're going to see a whole new wave of people come in and start pushing that up. So that's basically what people have to do. The Reddit community, they have to rally around and get this thing back up above that high, and then it'll get aggressive. And even guys like me who sit on the sideline and don't get involved with AMC are looking at that high, saying, "Yo, if it breaks that high, that baby should stop moving." But I mean, what bad could you say about this chart? I mean, you know, it's just trending up on the daily, and that's fine. You know, you're leaving little gaps here, and that's not to say that it doesn't top out, come back, fill up some gaps, and then continue back up. But I mean, if it closes up like that, I'd be very, very encouraged. You know, the momentum has turned around, and you just have to make a new high. I mean, that's all you have to do. CLOV is just a little sleepy, you know, and there's nothing going on. But these are all inside bars, so that's just basically what you're playing. I mean, if it breaks this inside bar, then you got to play it to the downside, and your test will probably be that low. And if it breaks this inside bar, then you know, your test will be this high, and it could start retracing. But the idea has not fallen apart. If the idea fell apart, it would have went straight down, filled this gap, and then gone back to where it's been trading. So you know, the concept is still there. You know, I mean, so if you're in the money and you're in the driver's seat, I would just protect your downside. Maybe put a break-even stop and just see where it goes, because that's what this is. I mean, we just have to see if that catalyst that you invested in continues. And the catalyst was the retail community squeezing this stock. And BB, I stopped looking at it. I just got bored of it. You know, I'm even disappointed that I got involved with one of these things. I'd say this is the saddest of the group, but this is, you could argue that this is a daily bear flag, and the bear flag triggered today, and it went down to the test, and it's building a good support right there. It tested it 3 times. So you want to see it hold this support right here. But again, you have this gap here, and it's not illogical to think that this gap won't fill. And you know, people could be sitting around waiting for this gap to fill. But I'll do a wrap-up on this tonight, because I know people have an interest in it. So so if you want to look you know, at how the bar closes tonight and what my opinion is, just drop back and you know, look for the video. I'll try to get it up early. So this was, I mean, a strong push, but 44 to 45. I mean, yeah, you know, and then it tops out, makes a topping pattern. Just it doesn't make sense to me to try to take these trades. So I'm just chilling. I'm letting my income trades work for me. This way, I know every day I'm making money. I don't have to squeeze things and try to grind a buck out of the market. I'll just take it when it offers it. Let's scroll through here. Share a picture. What I'm saying, it looked like a break of a pattern. I had a solid stream, Anthony. I wanted to say that, but was afraid I would jinx the stream. No, Tommy, I put some time into it last night, man, and I think I've got it licked. I mean, it's big and it's bulky and it's not convenient, but I think I got it licked. But I looked at some equipment, and everything's on back order because of the semiconductor shortage. And I even tried to put something together with inventory, and nobody has inventory. I mean, that's the short of the long. Thank you. You're welcome, Kerry, anytime. Especially for you. You are the queen of the free folk. Yeah, I couldn't get any equipment, so I really just scavenged around and put something together here at the house, you know, from things I had from another office. But it seems to have worked out. AMC looks like it's consolidating at 62-ish. Well, it could be. I mean, it depends on what chart. You know, a consolidation on a 30-minute, 30-second chart is just a bar on the 30-minute chart. Yeah, and this market is just like range-bound. I don't think anything exceptional is going to happen here in the market. I was looking at an engulfing candle with the last question, and then it did a little dip, a little rip. Yep, well, that's what engulfing candles do. It's you know, you have a bearish or a bullish, and usually you look for them at the end of a trend, or an inside bar at the end of a trend, and that's an indication that a trend is ending. But yeah, you know, that's trading candlesticks. I mean, I prefer patterns. So right here, you could argue that this green bar, if you're looking at the 30-second chart of the S&P 500, here's the downtrend. You can argue, and you're looking at the momentum. Here's this downtrend, and the momentum is low, and then we have a lower low, but a higher momentum low. So that's a bullish divergence. Then you have an inside bar, and an inside bar could be an indication of a trend reversal. And then you have a break of that inside bar, and that began the turnaround. But now, I mean, this is just erratic. There's no trend. Things are just, I mean, moving up and moving down. Oh, look at that. That's a pretty strong push down, though. Let's see what it does when it hits that bottom. And all the markets did that. Maybe there was an announcement or some news. I mean, even the financials did it. The energy did it. Amazon kicked back. But all the indexes did it. Can't tell what Microsoft did. My dad is corrupt on Microsoft. Let's see. I think I saw a question. I was looking at engulfing. I work in the IT Department of Tax. What kind of income trades? Oh, I told you. I've been talking about it. I do vertical puts and vertical calls depending on the market. And I'm going to teach everybody how to do that. But I want something coherent out there. I want good videos out there. I mean, it's very conservative if you do it right. But if you make mistakes, it's a nuclear weapon and you'll blow yourself up. So I don't publish those or share those with you yet. But I will, or I may make a little community of folks that I know how to trade it, and I'll share that with you. And I mean, they're pretty accurate. You could argue that they're like 80% accurate, but or even in the 90s. I mean, I actually have a hard number, but I don't want to share that because somebody may hold me to it. But somewhere around there is their accuracy. But if you do them wrong, the risk, will blow up a portfolio. So I just want to make sure that everybody's tuned up before I do it. The state tax department. Oh, that's just scary. Hey, Liz. Thanks for coming back. It's good to see you. A little late in the morning. You missed all the fun. And the gabbing, we had people from all over the world sharing a little bit of their culture with us, which I love that. Actually, I didn't even want to start trading. I just wanted to continue chatting with those folks. Afternoonish? Is it afternoonish? Nope, it's 11:30, man. That's morning. Morning. Oh. Had a bear flag on the Russell trigger, bear flag on the S&P trigger. We are getting negative for the day. Uh-oh, I hope we're not running into a debacle, although we're coming into lunch, and it could be just a quick sell-off for it. We're down around our lows. This is the lowest we've been. We're breaking the low, which that could be an entry. I just don't trade during lunch hours. We're testing that low and bouncing off of it, and I hope that we bounce off, although the momentum is very negative. Negative, 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 all across the board. What does my 30-minute look like? Yeah, we're just negative, negative, negative. It's interesting. We closed up 7 yesterday, and now we're down 16. So we gave all that back and took some more. And there we go, making new lows. Where's the low for yesterday? See if we're even challenging that. Boo! $55, $59, $57. Okay, so we made a new high today. Let's hope the trend stays intact. The low is 34.07. And we're just a few points off of that. So we may test this low. I hope we don't make it. I'd rather keep a higher high, higher low. That keeps us in the uptrend. If we break that, we're right by the 8-day, which is 33.92. So hopefully the 8-day holds. But we're looking rather negativo, and that's making me uncomfortable. Oh yeah, and we're aggressively moving down. What did we have? We're about 46. 6 points. See, these bars just messes with your psyche. Zach, you've been here since 9. Good man, good man. Yeah, the stream's good. The market's moving. Yeah, we made a few bucks. But, yeah, you know, nothing outrageous. And the market's moving. Tesla's about to make a new low. Looks like everybody's selling off. What's going on? Maybe there was some snooze we missed. There's nothing. There was nothing on the economic calendar. Oh, I'll bet this is what did it. There's a headline in S&P, CNBC, that says U.S. stock futures are flat ahead of Fed meeting. As soon as these guys make an announcement about something, forget about it. It tanks. The market tanks. If they say market's up 300 points, turns around. Yeah, nothing new hit the news. That's always a nice surprise, huh? But Anthony, you got to start trading that paper account like it's real money, man. You know, you're going to start developing bad habits if you do things like that. Totally by accident. Yeah, you want to trade that like it's real money. You know, a definition of a good trade is that you execute a pattern and a trigger that you've defined, and you hold your stops, and then you manage the trade. It doesn't matter if you make money or lose money to be a good trade, because you can make a lot. You can make $8,500, and it's still not a good trade. That's you know, that's not a viable way of making money. This is interesting. On the 32nd, we're pushing down, but the momentum is kind of fading off. But you know, that's a very short time frame for such an aggressive move. Looking at the 2 minute, we're still very negative on the 2 minute, or the 1 minute. I'm sorry. A blank slate. Well, okay, that's honest enough. But you know, you're creating like neurological paths that are supporting this sort of trading, and that's what you don't want to do. I mean, that's where the habits come from, and things. So you want to just reinforce good habits, good practices, and you know, that will dictate how quickly you get your business up and running. You know, if you start reinforcing some bad habits, you're just going to have to keep working until you can turn those around, and it's going to slow you down. So, I mean, you need, it's got to be a focus. You need to be able to just zone in on the screen and watch the ticks and read the screen and execute the trades cleanly. It's even difficult for me. I mean, I'm not making a fraction of the money I normally make because I'm doing this chat. I'm doing this this stream, and what I'm hoping is that my situation awareness just grows, and I can manage the stream and the trades at the same time. I mean, I'm not going to take additional risk while I'm doing the two. So so I'm trading very conservatively because it needs to be your primary focus. And I mean, I want to be able to do it with having the stream as my peripheral. And until I could develop that skill, I'm very, very conservative on the trades I'm taking. So anyway, my little pontification is about you just developing good habits. Good habits. So how does my voice sound? You think I'll be able to tolerate it tonight with a decent mic? Oh, look at this baby just moving down. And have we visited yesterday's lows? No, we said about 34, I think. But that's it. We're making a move for yesterday's lows. 35. Man, we're right there. Is this going to be one of those 30-point days or those 70-point days? Oh, the horror, the humanity. Man, and it's got to make a move like that at lunch. Sometimes your rules hurt you. Yeah, well, you know what? Don't try to pick out patterns. Just wait for yourself to realize the patterns. I mean, we're talking about it. You're looking at the chart. You know what they should look like. So eventually, you're just going to realize the pattern. You know, when you're trying to find patterns, um, that's where you can start hurting yourself, because you're going to rationalize why this is the pattern. Just sit back, man, and look at it and wait. Don't worry about the trades you're missing. Don't worry about catching every trade. Just catch the ones that just pop in your head and like, oh, this should do that, and boom, then you hit it. And that's how it is with me. I see something and it's a realization, like, oh my God, look at that, and boom, I get in it, and yeah, you know, I make money. So, and that's going to happen, man. And it'll probably happen within less than a month. I mean, you're here every day, you're looking at it. Just don't develop the bad habits. That's going to be the biggest problem you have. So that's, you just want to have that feeling of realization, like, oh my goodness, look at that. And when you feel that, you know that you could flow in the market. Look, that's a scary day bar, man. But that's what the day bar looked like yesterday. Hopefully, it just, yeah, you know, 3 of these hammers in a row. I would love to see that. This baby opened up over here. That would be, yep, head and shoulders above. Let's see if we can make another hammer. Yeah, Tommy, definitely. You should stop paper trading. Well, if you're looking at the markets and you're seeing the pattern, that's good because you know you're creating those neurological paths, and you know you'll start identifying this stuff comfortably. But yeah, just getting practice on executing the order and managing the trade is very good. And yeah, you know, it doesn't take a long time if you discipline, you can develop that skill quick. But keep in mind too that I think like 95% of the people that start trading quit. Um, and mainly it's because they jump the gun and start trading money, and they do it with those bad habits. And then, you know, it just becomes painful to them. And it's normal for people to have avoidance behavior, you know, when something is painful. Um, I used to go through that with my retail brokers. They couldn't handle the rejection on the phone, and they started what we used to call phone avoidance. So we used to have to talk them through that to develop them into good brokers and, yeah, good salespeople. Okay, you feel if it breaks 42.42, you should go long. But what are you looking at that tells you that? I have a single bottom right here, and here's a break to the high. Historically, I don't trade single bottoms, you know. So I'm not taking a trade on this. You just have a feeling it's going to go up. You're still caught in the romance of trading, and you're not being methodical. Um, you know, which it's fun, but you're opening the door up for a lot of risk. I mean, if you could rationalize to me why at 42.42 it's going to go up, I might. So now I feel if it breaks 42, I should go long. Breaks 41.50. Okay, so you're looking at that pivot high, and you're saying you can go long. So on the 30-second chart, I'm looking at what, I mean, it's like cheesy. Nah, I wouldn't even call it. I mean, I could see the pattern you're seeing, and it looks I could be enthusiastic about it, but it's not within my criteria and my rules. So there's nothing here saying take the trade. And like I had mentioned before, well, okay, here's something saying take the trade. Here's a low right here, and here's the low flattening out, and here's an even more aggressive low, and here's a low flattening out. So you could look at this right here, but again, it's a single bottom with a bearish divergence, and I don't take that. I would have notice the trade. If it traded around like this and then maybe gave me a double bottom with a divergence, and then I'd say, okay, that's a trade I'll take. And there are a lot of guys out there that trade a single bottom, but they have a definition, and they trade according to their definition. They know what a single bottom is defined as, and what they feel will be their rule for executing. So can you explain to me in simple terms why you should take that 42, 41, 50 break? And yeah, you know, I'm not scolding you. I'm just trying to help you lay out what you're seeing, and if you could make a rule or a definition of it. And if you could do that, then you've picked up a good pattern that you should be able to find over and over again. So go ahead, Anthony, lay it out for me. My pasta eating paisan. Okay, okay. Just look at the chart and just look at what is encouraging you to do it, and see if you could lay that out, because you're actually very articulate. So, I know you're not. I like this discussion. Oh, okay, cool. I got you. You know I'm not scolding you. Yeah, I want you to yeah, I want you to be able to write out, I mean, give it a name, you know, the hook and monkey pattern. Yeah, you know, if you could write it out, identify it all the time, give it a name, then you're onto something, you know. And that's all it is. I mean, like everything I'm doing, somebody saw it, wrote it out, gave it a name, and that's it. That you have a pattern there. So you may be seeing something that your eye catches all the time. And like I said 100 times, you have to find a trading style that's right to your personality. Yeah, you know, and you'll learn price action from me. You'll learn trend lines. You'll learn consolidation. You may never make a dime taking trades that I take, because your personality doesn't suit that trade. You know, you may take you know, an entirely different trade. It's all based on the same thing: price action, momentum. You know, but you know, there's another trade for you. I'm not a very big breakout trader. My most aggressive trades are reversals, which you haven't even seen me play yet at my most aggressive, because the market just isn't consistent with that type of setup. But I'm a contrarian, and when the market is ripping up, I'm waiting for the turnaround. Yeah, you know, my typical theory is, nah, this isn't going to last. So I mean, that can cost me a lot of money, but once I refined my reversal technique, I was able to make, I mean, that's where I turned my trading career around and started producing. So it tested the low, dipped lower again. Okay, so you were looking at a V bottom and you found the V bottom encouraging. Right, right, right. All right, cool. It's just, how do you know it's a bottom? So, right, right. So it's going up on the short terms charts, but still going down on the long term, right? Yeah, okay, so you looked at a complete V and you see it as an uptrend, and most people would look at it as an uptrend. Okay, so it genuinely, on the 32nd, that's genuinely, each bar is making an uptrend. But an uptrend is a higher high, then a higher low, then a higher high, and a higher low. So that's what you got to look for to confirm an uptrend. The bars were trending up, but you know, when you get into a trend, it goes up, comes down a little, goes up, comes down a little. So you have to watch for that. And you know, a V bottom and a single bottom is a you know, it's a viable reversal pattern. You just need to be able to support it. So you know, it looks like you're along the lines of it. You knew it was the bottom after a few bars up. All right. I don't think that right there, that there's anything right there that confirms that it's a trend up. You know, after a few bars. After a few bars, it might have felt like it was a trend up, but there's nothing that confirms it, right? So anyway, if you're looking at the 30-second chart with me, we have this move down. Here's a low where my crosshairs are. Then it moves up, makes a high, and it moves down, makes another low. It's a downtrend. Moves up, makes a lower high, moves down, makes a lower low. It's a downtrend, okay? Now it makes this V bottom, right? And it could have very well shot up like this and then made, you know, a high and then came down to make another low. So I'm thinking what you saw was that it made the V bottom and then shot up and it actually broke this high. So what you saw was a change in the trend because it just made a higher high. That's a good indication that the trend's trading. So I think that's what your eye might be catching. Now, what I look for then is a higher low, which this trend just continued. And I wouldn't even argue that this is a higher low. This is like a little retrace. I'd say this is the high, and now it's making a higher low. So for me, I would look for a break here. But your line of thought is not bad, right? Because right here, the trend did break, right? Because here's a high, and it just broke that high. So in order for this trend to continue, it shouldn't have gone above this part. So your eye is good. But what you have to watch is that it could just be entering consolidation, right? So it could hit that high, come back right back down, start chopping you up. So that's what you have to massage out of your theory. Because, again, like I said, your eye did catch it. Now, I think I read you had said something about an engulfing candle. So the price level I noticed was a V-shaped, I knew it was the bottom after the bars are up. So charting compared charts had a wide range of engulfing green candles. Okay, so if I look at my chart comparing to your chart, we had a wide range of engulfing. Okay, I don't see any engulfing green candles. Okay, an engulfing candle would be, so actually if we go backwards, this candle is engulfing this green candle. But really, it should be past it. So an engulfing green candle, I don't have a means of drawing it. Actually, right here, this is higher, right? This high is 41.05. This high is 41.02, and the low. Okay, so this is an engulfing candle because it's higher than this bar and lower than that bar. And I don't see any green bars that did that. So, I mean, but an engulfing candle is a good indication. But I don't see one over there. Oh, okay, cool. It's on your tick chart. All right, cool. Cool. So you have a good understanding of what a engulfing candle is. Good. Yeah, an engulfing candle is a good indication of a reversal. So, I mean, if you're picking all this out, yes, it made that higher high. Oops, caps. Yeah, stop yelling at me, Ant. I'm trying to help you. No, I know. You know what? What you should do right now is write down exactly what you broke out to me that gave you the indication and what your confirming price action was. Because I mean, it's not it's not a pattern that I'm accustomed to, and that's what back testing is about and things like that. But if you could write that out, then you'd be able to back test it, and you can get some intelligence on whether it's really a pattern or you know, you're just shooting from the hip. But that's what you have to do. Now there are tried and true patterns that we've been talking about the whole time, but you know, trading is. I'm sorry. Okay, so you're looking at. I mean, obviously there's a little trend reversal, but we could be hitting a consolidation. So I'm just looking at this to see if I'm staying bullish. But so anyway, what I'm trying to do is to get you to define what you're doing, because that's the discipline you want. You don't want this. The feeling that it was turning around was your eye catching a change in pattern, and you want that natural reaction. But you need to have a set of rules to identify what's going on before you, and if it's a probable trade. So you know, this is a nice run up, but it went from 39 to 42, which is 3 points, and then turned right around and tested here. So you know, it's choppy, and it's right now it may be in consolidation. We're going to see if it breaks this high. But you know, you can't really argue that the trend has reversed until it breaks this high, because now it's a trend reversal. It would be a trend reversal breakout. You know, it would have created a trend. Now it's just creating a consolidation pattern. You see how it just created a lower high? So now it's just entering into consolidation. So you have to figure too, does your pattern just you know, produce this quick little pop and then put you in consolidation? Because right here, you know, if you entered down here, you'd be out at a break even. If you entered at your 41.50 or this break over here, you would have moved up almost a buck and then traded right off. You know, so you would want to back test that that whole pattern that you're trying to define and see how often it leads to a trend reversal and how often it trades back, and you would get stopped out. 42.42. I'm looking at the high of 42.30. But it's already demonstrating to me that it's in a consolidation, at least on the 30-minute. Here's the 1 minute. You know, here's the low, here's the high, which is higher than these highs, and then it made a higher low, and then it made, well, yeah, you know what, we can't really call this a pivot yet. We'll see where it goes, but it's kind of feeling like it's just entering into a consolidation right now. And it's down 13 points for the day. I think we saw 16, and you know, that's not an unreasonable move down. It's a little too late. It's definitely way too late in the day for a breakout. I'm just watching that low for the day. You know, if it breaks yesterday's low today, I'd be a little worried. And I've said it 1,000 times, but I usually don't trade after 11:30. You know, the markets get choppy in consolidation. Although, you know, we could see a really nice move right here. Well, I guess it started the move before 11:30. But that's probably what it was. It was probably London closing. Oh, I don't have my London clock up. But it's probably London cleaning up their books. So how about we take a quick half hour. It was a good morning. Lots to talk about, lots to do, tons to look at. Loads of people came by and visited and joined us. So let's take a half hour. I'll see you guys at 12:30. All right, I'm back. It kind of went quick. Hey, Andrew, if you're still with us, we just took off, took a little break for a half hour, but we're back. So, I mean, obviously the Feds are not going to move the interest rate right now, and that's not really the topic of focus for anybody in the market. What they're looking at is what the Feds are going to say, and it's the expectation that the Fed is going to say that they are going to start thinking about limiting their asset purchases or tapering off their asset purchases. So they're going to spoon feed us a whole bunch of information. Oh, look how nicely the market has come back in the half hour. So that was actually a nice reversal off of that bottom, and it held that trend line nicely. And a good conservative entry would have been that break of the 42.26 right there. And really, it's only 3 points right from where it moved. But if you got in on the low right here, this break right here, after testing that trend line, that would have been a nice 5-point move on the SPX. Yep, he's back. So that's what's going on with the Feds. As far as market movement, unless there's any surprises, I don't expect anything substantial in the market. But obviously, the market is just flat all around, waiting. Oh, there's a big old daddy's long legs on my back. Oh, now it's on my neck. That's encouraging. So yeah, I'm not expecting much in the way of market action until the Feds actually do talk. The composite's only off 77. The Dow's off 120. It would be nice if everything closed up the way it did yesterday and made all those tails. I would enjoy that. The Russell's only down 13. Yeah, we're back. We're back, Ant. A pincher bug, huh? Yeah, I'm dealing with a little daddy long legs. Probably picked him up on the run from the house to my study. Yeah, we're just grinding our way back. What on earth happened to my cloud? I'm going to look for a consolidation and maybe a breakout in the afternoon market. See if I'm inclined to take that. Dink, 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 dink. So how's everything doing today? What's AMC doing? Still making that move? Making that move up. It's holding what it had. Really nothing going to go on with that AMC until it breaks that previous high, and that's when tons of people are going to jump in on that. That's just a good technical break. Yeah, I don't mind bugs. I don't really need them on me. I hate flies. I don't know. They just, I mean, I'm a live and let live kind of guy. I don't really kill bugs. I capture them and throw them out. But If they mess with me, I'll kill them. And flies, I mean, I don't understand why, but they have to touch you. I can't stand that. So especially when you're on a boat and you drop anchor in a harbor, you get some harbors you just get covered with flies, and it's cool. They can fly around the cabin. I don't care, but you know, you're shirtless most of the time, and they land on you. Oh, that just infuriates me. Literally infuriates me. So then it's on. The lunchtime wrap. So if you're new and auditing us, hit the like, hit the bell, hit the subscribe. Come back and join us. Check out the content and the videos we have in there. We're developing a playlist of Trading 101, which is just an introduction to the market. And we're just going to slowly develop those playlists and give you something that will help you trade better, show you viable setups, and I will show you how to make income every day. Every day, consistency, and that's what makes a great trader. It's consistency. And if you can be consistent, you'll do very well. Plum Island. Yeah, well, I'll look to avoid Plum Island. He is back, so if you have questions, drop them. Ibrahim Shalabi. Very cool name. Oh, he's promoting the AMC. 42 million shares shorted. Well, let me tell you, man, if you could start shaking those shares out, that's a lot of buying going back into that security. That's the challenge. Hey, is the sound clear, or are you getting some strange noises coming over your computer? Because my indicators are flashing a little bit. How long have I been selling? Well, I've been on the water since I was a child, and I even used to build speedboats as a kid. I'd get old boats, really, and redo them. So I have to say that I dropped my first boat in the water when I was 12 years old. And I've always been a big fan of the water. And then I lived on a pretty nice trawler in Manhattan, right alongside the World Trade Center. Okay, cool, clear as a bell, good to hear. And so I've been sailing probably since 2017, really. That's when I set out and started making my way slowly around the world. And I had delusions of grandeur, and I was going to go out and buy a real big, beautiful sailboat. But I had the opportunity to get this smaller boat, and it was charming, and it was small, and it was quick, and I decided to go with that. And it was a good thing, too, because I know I would be like 8-finger Dave if I didn't do that, because I really didn't realize how much energy loads up in those sails and, what the learning curve was. So I got a little guy in the 30s, and it's very manageable for me. And I sail solo, so I'm a single-head sailor. Hey, Pam, that's the first. Welcome. So what did I say, 17? So 4 years I've been sailing, which, I mean, when I'm on it and sailing constantly, so it kind of sharpens your skills. But it was cool because I stripped the boat down and I rebuilt it, and I studied some marine architecture and have a good understanding of boats and things like that. But considering what my goals are, I'm going to have to be self-reliant because I won't be anywhere where I can get assistance. So I need to understand my boat very well. My first boat was a wooden Chris Craft Cavalier 68. Oh yeah, that's a nice boat. I actually had a Trojan, a 67 or 68 Trojan, which I think is along the lines of that Chris Craft. Oh yeah, man. I love it to this day. It's like being back in your mother's womb when you're sleeping. Um, so you could see that double top on the 32nd. Where's my right here? And you see the momentum trading off, and now it just turned around and broke, and it's trading down. Traded down for 2 ticks. These old trend lines are probably good targets, and yeah, it's trading off nice. But yeah, it looks like we're range bound for the day. You could see the opening range. We talked about it before, the 30-minute opening range, which my cursor is bouncing in between. And we traded up in there, kind of flirted a little bit with the high and made a double top and traded down. Now we're breaking out of it. And I think that we're going to be holding this sort of pattern for the rest of the day around here. There might be little opportunities to get involved. I'm going to look for something encouraging. Although, again, I don't really like trading right before the Feds. And tomorrow I think is going to be even sleepier. Sailing La Vagabond. As a matter of fact, I was watching their channel when they first came out, which is when I really enjoyed them. Yeah, because I like the hobo lifestyle, working your way around around the world. And that's really how I live when I'm on the boat. It's very interesting because a lot of people see me as a hobo on my boat. I mean, my boat is mint and it's clean and everything, but a single guy on the boat, and there are these preconceived notions of who they are. Yeah, I watch it from time to time. Once I went onto the catamaran, I kind of lost interest. Yeah, I mean, it's turned into a good travel channel, and I don't begrudge them their success. They're a young couple, and they deserve everything that they've gotten. But it's just not my interest. So I do like to watch bums on the boat, bums on a boat. What is it? Tula's Endless Summer. They're a lot of fun too. And Delos, of course. Yeah, I watched him develop his freediving also. If you watch it from the beginning, you could see him slowly developing his freediving skills. And their cute little kid. I mean, Elaine is just a really talented young woman. They were a very creative couple. But I mean, it's getting too glitzy. Now it's more, the Caribbean lifestyle. And that's cool. But I like backcountry kind of stuff. I like going where you're secluded and people aren't around. Yeah, cats. Yeah, there is definitely a place for cats. There's a place in my heart for catamarans, but it's not consistent with the style of sailing I'll be doing in the years to come. But as I mellow out, and if I live through what I have planned, I probably definitely will end up in a catamaran. Yeah, just for the comfort. I think ultimately I'd like to end up somewhere in Asia. Or maybe the Pacific Islands. I like the Philippines. Friendliest people in the world, man. You go to the Philippines, forget about it. Friendliest people in the world. Crazy Catholics. Like I grew up around a Catholic family, and I mean, those Filipinos are just crazy Catholics. But friendliest people I've ever encountered. Yeah, through my travels. And just very welcoming, very generous. Even if they're broke, they're very generous. Yeah, Asia's pretty cool. I mean, China's kind of beating the hell out of it, but I walked through most of Asia. Um, let's call her Miss Grid, my girlfriend, my lover, my baby mama. Miss Grid and I. We walked through Asia, Laos. We walked through Cambodia. We walked through Vietnam. Walked through Thailand. I haven't been to Taiwan yet. I want to get there before China ruins it. Um, but I'd like to go there, and I haven't been to China. Um, Cambodia we walked through, and those are the poorer countries. Yeah, you know, Laos, Cambodia, and great countries, man. We floated on a raft down the Mekong, and we actually spent a couple of nights on a longboat floating down the Mekong, just working our way from the north to the south. And it was really exciting. Actually, at one point we were going through the jungle. It was so thick that we had to ride elephant through the jungle. So, yeah, you know, we were in this little elephant village, and they used the elephants to move the lumber and things like that. And they took us through the jungle to the other side, to Paxi, I think it was. And we rode on the back of elephants. It was very cool. We each had our own elephant. And this elephant that I was on, made this. It was hot as hell, man. It was really, I mean, it's the jungle in Laos, and it was really hot as hell. And we're walking through the jungle. We're in a clearing, so the sun's beating down on us, and this elephant kind of grumbles. And yeah, you know, the one I'm riding on grumbles, and his trunk comes up, and it's like right in my face, you know, and I'm sitting like on his neck, and I'm like, oh, how cute. And then he blows a loogie all over me, man. He was like using his saliva to cool off his head, and just so happened I was in the mix. And dude, let me tell you, I was drenched from head to toe in elephant loogie. Oh, it was atrocious. And then I had like hours on the back of this thing. The sun like baked this loogie onto me. My clothes were crispy. It was a mess. And I had water, and every time he grumbled, I'd stop pouring my water on his head to cool him off, so I didn't get pelted again. And Miss Grid thought that was the funniest thing in the world, man. She was like on the elephant behind me, just I could hear her just cracking up, laughing at me. It was disgusting. I mean, it was a sweet elephant aside from lugering me. So I had to go hours with an elephant loogie, and we find so the day before. We took that trip. I always get sick when I go into a new country. I get sick for like 24 hours. I guess I acclimate to their bacterias or their bugs or whatever it is. So I was sick as a dog for 24 hours before we were on that elephant. And I mean, sick as a dog. I mean, coming out of everywhere and couldn't move. I had the shakes. I was sweating. I was hallucinating, and it always happens. So, yeah, you know, I just wrote it out, and Miss Grid went and entertained herself for the day while I was sick. And so when I was riding the elephant, I was like, felt like I was walking on eggshells. I had that weak, like, terrible hangover kind of feeling. And we pull into this other town, and I hop off, and they take the elephant from me. And Josephine had gotten in ahead of me, and they dismounted her, and she was talking to these guys. And when I walked over, they handed me a drink. And, yeah, you know, it was like a little shot of something, and there were like little pieces floating around. But we were probably inland for about 2 weeks, and there's bugs in everything. So by that time, I've acclimated to like eating bugs in my food and everything. So I grabbed the shot and went and shot it down, and she's going, no, no, no. And it turned out that the little pieces was pig intestine, and they send the pigs out into the jungle to forage, and they said it makes medicine in their stomach, and then they soak it in alcohol, and they drink it. So that was the shot they gave me. Bang. I did a shot of pig intestine. And I got to tell you, within 20 minutes, I felt like $1,000,000. Like, you know, that weak, queasy feeling was gone. I felt great, and it was like the cure. I mean, they didn't know I was sick. They were just being hospitable. But yeah, it was incredible how good it was. And then I don't think I remember much more of that day after that shot, though. No, I never heard of that, Bald and Bankrupt. Oh, that's a pretty cool name too, man. Yeah, I'm gonna check that out. Nah, it wasn't dung fever. I always get that wherever I go. Um, As a matter of fact, even visiting Europe, I get it. It's like, just getting acclimated to their local parasite and stuff. Which, I mean, I don't get terribly sick. My body acclimates pretty quick, but yeah, it goes through that transition. And I mean, it happened in Spain, happened in Italy, happened in all the Asian countries. But whenever I go back for a second visit, it never happens. It's always on the first visit. It's like whatever's in their environment that my body isn't accustomed to. It just it just builds its antibodies, I guess. And I'm not very conservative. Like when I'm there, I eat local, so it's likely that I pick something up. Yep, elephant loogie. I mean, even the first time I was in Mexico, that happened. I mean, in France, it happened. I mean, wherever I've been, it's happened. But only the first time. Whenever I've gone back, it's never happened again. Happened to me in the Philippines, but I had that coming. So I was in the Philippines, but that's after I've been in that region for a while and things of that nature. And they had some raw clams, and I was really excited. And one of the locals said, "Don't eat those, man." He's like, "That even makes a local." I was like, "Nah, it's fine. They smell fresh. They're good." So I ate them. I forget about it, man. I was sick for a week. And they were fresh. He's like, but yet, they have a name that is kind of nasty for them, so I'm not gonna share it. But um, they're just known for making people sick, and man, it did. It did. It was like horrific, probably for a day or two. It was just awful. Happened to me in Laos. Happened to me everywhere. Laos is great if anybody wants. I mean, I don't know what it looks like now. I haven't been there in probably 15 years, but it was just amazing. That's one of the most amazing countries I've ever visited. All Buddhist, and at like 5 in the morning, as the sun shines, you could hear the Buddhist monks hitting the gongs. So you wake up to this dung dung, and then the whole country starts smelling like incense. And it's all jungle, or at least when I was there, it was. They probably destroyed it by now, but it was all jungle, And I was sleeping in a hut, and I heard this dung dung dung, and then you get that waft of incense, and just amazing, amazing, amazing country. Yeah, that's funny. Some of the social security scams they have, um, and their English is like terrible. Yeah, if you don't contact us immediately, we will put you in arrest. I was like, oh yeah, that's got to work. You guys are probably making a killing on this scam. Yeah, you get that nonsense all the time. Mm, mm, mm. So what's going on here? We're just chopping back and forth. We're breaking out of the opening range high again, and testing that little trend line. Um, so I think it's just going to be more of the same. Now we're down 7. We're off the lows. The Russell fought its way back pretty nicely. Composite still around the lows. S&P still around the lows. I mean, I don't know that there's going to be a lot going on. Anybody want me to look at anything for them? Or any questions? Anybody want to participate in the Dave and Anthony show? No. All righty. Good stream all day, huh? Looks like we have this licked. Not excellent. I'm getting good. I am one happy camper, man. I could look at the market. I don't have to keep messing with software. I mean, I don't know what I'm looking at. It's a very sad, sad market. Hmm. 41 and 15. Where's the market right now? It is 42.43. All right, I think barring any unforeseen debacles, come to Betty. Oh, look at that, broke the line. Did I go over bear and bull flags this morning? I didn't go over them. We came across a couple, and I don't recall, but I think we might have executed on a few. But if you'd like, let's see if I could find one that I could elaborate on. Okay, here's a series of bear flags. So a bull flag would be the same thing in the opposite direction. So I'm going to look at a bear flag. And we could call this a bear flag, that being the pole. Here's the retracement, right? And it traces a little bit. And then the flag triggers on the break here. And you can see a gap down on this one. But if you see if you traded it, you would enter, think right on that break. And then ride that baby down. And here's another pole. If you're following my crosshair sliding down that pole, here's the retracement, which is the flag, and then you enter on the next high bar. Your stop would go up here because if the flag breaks that low, then the flag failed. So once it triggers, ding, you enter right here at the 42, 43, 57, and then away it goes. So you look for a strong pole, and what you want to see in a flag is open low, open high, close low, open high, close low. It doesn't dance around. You know, it opens nice and strong. Then it gives you the retrace, and you enter on the first breaking of the low, of the low of the previous bar. And then here you go, moving down, and that being a nice long pole. And here, let's spread it out a little bit so it's clear. Here you see the end of the pole, retrace, 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 and then you enter right here. Well, actually, you would go right to the wick, enter right there at the 42, 40, 76, and boom, it came down. Didn't make that much of a move, but made another flag, and away it goes. And that's basically it. So on a flag, you want good, strong runs on the pole, whether it's down or up, and we could look at some ups right there. You want a retrace, and then you enter on the break of the retrace, your stop goes right there. And that's the idea. This is a flag, and the idea of a flag is that when it breaks that previous low, it's going to keep running. If it goes back and breaks the high on a bear flag or the low on a bull flag, then the idea is broken, and you get out. What's going on with AMC? Do you think it has a chance it will squeeze? All right, Miss Liz, I'll take a look at that for you. So here's a bull flag, strong run up, a little retrace, break here, stop goes here, strong run up. This is a consolidation. So that's a flag on a bear and a bull. AMC. Do I think it's going to squeeze? Let me tell you, I am of the opinion that the saving grace for the shorters was that gap. And that's what gave them their courage. Okay? This gap right here, right? So when it ran up like this, it really looked as though it would come back and fill this gap. And I think that's what held all the shorters in. So this move right here has definitely got them quivering, right? But what they're hanging on to right now and what they're hoping for, lost my train of thought. Okay, so basically it ran up and they were hanging on to this gap, the shorts, hoping that it would fill the gap and maybe force its way down. This run up right here has definitely weakened their position and made them very nervous. But what they're hoping for is that these are the shorts. What the shorts are hoping for is that this is making a double top pattern. And hey, it's very possible it could be, but there's a lot of buying power behind this thing, and yeah, that's if everybody keeps the faith, they could do it. Okay, this is an ominous bar. If this bar closes like this, this is a dragonfly, and it could technically start its move down. But hopefully they can push this thing up. And it's got some shorts quaking. If this bar closes up high, I think that it's going to have some people really uncomfortable. Because the Feds are talking tomorrow, they might feel a little confident about what's going on tomorrow, so they may not make a move. But let me tell you, if you could challenge this top or break that top, it's definitely going to change the position of a lot of shorts, and people are going to start covering right there. You just got to figure even what the maintenance is on margin. I don't know if you're familiar with margin and stuff like that, but they're going to have to maintain that, and they're going to get what's called margin calls, and they're going to have to meet those calls. So then they have a choice: do we liquidate our position, or do we meet the margin calls? So I mean, it's in a fight right now. That's the short of the long. It's in a fight right now. And I could see what they're hanging on to for hopes. But at one point they may say, all right, they'll let go of it. They'll let you guys force it up. And then they'll just fade the run. They're going to make, the shorts are going to make money on the play. I mean, they're professionals. They've been doing this for years. They know what they're doing. But it doesn't mean that it's not going to, hit that $100, $125. They'll just, they'll take a loss now and they'll make their money back later. Kind of like what you saw me do if you were watching me trade this morning, where, I flipped around, went the other way on a position. I took my little bit of loss and then played the direction of the stock and made money, or direction of the market and made money. So that's what they do. Taking a loss is it's part of the industry. It's the nature of the business, and that's fine. It's like the inventory we carry. If we were another kind of business, AMC. That's what I'm looking at. Yeah, they're not uncomfortable taking loss. It's just you got to get them to the point where they're ready to take that loss. Once they're ready to take that loss, this thing will take off. And then, we'll leave it to them and let them make their money back. So, in short, that's what I feel about AMC. So I wouldn't run away from the trade. I mean, if you own it and you're in the money on the trade, then you're in the driver's seat. You can ride this thing out. Just put a stop at your break even, and you got nothing to lose, or harvest some of your profits and play with the market money. You bank a little bit of money and go do something real nice. It's hard to see your image, but you look like you're a fun-loving individual. Go do something nice and let the rest of your position run. Just remember the old cliche, bears and bulls make money, pigs get slaughtered. So if you think you got to make the last dime on every share, then you're setting yourself up for a little bit of a beating. You called that bar a dragonfly. Why? To me, it looks like an upside-down hammer. Yes, an upside-down hammer is a dragonfly or a hangman. If it was at the bottom of a run with the hammer down, then it's a hammer. That's just the name. But you can call it an upside-down hammer. Everybody's going to know what you're talking about, but I think that's just the name. I mean, I don't know what the original Japanese names were, but I think it translated into dragonfly or hangman. A lot of the American term was it's a hangman because it looks like a man hanging. So did I answer your question, Miss Liz? Do I get a like out of you? Yeah, that's all this is, Tommy. AMC is hype, hope, and emotion. I mean, if they can organize everybody to buy it, yeah, I mean, that's what a short squeeze is, right? So historically, clearing firms did that, and brokerage firms did that to one another. They'd know of a brokerage firm who has a short position, and if you had more buying power than that guy has, you can squeeze them out of that short. It was like a surefire way of making money. Like, oh, look at this. This small brokerage firm has a short on this, a short position on this. Let's stop buying it up, squeeze them out of it, and make money. So I mean, this isn't a new slick idea. This has been done since the since you were able to borrow securities and short securities. It's just what's new about the idea is the ability to organize the retail buyer to go and put that sort of buying power on a short and do a short squeeze. But again, always bear in mind that these guys are professionals. They've been doing this for years, and they're not professionals because they're stupid or don't know their trade. So yeah, you know, the GameStop, I mean, that was the first time they pulled it off, and it was, yeah, you know, big doings. But I promise you that the shorts made a lot of money on GameStop because that stock was as high as $600, and they were fading that run up. So they made plenty of money. So they don't mind at all that you did that squeeze. And they're going to fade this too if it runs up. But just make sure it doesn't bite you in the ass. Because understand, too, if everybody loses faith and this thing falls apart, it's going to drop like a rock. And that's the side the shorts are playing. You know, they're going to try to be savvy about this and see if they can make it drop like a rock. You know, the one thing they're not doing is all the shorts organizing together and you know, getting into like a price fixing kind of situation. They won't do that. But they're smart, man. They're definitely smart. Look at this market just chopping around in this consolidation pattern. Up and down and up and down. What time is it? What time is it? We could start looking for that afternoon breakout, but I don't know what we're breaking out. This thing is just all over the place. AMC. Got it. Well, yeah, that's a tactic, right? So they're looking at the psychology of it, and yeah, you know, the longer they hold it out, the more the momentum flattens. Just like when we're looking at a channel and the channel's going too long, and we're saying, okay, momentum's flattening, and there's nothing going on. So yeah, they could. I mean, they're if they don't see a risk, they're not going to close the short. It's that simple. Yeah, you know, when you have that gap below you and now it looks like it could be making a double top. I mean, it's just like when we're taking a trade and we're deciding when to close our trade. You know, we're looking at price action. We're saying, okay, you know, it's not telling me to get out of this trade yet. I'm not going to make that move. That's what they're doing. They're looking at the price action. They're deciding, do we take the hit right here or don't we? You know, they're not like, oh, my God, they're putting a squeeze on this. Get out. That's not their position. You know, they're not emotional. They're very clinical about this. So, yeah, they're definitely considering that the longer this goes on, the less the buyers start losing their initiative. And the more probability, I mean, the market's creeping up, creeping up, creeping up, creeping up. The more probability that there's a correction in the market, which, yeah, you know, will drag down all securities around. Then you have guys who get margin calls and stuff, so may have to liquidate their fund positions like AMC to cover their margin calls. So, yeah, you know, I mean, the more they hold on to this, the more likely that selling comes into the security. It's not like AMC is, you know, giving you a happy ending with a movie and getting in more customers. I mean, these guys were pretty hurting financially. They're doing this $25 million secondary, so that dilutes the shares out there. And I don't know. I heard the interview with the CEO. I wasn't too impressed with the guy. So, I mean, as far as an investment, I certainly wouldn't look at the company. My man Dave, what is the best way to find movement momentum when the market is slow? I don't do that, man. I don't go find stuff. But yeah, you know, hot stocks to watch, whatever's in the news during earnings season. You could look at what's making news and find momentum. I mean, there are momentum scanners out there, some proprietary, some with trading platforms. You could look around. I mean, momentum is obviously the way I trade, but I just trade a few stocks that I know move. But you know what, man? You're in the summer doldrums, so momentum's going to be hard to find. You know, markets are just a drag these months. You've heard the cliche. You bet, Liz. I don't know if the chat's delayed or what have you, but yeah, my pleasure, man. Hey, hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the bell, hit the Cash App. In the description is the link. And help the free folk of the world set up a good, cheap trading channel. Yeah, I mean, I just know the trading patterns of S&P 500. I trade Amazon. I trade Tesla. And when there's momentum in the market, that's when I take my directionals. When there isn't momentum in the market, I just make my money on income trades. So that's it. I mean, I can't be trading every stock out there and chasing. It's just too much to worry about, too much to look at. And you know what, really? I don't know any trader that trades tons of different markets. I mean, that's why there are lots of traders at firms. They're not all trading the same vehicle. Everybody kind of tries to find their specialty in things. People are trading oil. People are trading equities, individual equities. People are trading indices, and people are trading futures. Some people trade currencies. You know, some people specialize in certain currencies. But you know, when you build a trading desk, it's so that you can look at many different markets and have specialists in each of those markets instead of having many people trading the same market. Oh, I have a little delay, do I? I'm a little slow. Them are fighting words, Ant. Does that mean you're leaving us, Liz? I really wish I could see the image, man. It looks like you have a really bright smile. I have your like. Cool. Cool. Liz likes me. No, we got quite a few likes today. People are liking us. Sure. We're streaming. We're not chopping up. We have content. This is what a channel should be. It was a rough 3 or 4 days last week. Nonetheless, we did get a lot of subscribers. From what I've read, we're doing very well as far as accumulating subscribers. Oh, that's a nice big bar on the 37. Oh, look at that. That baby got aggressive, huh? Yeah, Amazon did the same tank, S&P, composite. I mean, we're just chopping back and forth in the same place. I'm just trying to see if we can get a good consolidation with a good support and resistance and maybe get an afternoon breakout out of it. Drew R. Got it. What do you got? Oh, you got finding momentum. Haha. Yeah, get that like number up, Ant. Oh, we're making a move. 2 or 3 points. Are we going to test the lows? The lows of the day. Yeah, we were a bit off the low. Look at that 30-second momentum. It's just all choppy. You know, you can't trade that. Just messing with us. financials look like they're rebounding. Yeah, financials are up 21 for the day. And I'm just looking at an index that gives me some insight into the financial sector. And it's the NASDAQ Financial 100. And that baby looks like it's pushing up for the day. And there's also another index for energy stocks, which is Energy Select Sector. And that's up 8 points. No big deal. No biggie. But definitely going in the right direction. I'm getting a little nervous, though. We get a lot of these up days. I'm just wondering when it's going to start trending down again. I found a really good coffee. I appreciate the likes, Ant. Hopefully I've earned all 6 of those likes. But at least the stream is consistent and it's not tedious to listen to us. I'm going to get rid of this trend line right here. It's not really benefiting us. We could see that we're holding the opening day range. And what are we at, the low? Yeah, we're trading around the low of it. Yeah, here's the high of today's opening range. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Okay, this is the high, that's the low, and this was yesterday's opening day range. We can get rid of this one, too. Just consolidating around that cloud. Such a beautiful day out today, too, man. I was kind of bumming in the study. The ITM contracts? Oh, ATM. I don't know, Ant. Why have the ATM contracts gotten more expensive? At the money. Okay, so the puts are probably getting more expensive because there's volatility. Even if you're at the money, because more people want insurance on the market than don't. So that's why puts are historically expensive, because even when the market's moving up, people are buying insurance on their positions. So, and then when the volatility picks up, the contract premium picks up, and they get more expensive. Are they really $23? So what are we looking at? 42, 45s. What expiration date are you looking at? Because I've got $13.85 on mine. Oh, Liz is back. Oh, there's the bright smile. All right, cool. I can see you clearly now. Thank you. So what expiration date are you looking at, Antonio? What decides the well, the market makers and supply and demand kind of dictate the value of it, and yet they're just raising their prices when they see the volatility. They raise their price, man, and they're watching the same patterns we're watching. When they see an indication that the contract that the market might move down, I'm on the 18 weeklies. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm looking at 1385 for the 16th, which is tomorrow. Um, but you could watch options get expensive just when a pattern like a Head and Shoulders builds or something. You could see the price of the option stock going up. Because they know that pattern's going to trigger and people are going to make a move on that put or on that call. So the market makers do it. They want to make money too. On the 16th. Yeah, the 16th. That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the 42, 45s. I've got $14 now. Oh my goodness. I'm fading out, ladies and gentlemen. I am fading out. I was up way past my bedtime getting everything right. It looks like it paid off. And we're just grinding around, grinding around. I would like an even quieter market, and hopefully, I think that's what we're going to get tomorrow. And the reason I'm saying that is, when the markets aren't moving, those income trade values are just diminishing, and I'm just getting closer and closer to my max profit on those positions. So I really do appreciate quiet days. I know every once in a while I'm going to work hard to defend those positions, but I'll take the quiet days. Wow, oil is ripping. It's up a buck and 18 cents, $72. That's like the highest it's been in like 5 years, I think. What a shame, what a shame. Yep, nothing even hitting the news. What we need is CNBC to publish U.S. stock markets down ahead of Fed, and then the market will turn around and take off. Yes, if you buy a contract represents 100 shares. So if the contract goes up $1, you're up $100. So if you see a price of $12 for a contract, that's actually going to cost you $1,200. So they're actually bidding you $12 per share, and you have to buy 100 shares, which is one contract. Ha. Hey, things were on sale, man. She had to save you money by buying all that stuff. It's amazing how much stuff we accumulate through the years. Yet, I like to live as a minimalist, and I always have, but yet, acquiring a family and everything, just stuff. And Miss Grid is like a hoarder. She just collects things. It's atrocious. Every time I buy her another space to live in, she fills that up with more stuff. So every space that she has to live in is filled with stuff. Well, you're not risking 12,000. Well, you are, because you're a little bit of an emotional guy when you're trading. But if you have your stops in, you're risking 100, 200. And you're not getting in a trade to pick up $100. That's why I'll say, okay, this looks like it's going to break, but I'm not going to take it because it's only moving like $3 or $4. So you got to realize that if the market moves $3, we only get half a buck on the option. So unless I see a clean 7-point move, I'm really not interested, because I'm only if it moves 7 points, maybe I'll capture $300 per contract. So yeah, that's how it trades. But I'm not holding that option until it expires, or so I'm not risking that $1,200. If I'm doing a bear flag, I have my stop set. If I'm doing a breakout, I have my stop set. If my risk is $500, but my total potential gain is $300, I'm not taking the trade. If my risk is $100 to $200 and my total potential gain is $700, I'll take that trade. Yeah, if you're looking at the S&P and you see 2 ticks, it's half a buck. So $2, it's $2 on the S&P is $100. It's half a buck, a dollar on the S&P. So and $100 one contract. If you're risking a dollar on the S&P, if your stop is $1 below your entry, then you're risking $50. If your stop is $2 below your entry, you're risking $100. Plus or minus, because it's so erratic. By the time you get out, you win some, you lose some. Like when I say I picked up a buck on the option, or I made 100, I could have made 110, or maybe I made 98. Depending on exactly where I got out. But I'm rounding it out because I'm doing the math in my head. I don't look at my P&L, and that's a rule of mine. Yeah, I appreciate you not putting the pressure on me. What motivates me to buy her places is not exactly something I think you want to participate in. That was one contract before it blew up. I got lucky. What happened, Tommy? I did a risk of $200 and made $3K on AMC. Yeah, on one contract. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, the problem with options is you're fighting time value, so it's not a good investment vehicle. and even to play AMC or anything like that, unless you're out of it, right away. If you see a fast move, then it's a good vehicle. But you lose value if the stock doesn't move and nothing moves, and you hold it overnight. You're going to lose time value. So you're fighting two things: you're fighting the market movement, and you're fighting time value. That's cool. That's cool, man. Yeah, I know lots of guys who made some loot on AMC. Some guys were just starting out as trading, had little accounts, and just took a crapshoot. And that's how they looked at it. It's a crapshoot. If I lose this whole thing, I don't care. And ended up socking away some cash and building a trading portfolio. And now they're working very hard to trade professionally, to preserve that capital and just generate revenue, which I'm trying to work with them and help them get that up and going. So it happens. I mean, I've seen lots of guys do this. I saw one guy, turn over like 125,000, turned I think it was like maybe 7,500 or $10,000 account. He was trading oil. Just happened to hit the right month where there was a lot of volatility, had a good setup, and just kept hitting, and made $125,000 in a month. And that's it. He had a nice, meaty little account, and it's really started his professional trading career. And he's very responsible, very disciplined military guy, and he's doing very, very well. Yep. And you know what? When you learn to trade right, you don't need a lot to build a professional, to build a trading portfolio, because when you're trading right, you just constantly earning. And you see like the other guy who just asked me, how do I find momentum trades? I don't expand my business sideways. I just stack on top. So I expand my business by increasing the amount of options that I trade in this security. Instead of trading 6 or 7 different securities, and having my money all over the place, I'll look at S&P, and slowly I'll build and build and build and build and build, and I build up my portfolio. Well, not my portfolio, but my earning capability. So I'll have goals I need to hit before I could start adding contracts to my units, and I look at everything as units, and I work in 3 units, as I say when you follow me on the trade. I'm taking off a third, or I have 2/3 off, and I have 1/3 left running. So if I was at 9 contracts, I'll build to 12 contracts, and then I'll build to 15 contracts, and I'll just keep it divisible by 3 comfortably, so that I could keep my units in thirds. I mean, you could put your units in quarters, whatever makes you comfortable. But that's how I go. So you can go to 30 contracts, and then every third I pull off is 10 contracts, and that's when you're making money. I mean, if I just pick up $100 on 30 contracts, I mean that's $3,000. That's a cool trade. But I mean, as I stack it, my last ones, I could have $500 per contract. And that's 10 contracts. That's $5,000 just on my last third. So when I stack it up, it could work out to $10,000 to $15,000 per trade. Yeah, I know what you mean, man. I've always been into business, but when I got out of high school, I went into a gas station. I bought a gas station with some money I made during high school, and been in manual labor until I jumped into the financial industry. And yeah, and then I enjoyed making money with my head. Um, it was fulfilling. I mean, I didn't mind the manual work that I was in. I mean, I enjoyed building cars and stuff like that. Got out of that pretty quick. I was working in construction as a chief of party in Manhattan, building buildings, and I was pretty good with blueprints and stuff like that. And math is kind of my thing, so I did well there. And I mean, I didn't have to carry heavy shit or anything. I was just running crews, but still, it was a manual labor job, and I was out in the weather. And then finally, I was in contracting myself as a very young man, and then went through a recession and took up with an ad for the finance, and yeah, that's while I was down around Wall Street working in construction, and just hooked up with a few mentors and started learning the industry, and it just clicked for me. I mean, within no time, I was managing a company at a really young age, and then just took off and ended up building my own firm. So yeah, it's a good industry to do it. And yeah, I'm not college educated. I'm actually dyslexic. If it wasn't for the brother P-Touch back in the day, I couldn't even write a letter. But yeah, brother P-Touch came out with the first spell check, and that's it, man. The whole world opened up to me. But finance is it. Oh, really? You working as an assistant project manager in NYC? Yeah. Yeah, I was doing reinforced concrete and some steel structures, but mostly reinforced concrete. And I did some heavy construction too. Like I built the Penny Saver Bridge over in Greenpoint, and did a lot of work. I did the VA hospital in Manhattan on 31st and First, I think it is, 33rd and First. That was years ago. And then I did the municipal building along the FDR on the riverside. That was my own company. And I did a lot of site work around the city sidewalks and things like that. Yeah, like big projects, sidewalks and stuff. And then, yeah, there was a recession in the late 80s, early 90s. And I rolled into finance. Haven't looked back. I've been in lots of other industries since, but as a result of being in finance, raising money for companies or just good ideas, and yeah, yeah, lending money or participating in building completely. I was in aquaculture and aviation and art and restaurants and agriculture. Yeah, well, that's cool if you got all that sick time. So, keep working, build up your trading account, get consistent, and then when you first start going to trade, you can take all that sick time, sit down, keep trading, build up that portfolio, and by the time that year's done, that's it. There'll be no looking back. You'll have equity enough to continue your career as a trader. It's just, Anth, I'm telling you, it's going to take a lot of emotional discipline. You have to be able to define how you get in, and you have to keep good records of your trades. You have to log your strategies, figure out what works for you, what doesn't work for you. This isn't a gamble or a crapshoot. It's a probability in mathematics, and the only way to manage that is to be methodical with your entries and your exits. Otherwise, the market's a random thing, and if you're not hitting a random thing with a consistent, then you're not hitting it. And that's simple. You can't be random on your executions and exits, and in a random environment. So, you just have to get that discipline, man. Did you retail fit outs? In the Hudson Yards, yeah. That's good. That's good work. Well, yeah, yeah, you can't do what I did back in the day when I built my firm. You know, regulation and big business have worked to keep small business out, and that's what regulation is. I mean, big business actually spurs regulation because they have the profit margins to endure the cost that over-regulating industry causes. And that forces out the small guy, and the big guy ends up with that market share. And it's all very calculated. I mean, it was done in my industry too. Um, and I'm watching it being done in the medical industry where you can't even find private practice. And I know plenty of doctors, and they're having a hard time making a living. And the insurance companies and the hospitals keep upping the regulation, like the HEPA regulations and everything. And it's just, the burden is just too great. And it's at a point where a private practice physician has to see a patient every 15 minutes in order to make a living. And the insurance companies keep reducing the payout on it. So, you know, even those 15-minute incomes are dwindling, and they just can't survive. So most physicians are closing their practice and starting to work for larger organizations. And, you know, that's by design because even in the financial industry, there were the big firms that had big lump sums of money, but the largest amount of money was among the small broker dealers. You know, divided up amongst the small broker dealers. And they had realized that if they were able to force the small broker dealers out, they would gain that market share. And the regulators, New York Stock Exchange and FINRA, are SROs, self-regulatory organizations. So it's made up of the Board of Governors, which are made up of members of big brokerage firms. It used to be big brokerage firms and small brokerage firms, but when they rolled from NASDAQ to FINRA, from NASD to FINRA, they knocked out that requirement that they had to have small brokerage firm representation. So it was all big brokerage firms making these regulations that they can endure and survive under, and knowing that the small BD can't, and they force the small guys out. And that's it. It's a wrap. No more small business. But it's happening all over. I mean, go compete with Home Depot. Go compete with Lowe's. I mean, you can't have a small hardware store anymore or a small grocery store. So, yep. MBA. And now, I mean, so many people have a master's that you got to go for your doctorate to get a decent job, you know? Yeah, this is but you know, I mean, I'll do everything I can to get you going, but there's tons of books out there. I mean, you could read. I mean, people it's very transparent. It's just don't buy into the silver bullet. You know, like you buy this indicator and execute when these hairs cross and you're going to make money. No, forget about it, man. All you're doing is pouring your money away. Um, just read and learn price action, read and learn momentum, and yeah, you got to get a few mentors under your belt and check them out. And when I'm of no use to you anymore, then you find somebody who could further your career. You know, and that's how it goes. Got a bachelor's in science and biology, huh? Yeah, you don't need a degree to work in construction. But yeah, you know, I mean, look at what's going on with robotics. I mean, it's just a matter of time before all manual labor is done in with. Who was it? Amazon is actually demonstrating their new robots. You know, and Amazon is having that rub with the unions, so you know where their head is at and what direction they want to go. Um, and you're going to see it all over. I mean, I saw a story about a company that has um, a robotic sushi maker, and all the sushi at that restaurant is made from a robotic assembly line. You know, if you can bang out sushi with robots, that's it. Everybody's done. You know, well, the service industry. I mean, now you sit down at a table with your phone, you scan and you have the menu right on your phone, and you enter the order. Pretty soon, R2D2 is going to be rolling out that tray for you, and you know, is there anything else I could bring you? And that's it. It's a wrap. The waitresses are done. It's going to be like a novelty. You know, like, yo, let's go to this place. They have real live waitresses. Ooh. You know, I wonder what Hooters is going to look like. It'll be those robotic girlfriend or those girlfriend robots that people are developing now. So lifelike. Yeah, that's an interesting too, right? Item too, right? It's not like you get home, you're like, ah, man, they forgot the wonton soup. You got to roll back. And up here where I am, man, it's like 36 miles. You know, if I forget butter, that's like a $9 error. Is that what it is? The sushi train, Andrew? Yeah, I had seen something briefly. Any commentary on IWM? My calls are cooking today. Um, I don't know what you mean by cooking, but let's take a look. Oh, look at that baby making a move, making a move, making a move. Oh, I love it, man. I love it. Just keep pushing up. I want to see a positive day for today. Come on, 8 more sticks and we're in the green. IWM, are we looking at the same thing? Mr. Ditter? Um, Yeah, you got a consolidating pattern here. So on the 30-second, I mean, for a short trade, it's not telling me much. But if we want to know what's going on for the day, we look at the 30-minute. And let's make that candlesticks. Bink. And really, the 30 minutes just in a consolidation. You got a little gap. It got gapped up today. It looks like it's trading with the market. Trading with the market. So I think the Russell has options right on the Russell. I don't know. I've never traded them. I used to trade the Russell with futures, but you know, you need a lot of move in this to make some money. That's why I'd rather just trade the indices. Call me Dave. And there's no the. It's off grid. Off grid. David off grid. Um, so so buttons. You have a little resistance right here because you have this gap right here, and the gaps usually create a resistance. So this baby's got to blow past the 230.29 to keep going. But you know, as far as a 30-minute pattern, I mean, look at that, man. You're just trending up. You know, if we break above this 30.26, which is the resistance that this gap right here is creating, and you can see it tested it right along these closes right here. So that's a pretty good resistance. So you blow past that 30.86 and that baby's on its way up. And the Russell looks like it has energy. It looks like it's moving. So I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but you know, I'm feeling good about it. I don't know what your costs are and everything, so I don't know how to manage you to trade it. But Amazon's turning around, pushing up. It looks like this is the afternoon breakout. Yeah, it's about 150, and we're just gabbing. But you know, the market's making a move. This is the daily, and I mean, we obviously have quite a few hours. But I wouldn't be surprised if this closes on a hammer, and then tomorrow just look for a break above. You're going into the Fed, and that could be a dull day all day. So, I mean, that's a whole day of time that you're going to eat up on these options. So you have to decide on whether it's in your best interest to hang out all day with that. You should have targets. You know, when you're trading, you should have, you know, you have your entries, but you also have your targets. And you know, like you've seen me, I harvest profits as they come. So I have little targets, and I take a little piece off, and you know, this way I'm getting something for my energy, and a little something for my money, you know, for my time, and I make sure that I'm making money, and I'm not looking to make you know, the whole enchilada on one move. I'm looking to be consistent and constantly booking profits, and I'd rather make a whole bunch of consistent little profits than hang in there for that one big one. And the one big ones, they come, man. I mean, I've taken a reversal, and then the thing just goes parabolic, and it goes, you know, through the roof. And all I'm doing is trailing the last bar with my stop, and the thing runs 20 points without even taking a retrace. And that happens, you know. I don't know the union rules. If you got that many years as a master licensed electrician, have you considered? Okay, that's not for me. I love to travel, but it's hard to get away from work. Well, you know what? Cut the chains that bind, man. Give up all your landlubber stuff and go travel. Because as an electrician, you'll always find work, man. You'll fix cars and you could fix boats. I mean, in the marine industry, if you went set your sails and went sailing and hung a shingle out that you're an electrician, you'll be wiring boats in every port that you get to. And don't tell the union, so you don't have to share. That's a W. I do have my own customers and stuff that's going. These guys I know used to work with own boat shops. Okay, you guys are off on your own tangents. That's fine. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to watch my income trades pay off. Yay, yay, yay. The 21st is my biggest risk. Here we go. Fix the economy. Oh, that's pretty funny. Yeah, that's good, man. So you could always eat, you know. I could paint. I could do glass work. So if I needed to while traveling, I mean, I'm sure I could always hustle a buck. And just the work that I've done on my boat, people are always asking me if I'll do their boat. I mean, it's not really worth my while to work for somebody else. I do it because I enjoy it on my own boat and I get that satisfaction. But, I mean, my time is better spent sitting in front of a computer. And really, before I started the channel, I was usually done by 10:30, 11 o'clock. I've made my money and, yeah, you know, I bailed and the rest of the day was my own. You know, I very rarely take afternoon trades because I've already, you know, done well in the morning and there's no need to be greedy. It's another trade around the corner. So yeah, this is a good industry to earn a buck. I can fix anything except stupid. Well, you know what? I found that you can manage stupid. Like I like to train my own dogs, and first rule of thumb is you run the stupid out of them. I just run them until they're done being stupid, and then you know, you start with the training. Give them a little rest up with the training. So stupid's easily manageable. Go baby, go baby, go. SPX down 5. I think this the lowest we saw was down 16, but down 5 now. And hopefully we close positive, man. I would love another positive day. Just keep that daily trend going to the upside. That is good. That is good for the economy. It is good for the people. It is good for the income trades. Yeah, man. Trading for a living, I think it is. And you could actually get it on Audible. And I find that that's great because, you know, when you're, especially if you're working with your hands, if you could put it on your phone and you're in a mundane task. And I'm trying to get the actual name. I have it on my phone. I still look at it. Yeah, trading for a living. by Alexander Elder. That is definitely the first one you want to look at because it talks about the philosophy. And then trading in the zone, and then the daily trading coach. And I would do it in that order because it's going to teach you how to set your head right. And then, yeah, price action, and really, you'll learn price action here at this site, and then maybe you start reading about it, and it'll just reaffirm what I'm saying. So this is what's called the afternoon breakout, and this is the trade of the afternoon, right? So if you're going to trade, the morning breakout. You'll probably trade the mid-morning reversal, and then you're going to look for the afternoon breakout. And those are really the only trades that are around in any equity. You could look at all the equities, and they probably move pretty consistent with that. So that's what you're looking for. So, as a trader, those are the trades I'm looking for. My breakouts, my reversals, and then finally the breakout at the end of the day. There could be an end of the day snapback and things like that, but that's getting late into the day, and it gets complex, with people closing daily positions and things of that nature. So that's what we're experiencing right here. And if we weren't amusing ourselves, we could have. It's an ugly consolidation, but this is a good consolidation with a continuation. You would have entered right here around the 46 area. Usually you see like a constant test of a high. You see a good consolidation. It's just the markets are a little bit choppy right now. Because of the light volume and the Feds and everything like that. But this is a good midday breakout. And you can see right here, this is kind of a support, but it would be hard to identify with this outlier right here. But this is kind of a resistance for this area. And then that resistance created support, came down and tagged it twice, and took off. And in a cleaner market, it's easier to identify. So, I would see it, but I wouldn't take it because really I consider the support broken once it does this. So then the markets are just confusing to me, and I just don't know what's happening, But if you look at the support, you'll see where my crosshair is. It hit it once here. That's the first initiation of the support. The resistance, I'm sorry, and then it tested it here, which makes it a really good resistance because it tested it and came back, and that's a tradable resistance. And then it came around and it broke it. It did actually what it had to do. Then it pulled back because the market's a little disorderly. Then it tested it again here, but you would negate it once it breaks it. And then you could, if it didn't do this outlier right here, you would watch that resistance, and then you could see it. It cleanly shot up to it and then broke right through it. Gave it a retest and took off. So that's what we would have looked for. But again, it didn't present itself well because of the climate of the market before the Fed. And you'll see these subtleties. You'll see the market attitude changes a little bit around news and Feds and things like that. Free on Kindle. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it is a good book to check out. And you know what? You're going to read it over and over and over again, or listen to it over. And the more you have understanding of trading, like the more you hear and you're understanding what I'm doing, then you're going to realize and understand more of what he's saying. So listening to that, working here, going back and listening to that, you'll do very well. And that's the key to this industry. Like when I put those videos up, go back until what I'm saying is just a reflex to you. And keep doing that. And you'll see that your situation awareness will become greater in the market. And that's what it is. It's pattern recognition and situation awareness. And then you can make a lot of money. I haven't heard from PR Yeti. I'm wondering if PR stands for Puerto Rican. And it's Puerto Rican Yeti. So I'm assuming this is a real hairy Latino. And who else didn't we hear from? Talisha, she used to come up all the time in the beginning days, but no more. She must have found a new man, a new trading man. So where is everybody? Look at this baby go. Go, baby, go. We're going to close positive. Well, you know what? It's early in the day, man. This could snap back and just tank 20 points. So we're not going to count our chickens. Let's see if the news, anything came out on the news. Bink. Look at this, man. These guys can't get a plan going. Come on. I mean, it doesn't matter who's in office. The opposing party is just going to make it hard for anybody to get things done. It's just such a shame. Curbside pickup is here to stay. Yep, I think it was very profitable for people. Oh, look at that. Rents. See, here's a good indication that there'll be support in the real estate market because rents are seeing the largest gains in nearly 15 years. So, you know, if there's any slowdown in housing, people are going to scoop it up because, you know, you could build yourself a little rent farm. And I had read that hedge funds and investment clubs are gathering funds, buying power, and buying up clumps of homes. And that's really what's been holding the market up and sustaining the market, or even driving stocks up further, driving home prices up further, that you're getting this commercial investment interest in buying homes and creating rent farms. So something interesting to think about. And I have a buddy who does developing, and I advise him on the economy and lumber prices and stuff like that to offset his costs. And so it's something I'd like to keep my eye on. You have a cat. Just sold 100 calls, WI at 230, 3,000 profit since on 20K at risk. That was a good bull flag pop. Yeah, cool, man. Good for you. Good for you. That's a good day. And you say 20,000 at risk. So that was the cost of your options, I'm assuming, that 20,000. So you really shouldn't be risking that 20 grand. You should have define why you're going in, define at what point the idea has broken down, and that should be your risk. And really, if you held a 2-to-1 risk-reward ratio, you'd only have to be right 33% of the time. So for that $3,000 profit, you should have taken a $1,500 risk or less. I mean, that's fine. But again, you don't define your risk by a dollar amount. You define it by a pattern. Yeah. Trading for a living. Yep. Yeah, that's a good. That's a good. A good video book to listen to. It is very important for you to be here, giving us a gut check. Really appreciate listening to you since I found you last week. Thank you. Please continue. Yeah, man, I'm here for the long haul, bro. I like talking to everybody. Trading's a lonely industry. Oh, look at that top on the S&P on the 32nd. And I'm looking over, and the 1 minute momentum's rolling, but the 2 minute still very bullish, and the 5 minute is very bullish. And this could just be building a bull flag on the 5 minute. Which, I'd be inclined to say, oh, how much time? 2.5 minutes. Okay. For a perfect bull flag, we don't want to see it break above that top. I'd like to see it stay here and trade back, retrace a little bit. but it doesn't look like it wants to do that. It looks like it just wants to grind. So if I was looking for an entry on this really nice move up on the 5-minute, I would be looking for that bull flag, and hopefully it'll retrace and I can get in on the bull flag. I wouldn't jump in right here because I just feel as though I'm chasing it, and I'll just get caught in the next retrace. So yeah, there goes the bull flag idea on the 5-minute. That's done. And but there is a divergence building on the 30-minute. And you could see that, right? Because this baby is just pushing up higher, but this momentum is fading off. And then we look at the 1-minute, and we see that divergence on the 1-minute also. And that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to turn around and go down, but it does mean that the pattern's fading, the momentum's fading, and it could just enter consolidation. In order for the divergence to really trigger, it would have to break this low right here. I mean, you could take an aggressive entry on this low right here at the 251, but it would have to break this low right here. And then voila, there you go. There's a divergence. So let's get back to Dave's praise. Yeah, Andrew, I appreciate the accolades. And yo, hey, hit the like, hit the bell, hit the subscribe, and maybe throw a few bucks towards the Cash App, and we'll start getting some more content out, and getting some folks on here to do the editing for me, because if I listen to my own voice, this channel will definitely end. Yeah, whatever you could do to help get the word out, I appreciate it. Pay $2 on 100 calls at 18, June 15% negative to get a 30% gain. Yes, that is good advice. I will start doing this more. All right, cool. Yeah, protect your downside, man. I mean, profits are a byproduct of good trading, and your priority is not making money. Your priority is capital preservation, right? Because those are our tools. It's like, you know, if you're an electrician or a carpenter and you allow your tools to go missing or get stolen, you're not working. You know, you allow the market to steal your money by being irresponsible, you're not working. So, yeah, protect your downside, capital preservation. And, dude, yo, I paid $1 million for that lesson. Trust me. I mean, I consider it my commission, but it was a hard-learned lesson. It's easy to say all this stuff. It's definitely hard to implement it. But you get there. And that's by reinforcing good practices. So if you're paper trading, you trade like it's real money. You don't let things go because it's not. You trade like it's real money. And the value in that is that when you don't, you're just eating up your time. And time is more limited resource than money. So that's where the value comes in, where you could have that little shrill up your spine and stay disciplined. You know, so. And look back on your trades, analyze your trades. The day doesn't end at 4 o'clock or when you stop trading, right? You go back, you look at your trades, you look at what you did, you look at why you entered and why you exited and why trades went good and why trades went bad. And you do your homework at the end of the day and analyze your work. That's why you want to keep good notes and a trade log. Do all of these things, and then you have a 95% chance of failing out of the industry. But no, you do all of these things, and you have a very good chance of success. That's the stat, that 95% of traders fail. But really, because it's inevitable that you're going to go through some pain and suffering, and not many people are resilient or that determined. But you know what? What I heard here is exactly what I looked for when I was building my bank. And it's guys who had nowhere else to go, no choice, because the key to success is burn your bridges. You know, and everybody says, I don't want to burn my bridges. But you know what? If you have a plan B, when things get hard, you're going to take plan B. If there's no plan B, you're going to figure out how to make plan A work. So everybody who can't stand swinging a shovel and has no other options, you're in a better position than the educated person who could say, I'll just go work in my industry. Yeah, you know, that's what I found. My biggest brokers had no choice but to make it work, you know, and they endured the same rejection and the same pain and suffering that everybody else did. But, you know, they knew they were either making this work or they were working out in the rain. So that is the key to success, man. And I have been blessed with dyslexia. So I had no choice but to make the world work. it the way I wanted it to work. Although I think I would have made a good lawyer because I sure can put up an argument. But anyway, yeah, that's it. Persistence, man. I mean, self-discipline and persistence, and you guys will be successful. And success is yours. So take that, Tony Robbins. Oh, come on, market. I want to see you go up, man. I want to see you turn positive. We haven't turned positive. I think we opened up positive for the day, and then we've been negative the whole time. I want the green. This is not a bad retrace. Let's look at it on the fib, just so to drive home the idea of the fib. I think we got a fib in here, so let's get rid of this bad boy. And if we look at it on the fib, I would go, well, yeah, you know what? You could actually take that pivot point right there if you're looking at where my cursor is. And we'll fast key into the fib, hot key rather into the fib. Bank. And here we go. We're making a move for that 50% mark. And that's all I really look for if I do a retrace. And this is a good reversal, too. If you're looking at where my crosshairs are, wow, I would have liked to have taken this, but I was gabbing. So here you can see the momentum make a high, and here's that high if you follow the vertical line up. And then we make a higher high, but if you follow the vertical line back down, the momentum makes a lower low. And then you could take it right on the break of that bar as soon as you make a lower bar. You know, that's where you would take it. And, you know, it made its move and snap back, but your stop would have been here. And look how little a risk that is on that play. You'd go in at the 52.54, and your stop would be at or around 52.85. Oh, man, a 30-cent risk. And look at this move. Oh, God, I can't believe I missed that. Oh, curses, curses, curses. Oh, man, 30-cent risk, and this bad boy has already run 5 points. So figure that's 2.5 points on a contract. 30-cent risk. So it would have been a $30 risk, and I would be up $250 per contract right now. Damn, tell me that's not a sweet play. And look at that, 76 retracement. So let's see what it's actually retracing. It's probably actually retracing this whole move right here. And then you're at the 55, which, you know, seems suitable, seems logical. So I mean, with this is what I call a parabolic move. And once it started doing this, probably around the third bar, I'd be trailing my first off right behind these bars. And as soon as it kicked back, I mean, my first third would have came off at the 42.49. Dang. Dangity, dangity, dang. That would have been a sweet trade. See, this is what I'm doing when I'm not talking to people. And then here it moves down. I probably would have knocked my second off at the 50. This is like just textbook. And I'd have my third. I mean, I'd probably be sitting at a break even. Or you know what? I wouldn't even let it retrace that much. I'd maybe even the 23. But, yeah, you know, I'd be in the driver's seat. It'd be a riskless trade. I'm in the money. And see where this thing goes. I mean, it's really unlikely that it continues to drop. Yeah, I like the law. I like to read about the law. And out. You bought at 42.51 based on a fib. I don't understand. I don't know how you would have done that. You want to elaborate? You got 5,000 off it. You're going to have to elaborate. You bought a call at 42.51 based on it breaking that 23. Is that what you're telling us? Because I could see that trade. Look at Anthony. You're there trading. I'm sitting here gossiping. That was a nicer move than the afternoon breakout. Actually, if you read my journal, you'll read a lot of comments. Mr. Trade wasn't paying attention. In addition to being dyslexic, I'm ADD. So it's Mr. Trade, didn't pay attention, got to pay attention more. That was a hard lesson, too, to learn. Wasn't as expensive as the protect your downside theory. And here I am introducing more distraction into my life. Fortunately, I'm at a point where I'm not that much worried about it anymore. So I had the Fibonacci, or however you spell it. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. I think that's right. And just going by the golden ratio, no put. All right, cool. You did a put. All right, cool. Golden ratio. So I guess you took a break somewhere. Still don't see the trade that you're talking about, but man, I am good. Yo, let's not say that, man. You know, knock wood. That's when the universe humbles you. I am always a student. Okay, so yeah, that's I mean, I like the way you analyze the market, Ant, and that should set your bias. But you still need to be able to define your entries where it's proven that your bias is correct. And when you have a bias and it proves that, that's when you lay down the heavy bet. That's when you take the big position. You know, when you're trading counter to your bias, that's where you ease up on your positions. So I still want you to work on defining what, yeah, you know, just that it looks like it's going to roll over and everything. You can't, that can't be the reason you're entering. That's got to be your bias. It looks too high. It doesn't look good. So I'm getting that feeling as it runs up over here. And then, so my bias is this baby's ready to turn around. Now, prove to me that you're turning around, right? So the proof to me that it's turning around is it makes this high and it makes that high. The momentum's fading off. And then it breaks, you know, breaks there on what I call a double top with a bearish divergence. And that would prove to me that, yo, this is feeling like it's getting top heavy, and I think it's going to turn around. And if it breaks this, I'm willing to spend the $30 to see if my bias is correct. And then it fades off. Boy, I miss trading. So, yeah, you know, I like your line of thinking, and you're watching the market, you're getting a feel for it, but your entries have to be correct, because understand that the character of a market changes, right? So and you seem somewhat like a cynic just like me. So when the market's running and we're saying, man, this is feeling top heavy and it's too high and it's going to turn around, but if the character of the market changes and there's momentum, those are breakouts. That's a breakout point. And boy, you can get hurt if you're the wrong way on a breakout. So that's why I'm saying you've got to have a good entry and define it, because if you're just taking it on the gut, it's going to go against you. And you could be right 10 times on the gut, wrong one time, but that one wrong move is going to kill you, because your gut is telling you that it's right and you're just waiting for it to turn around, and that baby just keeps going and going and going and going and going and going. And dude, this is a voice of experience. Done it with hard dollars. I mean, there are some guys out there who don't have good trading stories. Yeah, you know, because they're so disciplined that they cut off their losses right away. Boom, they cut off their losses, and they probably traded with good mentors and that just have that personality trait. Me, I'm a very independent, free-thinking guy, and I know better, and that has hurt me. That has hurt me. I mean, now I could laugh, but I'm lucky it didn't knock me out of the industry. And then I've met guys who are so disciplined they're afraid to pull the trigger and never take a trade, and those guys leave too. I got hurt bad yesterday on a breakout. Yeah. That's where it happens. So that's what I'm saying. Let your gut define your bias, but you need to come up with good trading rules to prove your bias and when you're going to enter the trade. These are pearls, baby. These are pearls. So hit the like, hit the bell, hit the subscribe. Hit the cash account, and then hit that order entry button and make some money. I think that's my first responsibility, to drill into your heads that this is all about risk management. Because that is the number one reason why people don't make it. They just don't exercise good risk management. Miss Kerry, what's up? Will you do a vid on keeping a trading journal? What you track, etc. You know what? It's all very personal. What people find important. I don't know if I'll keep a journal, do a video, but I'll definitely talk about it. You log, obviously, the date, the time, the security, the direction, and the setup. So you'll get accustomed to it. But, we're doing trend reversals, breakouts, micro trend breakouts, consolidation breakouts. So in the journal, I'll list what it is. Time is very important. Day is very important because some days you trade better than others. I even put the weather, like when I just do a wrap at the end of the day. I surmise how I felt I traded, where I might have gone wrong, what I have to correct, and I'll even talk about the weather because I'm a delicate flower. Hey, keep subscribing. Thanks, Alex. Good to have you on board. I get affected by a lot of things. If I don't trade, I won't trade when I'm sick. I don't trade if I don't sleep well, and I'll put that in my journal. That's important. What news is going on for the day? So in sort of a spreadsheet fashion, I'll put the date, the time, the investment vehicle, and the strategy that I'm entering, and then some quick blurbs on what's going on in my world. Yes, delicate flowers need rain. Yes, but you know what? They're not opening up in the rain, right? They're staying closed, and then the sun comes out and they open. But anyway, my emotions are very affected by that. So my decision making is affected by that. You want to. So you go back and you look at your losing trades. You look for patterns in your trading, and there may be some setups that just don't work out for you. Like I could make a killing on a setup, and you couldn't hit it. With a barn door. So you eliminate that, and all of a sudden your performance improves 40% by eliminating a bad setup. So that's the point of the trade journal, and it kind of goes quick. But where it benefits is when you start seeing patterns or you start creating entries, reasons for entering, and then you get to see how they're working for you and how they're not. And the setups I use are tried and true, there's no genius, and everybody in the industry knows the exact setups I'm doing, and that's the general idea. Everybody's doing it. If everybody's doing it, it's going to move the market, just like the AMC shorts and the CLOV shorts. If everybody's going long, they're going to close the shorts. So if we have momentum and everybody's buying on this up move is just going to continue. So everybody's trading pretty much the same thing. But some people out there are just brilliant like that and come up with different setups to get ahead of the pack. But they also back test it endlessly. So nobody's putting money on an unproven idea. So don't do that. But those are the things you keep in your journal so that you can go back and you can reference what really happened. And I used to do it right when I entered my trades, but now my trades are all the same. And that was at the beginning of my career to really pick out what I was going to trade, how I was going to trade it. But now I trade the same trades, so really my journal is more a summary of what transpired for the day. And now I'm adding a lot of distracted with the streaming channel. Missed this trade, distracted by this streaming channel. But that's cool. I mean, I'm not greedy, so I'm all right with it. And I make enough money that I don't have to be that upset about missing those trades. But it's fun to be in a trade like that sell-off right there that goes parabolic. And, it's just boom, instant profit. Because we're looking at a 30-second chart. I mean, there's 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 4 minute, 5 minute. Almost 6 minutes of nothing but straight down fun. I mean, that's just a good time. So I'm sorry I missed that trade just for the endorphins and the dopamine. I wonder what's being released, the endorphins or the dopamine under these pleasures. I think it's dopamine. I don't think I know Ride. What's the company? Who are we talking to? Ride is without leadership and could fold. Yeah, that's a fundamental issue. Not really my bag. Hey, there's PR Yeti. Ah, you are Puerto Rican and hairy. Yeah, but look at that. You own it, so I'm sure it's sexy. Perfect. Thanks for the explanation. All right, cool. I'm glad I made it clear. Puerto Rican. Yo, I have mastered arroz con pollos. I have mastered it. It was always a goal. A buddy of mine was Puerto Rican in Brooklyn when I was a boy. And he lived in New York. Actually, he was Juan Epstein. He was half Puerto Rican, half Jewish. His father was a Puerto Rican artist. Real eccentric, but when he used to come to the States, because he lived in Puerto Rico, still does as a matter of fact, when he used to come to the States, man, he used to cook up a storm, and there's nothing like Puerto Rican chicken and rice, nothing like it. So I finally mastered it. Within this year, I've really got it down to perfection, and I love it. Oh, there's a whole bunch of deer outside my window. And what else? He used to make this other thing. It was wrapped in grape leaves, but I could have sworn we ate the leaves, and it was like a meat. It looked like a red meat, and I can't imagine what it is. And my friend, who's Puerto Rican, he came here from Puerto Rico. When I met him, didn't speak a word of English, man. Now he can't even remember any Spanish. Doesn't speak any Spanish. Can't remember anything we ate as children. So the guy's just useless as far as a resource on Puerto Rican culture. But I plan on sailing over to Puerto Rico. I'm going to look his old man up and try to get that dish. But I could have sworn it was like a red meat and had the green olives in it, and it was wrapped in something. There was like a green wrap around it, and that was actually soft, and you ate the whole thing. Like you just cut your fork through it and ate the whole thing. It was just so delicious. Curses. He can't remember what the dish is. I mean, the guy cannot remember a lick of Spanish, man. It's like he put a psychological block on it. I mean, speaks perfect English. And he came here, I guess, We were probably about 9 or 10 when we met. And I don't even remember his transition from Spanish to English. I just remember hanging out with the guy, for years. And I remember us kind of trying to communicate when he spoke Spanish. But I don't think that even lasted a year. I think within a year he was speaking English. And you wouldn't even pick up an accent on the guy or anything. You'd think, he was born in Brooklyn, raised in Brooklyn. Actually, he speaks English better than I do. I mean, I sound more New York than he does. But he's educated. Corned beef or pastillas. I think it's pastillas. That actually is ringing a bell. What's the contents of that? Now we're turning into a cooking channel. To hell with trading. Pastillas. Actually, I'm gonna Google that and see if that's the dilly. I mean, corned beef. Everybody makes. You hang out with an Irishman, they got a corned beef dish. You hang out with a Jewish guy, he's got a corned beef dish. I think you're right, my love. I think it's pastillas. Am I correct in calling you my love? Well, I guess nowadays it doesn't really matter, huh? Oh, man, I hope you're right. I would love to have that dish again. Yeah, is it dry? Or is it, I remember it being kind of moist. And do you eat the banana leaf? Or, you cook it in the banana leaf and unfold it. I've had that since. And that's not the dish. Oh, you're a man? All right, no more my love and all that stuff. You're a man. That's quite a statement. Do any of you listen to NPR radio? No Street Radio podcast is freaking awesome. Oh, really? I'll check it out. So you're a big hairy guy, huh? Machismo. PR Yeti. And keep asking those questions, man. This way you become a hot trader. Before I die, I want to see the commercial on CNBC. Yeti Trading. And Anthony will make his money trading and invest in a restaurant. It'll be Papa Anthony. Best tomato sauce in town. So good, you call it gravy. Or you'll thank me for you making money trading and opening your restaurant, and you'll say, thanks to Davey, I'm making gravy. Yeah, I'm getting cheesy. All right, looks like we entered a consolidation. And at 2:30, that was a lot of action for such an early hour, 1:45. This is usually where the afternoon session starts, but I'd only trade it for like another half hour. Gravy, yeah, man. If you don't eat a banana leaf, I guess you could. Yeah. Anybody ever see? I think it's freaking Puerto Rican channel. He's a cook. The freaking Puerto Rican. Um, he has some pretty good recipes. He breaks things down and shows you. You're learning a lot, and I can't wait to become a next level like you. Yeah. Hey, just persistence, 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 and get a lot of paper trading practice in, man. Just where you're fluid in the market, and you're just moving in and out with ease and comfortable making those trades. Don't jump the gun and then mess with your psyche, and then you're afraid to take trades, or you pull the trigger too soon, or you get out too soon. You don't want to do that. You want to enter this thing just being a good warrior and a good predator. Lots of patience. You stalk the market, you look for the right opportunity, then you pounce. There's a few trades I would have liked to have taken today, but it's not every breakout. It's not every reversal, It's the sweet setups, like this, if you're looking at the screen, this bearish divergence, man. I keep looking at it, too, and it's so textbook, so classic and played out so beautifully. That's what you're looking for. And the money is the byproduct of hitting that. And look how interesting the fib line is, that we're just consolidating, around the 50% and everything. And what are we looking like? The 2 minute is getting flat, but still bearish. The 5 minutes bearish. The 1 minute's bearish. So I'm thinking we may break to the downside on this consolidation that we're building right here. And that's what it's looking like. Let's see what's happening on our 30. It's just ugly. Just nothing really good looking. I mean, it's not a decent bull flag. I mean, this bar right here, as we discussed before, it's a doji. They fought it up, they fought it down, it ended in the middle. Nobody knew what they wanted to do with it. So, that bias will just make me neutral. Looks like it could be topping, but it's really got to break this 38 before we can anticipate any real move to the downside. And that's actually the low of the day. Which it doesn't look like it's impossible to break that low of the day. The composite is turning around and pushing down. Oh, we actually went positive? Oh, that was early this morning. Okay. Go, go, baby, go, go. Bald and bankrupt. I like that name, man. Come on, stop pushing down, man. I don't want you to push down. Freaking Rican. Yeah, that's the guy. That's the guy. Yeah, he's pretty good. I snatched some of his dishes. Just nothing going on. That's the day, man. And that's the whole day's trading. Now we're bouncing around the opening range. Remember, we talked about the opening range, and this is the opening range low. So it's interesting. You get to see how it plays a role in the daily trading. So this is the range low between 10 and 11, 9:30 and 10 o'clock. Here's the high, which was the open. Actually, that looks like it's just a little off. So that's the open. The high of the opening range. Here's the low of the opening range. We broke out of it and came down, but we came back and we're inside it now. And this is yesterday's opening range, I believe. And so we came down and we tested yesterday's opening range, and then just kind of chopped around in it for a little bit. And now we're back inside our opening range, or today's opening range. So they're good to give you targets and give you a sense of perspective on what the market's doing. And really, you know, this is just a consolidating market trading within these two opening ranges. On an uptrending market, you break the opening range high, and then you just keep marching up. On a down market, you break the opening range low, and you just keep marching down. So it's good that you get in the practice of setting your opening range on your charts when you're trading. Or I find it good. I mean, I know tons of traders who don't even consider it, but it works well with me. And that's what trading is, man. You're going to find... you can't hear me. Well, I'm seeing that I'm making noise. I could be mumbling. Has everybody lost sound, or is this Tony specific? Looks like I can hear him. All right, cool. She hears me. I mean, you're low. Oh, all right. I might have moved away from the mic, or I was looking the other way. I think I had my hand over my mouth and I was mumbling. I forgot where I was. Turn your speaker up. Yeah, I think I was turned away and I had my hand over. I was kind of mellowing. I felt like I was kind of easing into it. So if anybody's new, hit the like, hit the bell, hit the subscribe. Come back and visit us, spread the word, help us build the channel, join the free folk, and learn how to make money from anywhere in the world. All you need is an internet and a good setup, and you're making money. And there she goes again. Market's making a move. And, you know, these bars look solid, but there's really nothing going on that I want to take part in. And I didn't take part in what I would have wanted. But really, I mean, what are we talking about? 47 to 53. We're talking about 6 points. So that was, it was a sweet setup, but it would have been about 300 per contract. which beats a poke in the eye. But yeah, you know, we've been doing that all morning. That's what we were getting, like 300 per contract moves. So if I said it once, I said it 100 times. This is just the summer doldrums. This is what the market's all about. But it's a good time to learn. And if you guys get your teeth sharp, you'll be all ready for the fall when you start getting volatility and there's money to be made. That's where you could probably make your trading accounts. So instead of getting chopped up and eating up your capital, you just trade paper all this summer and just be ready for the fall. And then you catch the rhythm, you catch the flow. Because by the time the summer comes around, you'll have you know, nice fat accounts, and you won't be so inclined to take trades in bad markets, and it'll preserve your account. And you could take time off and enjoy the summer. And you know, hopefully we'll have you square on the income trades and the spreads. So you could just do that daily and lock up some pocket money through the summer. And then again, boom, you're on your way up for the fall. And that's how it works. It's kind of in cycles like that. If you miss the cycles, you jump in at the wrong time, it's hard to get into the cycle. And you start eating up your capital, taking bad trades, messing with your head. All the things we look to avoid. Which you probably won't, because nobody learns from other people's mistakes. Everybody has to beat themselves up before they learn. Tesla, yeah, Tesla is pretty volatile, all in all. It's down 15, and it's kind of choppy. And the interesting thing was, it was really volatile around November or so. And I did pretty good with it, trading it. It was, you know, pretty much when the S&P was dead, that was my go-to. Or sometimes it had so much volatility that I ignored the S&P and I was just trading Tesla, I was trading Amazon. Once it hit the S&P, I was thinking, wow, this is going to make the S&P really volatile, because it wasn't trading on the S&P before November. And I think it was November, that the rollover date. So I was interested in seeing what it was going to do to my trading patterns and stuff for the S&P. And then once it rolled over into the S&P, forget about it. It just dropped dead. You know, like the volatility just waned. I mean, there are days that you can make a buck on it, but I mean, it was like every day this thing was just moving and, you know, just paying me. And compared to Amazon, the options are relatively cheap. So so it was just a sweet situation. But yeah, like I said, they jumped onto the S&P, and but everything changed. I mean, yeah, you know, we had the election, and yeah, you know, just way too much was changing. So so the whole character of the market changed after the elections, after Tesla hit the S&P, and then yeah, you know, you had to work hard to make money. Prior to that, you didn't have to work hard, man. You saw a setup, you hopped in. Like if the setup sucked, you picked up 300 a contract. You know, you had your first third off for 300 of a contract. If it didn't work out, if it did work out, then it just ripped. You know, I mean, like it didn't snap back and hit stops, and it wasn't a hard trade to stay in because it was jumping all over the place. It just took off, and yeah, you know, like you had a one-off, and then you're out. So one-off is you hit your first target, and took that off, moved to a stop break even, or you got your one-off, and then it took off and just hit your targets. And the cloud that you see on the screen was just perfect. You knew that if it broke below the cloud and went down, it was going to shoot back up and hit that cloud. So that was a good target. And yeah, great. Those clouds are great when there's volatility in the market. And you could see over here it even respected it. Oh, where's my mouse? So right around here, you could see that it still broke through the clouds and then came back up. But it would break through the cloud and then come up to the line and then come off the line. So if you wanted to catch this downward move, you'd wait for the retrace. You knew the retrace probably happened around the cloud, and then you know, away it went. It continued its march. But the election happened, and Tesla shifted, and the culture changed, and everybody's just been sitting on their hands. Oh, 200 pre-split. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Somebody was talking to me about that at a party too. I didn't even know that they split. I wasn't. I think it was before I was trading it. Oh yeah, you can get it on Toss, and it's out there. It's the Ik- Ikimoto cloud. Let me see if I can pop it up. There it is right there. Ichimoku signal or Ichimoku cloud. And it's out there for free. You know, you can find it. It's not included. Well, it wasn't included with Ninja. I had to do a third-party add-on. So if it's not included with Toss, though, there are third-party add-ons that you could do. So you can take any indicator and find it written for your platform and upload it. And it has a ton of different indicators on it, but I just use the cloud. And basically, that just shows the congestion in price. So you know that that's like kind of where the average price is. And I'm sure there are other indicators that could give you the same signal. Can I spell it or type it maybe? Well, I'll spell it out for you. I mean, I could show it to you, which we may be delayed, so you probably saw it, but we'll do it again. There it is right there, and it's ICHIMOKU. And this one says signal, but it could be Ichimoku cloud or something to that effect. Yeah, you'll definitely find it, man. Yeah, we're just chopping around in this zone, so you could say it's range bound. I mean, there are moves in here, but this is nothing to trade. I mean, you know, that's a 2-point move right there. All right, so we just started storming. I've been so neglectful. I have to cut the grass around my house. Looks like hell. Weeds growing through my walkways because I haven't weed whacked. Just been messing with this stream channel. So, for all my efforts, hit the like, hit the bell, hit the subscribe, hit the cash count so I could hire one of these free folk around here to cut my lawn. Because I'm talking to you when I should be cutting my lawn. Oh, there you go. We're going to go positive. Come on. Let's see the green. Oh, the Dow came back nicely. It was down 189. We're only down 52. Composite's still off 96, which is the NASDAQ, for those who don't know. There you go, baby. Ichimoku cloud. There's probably recommended third-party vendors for Toss if you look through your Toss system, and they'll show you where you could get add-ons. So you wouldn't even have to look around and see what's compatible through Google. I'm sure that your Toss system has a third-party add-ons and then recommended vendors and reliable resources so that it doesn't conflict, because you can upload indicators that have conflict with your software and you know, cause you trouble. I've gone through that before. Oh, you probably hear the rain because I could see it registering in my output. Can you guys hear the rain? Yeah, there you go. Some of them offer it. Some of them offer it. Is E-Trade, isn't that the TOS system, or is that TradeStation, E-Trade? And like I said, so it has you can't hear the rain? All right, well, the shotgun mic's picking it up, but I see there's a black bar when I speak that shows where my volume is. So maybe that's the background noise that's filtering out that flashing I'm seeing. Just learning how to read it. So anyway, here the Ikimoto, and it has the strong signal, neutral, weak signal, and signal legend, which I get rid of. There are different names for them. Usually like the Japanese names for them. But this one has just the English names for them. So I just get rid of all of those, and I just use the cloud. If you have a way of altering it, I mean, you could do whatever you wish, but I mean, it's just the lines are distracting. They're like entry signals and stuff like that, and I don't find them very accurate. You know, I guess if you applied the law of large numbers, you could probably make money using them, but I didn't back test them or anything, so I wouldn't use them. Yeah, it has a most of them do have a paper trading component, and I mean that's good customer service because people get the paper trade. But it was also a tactic to demonstrate to the regulators that you're doing everything you can to protect the public, which you know, this is America and we're our brother's keeper. So yeah, you know, as a financial professional, we had to make sure that we protected the public from themselves, which I actually absolutely hate that concept. You know, I mean, I don't mind helping people, but I don't think it ought to be my responsibility because some people are just downright stupid and some people are liars. So, you know, some you can't help and some you try to help and things go wrong and they lie about it. Oh, look at that. What a shame. What a shame. So anyway, this market is just chopping around in this range. This is not a market that should be traded. I mean, you know, why would you make such a strong move up and then a strong move down? That's just not orderly trading in my book. And those are the markets I stay away. I've been looking for the cloud for a week. Well, there you go. Seek and ye shall find. Well, I'll tell you what, I found a lot of clouds around here. What is this rhetoric, this nonsense, all this noise in the market? What time is it? Oh, that's what happened, really. We just flipped a half-hour bar. So the market will get aggressive as like the half-hour changes and stuff like that, and it starts trading all over. But look, we've created inside bars here, so who knows? Who knows? That's what it's saying. You know, pushed up, pushed down. Nobody really knows what to do with the market right now. If you trade an inside bar, you just trade on the breaks, and then you'll know where it goes. I mean, if this breaks this low, I think it's going to make a pretty good move down. I would prefer it just closes the bar within there or break to the upside. Obviously, I prefer the upside break. What's Apple doing? Man, this Apple, I know a buddy of mine, he's locked in this thing at 132. Another guy I'm trying to help trade, and yeah, you know, I mean, he knows the market. He's been a broker for years, but a lousy trader. Not that he's lousy either, but he just doesn't have the disciplines, and he gets himself stuck in trades. So what started out as a short-term directional trade turns into like a retirement investment fund. Oh, TOS had it on the platform. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. Dave, what's your thoughts on Elliott Wave? I don't use it. I mean, I know it's around there, and it's some pretty interesting science, but I don't use it. I mean, I could break it down and probably find a use for it, and I'm sure. I mean, all of it is relatively the same, man. You know, I mean, you get generally the same congestion area, the same targets, things like that. It's just what you get accustomed to working with, what you're more comfortable working with. Again, I don't advocate using any indicator for entry. I always enter price action. I think that's how it should be done. But as far as an understanding of what's going on or a confirmation of your entry, indicators are good. And you know, you see what I trade with. I trade with my Mac Daddy and price action, and then my targets are my fibs and the clouds. I have a couple of EMAs up there, and I look at a Keltner or a Bollinger. But the Keltner I kind of use to determine my bias on a daily. So you know, I just kind of get a feel for like where things are going to turn around, and in some markets, some things are a little more reliable than others. When the market is really volatile, you can count on that cloud. As far as price action goes, the EMAs are good targets, supports, and resistance and stuff like that. But I don't do the crossovers, you know, where people are the golden cross and this is where you enter. And I mean, I don't get into all that nonsense. It might confirm a trade, but so anyway, you hear people talking about Elliott Wave or Keltlers, and basically they know what they're trading. You know, they know the product that they're trading with. They know it well. But you could shift to another product, learn it well, learn how it applies to the market and how you use it, and that's a good vehicle to trade. You know. So anyway, that's my thought on Elliott Wave. But I know that the science behind it is really good, and the theories behind it are very good. The rain has passed, and the sweet smell has come out. So look, there's that example of the inside bar break on the 30-minute, and the 30-minute's a good chart. When you see a setup break on the 30-minute, you're going to get some movement out of it. You know, so let's see, the inside bar was around 247.40, and I'm thinking that one of these flags, no, oh yeah, 247.40, no, here's a flag right before that break. So if you wanted to try to get into this, you could have taken that bear flag, and that would have put you in the trade. But again, it's a buck, the move. I mean, it looks monstrous, and they're good strong bars, but they're small bars, and they look big relative to the rest of the chart, but that's because the rest of the chart are really small bars. This reversal would have been a good move, but there's nothing calling for this reversal. You know, the momentum is still showing bullish, moved up, so you know, there's no argument to take that trade right there. Look, and this even broke and then retraced all the way. I wonder if it's even going to hold. Your windows are down. Yeah, I noticed last night that I had the sunroof cracked on my truck. You know, I had the tilt up, but I closed it. Ooh, that sun is fierce. And I'm just sitting here dwindling away inside my study. I have to get back to the boat. Well, you know what? I'll probably be sitting in the boat doing this anyway. I'm not even going to look in the mirror. I'm probably pale and sickly looking. I don't look like the nature boy that I like to look like. That's right. You're going to start hearing me whine, ladies and gentlemen. That's when I know it's time to head out to sea. Yeah, well, and I've been doing this for 20 years. So, yeah, you just keep looking, and all of this stuff is going to come together for you. Um, so, and that's what you do. You just keep playing with it. Like, where's this happening? So, you know, you can use that global function if you guys have it. And then you could see, like, here is, well, here's where the break was. So on the 30-second, there's no indication there. But there's a bear flag on the 30-second. Let's hop over the 30-second. There's a bear flag right here on the 30-second. And you can anticipate that that might break over there. So you might take that bear flag to test to see if it'll break on that 30-minute chart. So if if you decided to do that, you're going to go short or buy puts at 42, 47.85, and your stop would be 48.17. I mean, so you're risking pocket change to test if that inside bar on the 30-minute chart is going to break, which it did. But then it retraced 1, 2, 3, which is just how this market's trading. So this is a really good setup right here. And theoretically, this baby, this should just create downward momentum. And really, the first test of that break should be right at the 243.59 mark. So that's a good 4 points for your one off. That's $200 for your first third. And then theoretically, this should really start moving down. Here's the 50 period, and here's the cloud. So a setup like that should give you enough momentum to come down and test around here. And look, here's the 50, and here's a bottom right here. So this is a good area to test. But there's no follow through in the market because there's just nothing going on. Yeah. Well, okay. Everything's going to be positioned differently on each chart. And the fact that it's above or below the zero line is not relative to me. It's what the trend is. So it could be, I could be looking at the 5-minute. So right here, you could argue that it's bearish if it continues down towards the zero line. So, that's a bearish move. That's bearish momentum. The momentum's fading off. If it gets real bearish, it goes below the zero line and continues on its downward path. The fact that it's above or below is neither here nor there. And then when you go from chart to chart, you can be bullish on a 1-minute chart or see a bullish pattern on a 1-minute chart, but still the 5-minute chart is bearish. And then when they all align, when you see a bullish move on the 1-minute and the 5-minute is bullish, then that's a good bullish move, and you're going to get some energy out of it. So yeah, when you go from chart to chart, you could see different things in the market, and then and you could still trade that 1-minute chart that's opposite the 5-minute, but it probably won't be that big a move. But when you get them all to correlate, then you're in for a big move. And the 30-minute is like the granddaddy. When you get a bear flag on the 30-minute, that's going to be a nice long move. So you're looking for that bear flag, but you're looking at the 1-minute or the 30-second for an entry on how you can get into that bear flag on the 30 and keep your risk minimal. And just as you practice that, you're going to get better and better at it, and you're going to be able to take advantage of 30-minute moves. So, for instance, let me get rid of the global first. If you wanted to play this inside bar on the 30-minute, right, your entry would be at 247.26. But the idea doesn't fall apart until it breaks 252.40. So arguably 7 points, you know. So you're talking about $350 risk over here. But if I try to get into that mix on the bear flag that we identified, which was it? Where was it? So the bear flag we identified to get in the mix was around the 48 change. So I could have tested that theory for just 47, 48, 47, 83 to 48.14. So you're talking about 20, 30. So for $30, I would have tested this theory that if I just traded it off the 30-minute chart would have cost me $350. So that's why you get your bias on the big ones, but you manage your trades on the small ones because you can get into these situations, but control your risk. And yet, there's a lot of noise on a smaller scale chart, so I could get popped out a couple of times. But if I got popped out, I'm really only risking $90. If I got popped out 3 times, where over here, my risk is maybe $300 a contract. So do 30 contracts. That's nothing to sneeze at. I mean, I wouldn't even take that risk on 30 contracts. I just drop down to my 30-second, minimize my risk, watch my momentum, and get into that trade for a cheap price. When I say for a cheap price, meaning my risk is cheap. My risk is low. You feel me? Yeah, don't overthink the trades either, Ant. Like this is up here, this is over there. The momentum is pushing down, and then down we go. The momentum is trending up, and then up we go. This is good, man. This is a good resource for you guys. I've traded alongside a lot of guys who are very close to the vest with their trades, and yet they don't want to tell you anything, and yet or they're charging you for every second sentence that they lay out, and that's just an ugly thing to do, especially when you're a trader. I mean, your money is in trading. To capitalize off of that. I mean, you share the knowledge, and the world returns to you tenfold. I was just thinking back on. I'm following. Yeah. All right. Cool. I was just thinking back on what my experience was learning. I mean, you find guys like that. A lot of people are just very open and supportive, and they take good care of you just for getting them a cup of coffee in the morning, so they don't have to run off the desk, And the other guys hold it so close to their vest. Meanwhile, everybody's doing the same thing in the industry, so it's not like they're protecting any trade secrets. They just don't want anybody else in there, or they're begrudging of other people's success. I know a few guys who are out there doing that right now. And you sit there and you don't know really what's going on, and they just throw out little morsels and don't substantiate what they're saying, and it's just a drag. But here at Off Grid Trading, we are transparent. We're an open book. And if you like my open book, hit the like, hit the bell, hit the subscribe. Feel like Crazy Eddie running commercials. Where my prices are insane. Bet a lot of you guys don't even know that. Sharing is caring. Oh no. Yeah, my spawn came home from daycare saying that. I was like, oh my God, I figured they're sitting around singing Kumbaya, my Lord, Kumbaya, which I believe in being a good person, but sharing is caring. Yeah. I'll tell you, I wasn't really a domestic guy, but I like the thought of my kids when they were young, and they were cool, and they liked me. At a certain age, they stopped liking us. No, that's not true. I'm pretty important to them, but they sure like me a lot better. My eldest threw me out of her room this weekend. Get out of my happy space. I guess I was lecturing. They are weird little people. Artists are weird people. And they're both artists. One draws and one composes. And I mean, I'll wake up in the morning, and my youngest is, and when I say in the morning, I'm like 3, 4, 5 in the morning. She's like still up and drawing. You know, like I left her. She'll start drawing after dinner. I left her, and she's drawing, and I wake up the next day, and she's still drawing, you know, or etching, whatever she does. And she's just lost for like hours, just lost doing that. And the other one, I mean, just always with music, always writing something with music. It's all weird. And very sensitive and emotional. It's like watching a Greek tragedy hanging out my house with 3 women. Which is why I live alone. So I hope I'm not chasing anybody away. It's just boring, 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 boring trading. Nothing really going on. Boring, boring, boring. Say something. All right, so we're down 5. I think we're going to end up closing right around here. What are we looking at? We have 40 minutes left to the market. You know, in the last 10 minutes, that's where we get the hoorah, and it's either up or down. I mean, yesterday was the hoorah up, and I think we kind of wrapped it up before we saw that spike because our string quality was so bad that I mean, I don't think anybody could have taken it. I think we lost Miss Kerry, so we frustrated the best of us. Yeah, but here it is. Here's the move. 317. You can see this consolidation. And then it broke this high, and that was it. It was a rocket, baby. It was a rocket. It just ran right to, I guess right here is the close on that high. Let's hope it does more of the same, man. I'd hate to see it go the other direction today. AMC is just kind of churning its way around there. I mean, every day it's making a higher bar. It's just pushing its way up. It's like, I don't know, this is like death by 1,000 cuts for the shorters. I mean, you know, every time this thing pushes up a little more, there's a little more blood. But I would like to see some really good momentum. It looks like the daily momentum is starting to turn. And there's actually what is called an inflection, where the histogram kind of rolls around and starts pushing up. You know, without going down, without changing from bullish to bearish. And that's a good indication right there. So I'll talk about that in the wrap-up. It's power hour. See, that's funny. You look at it as power hour, but me, I back away from trades at this hour because it just gets chaotic. Yeah, you know, there could be that snap it back or snap down. But when it gets too late, I just don't take it. Because I mean it just gets whippy and then you get whacked out. So, again, I'm a probabilities trader, and when the probabilities don't stack in my direction, I had to take that sip of coffee between that point. I don't take the trades. You don't have to capture every move. You got to make money every day, but you don't have to capture every move. And there's always another trade around the corner. So unless everything is right, don't take the trade. And I know I keep repeating that, but I feel those are important points, and that's something I want to drill home in you guys. That it's risk management and self-control. The people who taught me are good, but I sure could have used that lesson a lot more as a young man. But they did a good job. I mean, as far as trading, my career was up and running pretty quick. But I guess because I moved fast, my big losses were quick, and then my recovery was fast. So right now, it looks like we're making a tail on the daily, and we made a new high, today. So it seems like each day the bars are just trending in the up direction, which is good. That's what we want to see. And I mean, we've seen periods of that for like months. We've seen that happen, where we just keep trending up. And if we'll reduce this a little bit. This is the daily chart. We're just looking back. But, I mean, we see a bit of volatility in here, but here's up day, up day, up day, up day, up day, little correction, then, consistent up days. And, I mean, these little tails are a bit of a problem, but this is all the pandemic, If you go back, I mean, look at this, up, 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 a little consolidation, up, 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 up. A little pullback, nothing to really sweat, and then up day, 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 up day. Sounds like I'm speaking a different language. And then a little consolidation, monster gap up, and then up, 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 up. And that's just been the nature of the market, Namin. And this is where, this is September, October. This is where we started talking pandemic. I think that was like an April thing. Nope, that's all will load up. It was a strange year, man. A strange, strange year. This is a weekly. This is 2019. I don't even remember what went on that did this. Was this the Chinese currency? No, that was 2016 when we were in like a currency war. Can't even see back there. That's a pretty big correction right there. But all in all, people are loving the market. So 401ks should be doing well, and IRAs should be doing well, and that's good for our economy. Obviously, people feel good. They're a little they hoard less cash when they feel good. Hey, I'm going to just take 2 minutes. I have something in the oven. I just want to make sure that I'm not trashing it. And I'll be right back. Oh, just out of curiosity, what's the biggest loss you had? Well, I mean, that's a rough question because, I had a financial company. So, I mean, I was a market maker and things of that nature. But one time I was a market maker in a pharmaceutical company as a firm, and we did our homework, and the company was solid, and the human clinical trials were solid. But then it came out that these guys falsified the information they were submitting to, I guess it was the FDA, and I think I had like maybe firm wide like a $16 million 1 day loss. But you know, it was a knee-jerk reaction. It turned around, and you know, we held the position. So I wouldn't say it was a loss, but it was a loss of equity, and that was probably the biggest. And it was actually unnerving because you know, I obviously held a lot of different positions as a brokerage firm, and you have net cap compliance you have to maintain. You have to maintain a minimum net capital, and you know, 16 million will take a bite out of it in a brokerage firm, in a boutique brokerage firm. You know, but you know, we were good. We were liquid. But for a moment there, I thought I'd have to come off the box. But no, when I got in touch with my financial officers, I mean, we were fine, and you know, it was a chunk of change, but you know, it was no big deal. I mean, and you know, we held the position, and ultimately, it turned out also to be you know, one of the biggest home runs for the brokerage firm, and I think that probably took maybe 3 or 4 years before it was you know, before it really worked out for us. But yeah, it was probably the biggest 1 day loss of equity that I've seen. But yeah, you know, I mean, I tried to play it smart and have good risk management and things like that. So you know, I avoid that. But something like that, I mean, you know, that's somebody you know, pulling a little sleight of hand. I mean, it's really, I mean, it blindsides you. It's not something you expect. But let me just go run and check to make sure I'm not burning my house down. I'll be back shortly. Yep, just checked out the oven. All is well. Oh, boo, we're making that move down. I wonder if we're going to test the bottom. So I guess maybe this is how we close the day. Damn, and we still got a half hour. Oh, this could get ugly into the close. That 5-minute momentum is bearish. 2 minutes very bearish. 1 minute's bearish. Looks like it's rolling around a little bit. But yo, look at that 5-minute. Woo! Not giving any signs of slowing up. Putting on the push. What do we got? 50 to 44. All right, so it pushed down 6 points, maybe 10 points, and you can keep your eye open for a late day snapback after an aggressive move like this. I mean, it could very well keep going, but you know, you could kind of start looking for an indication that it's about to roll around. And then, you know, there's this late day snapback trade that sometimes happens. And I'm looking at hammers on the 1 minute, if it stays up here, and that just closed, so that hammer just broke, and it's building a hammer on the 2 minute. Not broke, but just triggered. See, there's the 1 minute hammer, and a little roll around right here. But if you look at the 2 minute, 2 minutes still pretty negative. But it's building the hammer, has 44 seconds. Let's see. Oh, and it kicked back. All right, so that hammer may not happen. But yeah, and this hammer, I mean, if you took it, this hammer fails breaking here, and that's it. You'd take that stop out because that hammer's just not going to work, and that's why I don't like single bottoms. But a hammer on a 5 would be more attractive than a hammer on a 1. So what you really need to do is just find a good resistance area or support area and look. Okay, so we should be down around a good support area right here. And we're actually making 100% retracement of this move up that we had you know, in the afternoon breakout, which is very interesting. And we broke through the opening day low. So this is a good place to really look for a reversal. I mean, that's what this whole mess was right here. It was kind of fighting with the range low, and then decided, okay, we're making the move. So we're kind of playing with this congestion right here. That was the first bit of congestion or consolidation that initiated the move up, and that's what we're toying with right here. And this may be where it decides to break down. We got a long way to go to the low, which is not really that long. It's only like 5 points. It just looks like it's a big distance because the bars are small. So what are we doing? We know we have congestion because we have congestion, and this is a good little support zone. Oh, but it's breaking it, baby. It's breaking it without giving us a reversal. And the momentum's looking ugly on the 1 minute and 2 minute and 5 minute. Oh, and the little hammer is building on the 32nd, which that is really nothing to trade in this market. You don't see an entry anywhere. It's looking pretty damn bearish. I would think it would be a good entry. Crap. I keep forgetting to close the position. Okay. So yeah, if you wanted to play this move down, you have a bear flag here you could have taken, and a bear flag here you could have taken. So if you felt that this was moving down, you could take these bear flags and have your stop, and those are arguably good entries. So you know, if you're feeling that momentum, you go ahead and do it, and you could call these flags entries. I'm not looking to catch every move. So we broke this at 48, and here's a 44. It's a 4-point move. You pick up 2 ticks. I mean, I'm not really scalping like that, you know, where I'm just looking for, you know, 2 ticks here, 2 ticks there. So, you know, just being in all this consolidation, it being in the inside range, it's not really what I'm looking for. You know, I mean, this is the day's range. If we were up here and made a double top, I might be interested in that because that's a long move down. I would take that. But, yeah, you know, I don't want to get into this trade and take a shot on whether I'll pick up a couple of bucks. You know. Because each zone right here, this could snap right back at you. You know, this is a lot of resistance that or support that it's got to run through. You know, so, and you could see that, you know, something happens every time it hits these areas. You know, where my crosshair is circling right now. So you know, this wiggles around. So this opens up the door for a turnaround. And the market's just noisy. Look at these moves. I mean, you know, why does it make this move down and then that aggressive move up? It's just, you know, it's not, you know, orderly trading. You know what I'm saying? Markets trend up, markets trend down, markets consolidate. You know, when you do all this choppiness, it's just light volume, and you know, somebody with a sharper skill than I just moving this market around. You know, whether it's an algorithm triggering or what have you. All right. Again, you know, try to explain to yourself why you took 10 contracts at the bottom to ride it back up. And I think arguably that's a $12,000 trade. $12,000 investment. So just you trade that portfolio like you're trading your money, which, oh, you had AMC and you took the AMC? Yeah. 'Tis a problem. So there was a good hammer on the 5-minute. Hammer, bank. So, I mean, execution would have been, or trigger would have been at 245.81. So 246, you're up half a buck. I mean, hopefully this thing keeps pushing up. But yeah, you know, I'm not looking at any energy going on right now. It could take off. Here's a hammer down here. You were in at 44 and change. You're up, you know, $3 right now, which, you know, that's a decent one-off. But here, we're going to hit a little congestion right here, and it's consistent in 2 charts. So it might bounce back. Lots of noise, lots of noise. I mean, these aren't trades that I'd be taking. It's not my trade. Yeah, you made a mess. And we're back inside the opening range. I mean, yeah, you know, this is just a choppy move around. This isn't even a decent entry. You know, we made a low here, we made a lower low, and the momentum is still fading off, and then it just pops back. There's just no rhyme or reason to it. You know, it's not orderly trading. If you look at the 5-minute, it's still, you can still argue that this is bearish momentum. I mean, it just turned around on this hammer, and that's what a hammer would do. I would rather have seen it turn around on this bar, traded down, you know, while the momentum was swinging up, and create the hammer and then the breakout. Yeah. So what you want to do is really just find quality trades. Really, I mean, if I trade more than 3 times in a day, I would be over trading. If I took 3 positions, then I'm just taking way too many positions. And people will find that when they start looking for the quality of their trade, they'll make a lot more money. I'm getting texts from my mother complaining because she's eating a lot of bread because I made her some butter, and I brought her some butter, and it was garlic and sage, and churned it myself, and now she's complaining. Butter is a dangerous thing, homemade butter. With a decent loaf of Italian bread, forget about it. See, there was a nice bit of congestion right there, and then it broke to the upside. This is a fairly decent run right here, although, you know, nothing there really gave me an entry. The best entry I could see is trading a hammer right here, but yeah, you know, not really my trade. But that's only a 4-point run, which is not bad. It's just going to chop around in here. Yeah, see, you got to stop reinforcing these bad habits. Just, you know, you're just taking too many trades. Look for quality trades. You know, slow is smooth, smooth is quick. But I do like the daily chart. You know, we did make another tail. And look at this return, man. This is just not an orderly market, man. It's just, range bound and moving back and forth. And yeah, you know, I mean, these are the end of the day moves are not bad, but just not enough in it. You can see the Amazon chart with all the gaps, and that's just an indication that there's really light volume in the market. So that's why these things are getting pushed around the way they are. Anybody have any questions out there? Yeah. Well, I think you're more playing Pac-Man than you are trading, man. You're trying too hard to be in a runner, and you're trying too hard to make money. You don't want to make money. You want to make good, solid trades, and things will run all over the place without you. But when you get into a good, solid trade, it's going to run, and you're going to make money. Um, so if you just keep executing like this, you're going to be excited, but you're going to blow yourself up. And yet, you know, the mistakes happen too. I mean, plenty of times I've hit a sell when I wanted to hit a buy and stuff like that. Yeah, there are lots of people out there paper trading, but I gotta argue a little bit, Anthony. I don't think you're paper trading. I think you're executing. Yeah, you know, there's a difference. Trading is systematic and clinical, and you're just hoping to catch a run. Um, you know, and you'll catch runs, but it's gonna. I mean, ultimately, it ends up a poke in the eye. I mean, how could you rationalize this move that it's making right now? You know, as far as an orderly market, it's you know, it's not a rational and orderly moving situation right here. And we're at the close, so you're getting all of this whippiness. Well, we're 10 minutes into the close. Yeah, there's quite a few people on here, but yeah, you should set up a paper trading account, Tommy, and your goal should be to take quality entries. Huge engulfing bar on the 5 minute, which I mean just started, but could end up a tail. But look at that. This is an actual engulfing bar, right? Here's the green body, or the green bar, and here's the engulfing red bar. It actually popped up, opened up high, and then traded off and just engulfed that green bar. Big negative indication. But again, at this hour, it's not orderly trading. It could just be people cleaning up their trades and cleaning up their books and you know, closing out for just because it's the end of the day and it's time to close out a trade. I'm just watching the market. That's why I'm quiet. I'm just watching the behavior. Just interested in how it closes for the day. Trying to get a feel for what the sentiment is for tomorrow and the Fed. And we're back inside the opening range high. So basically, with all that movement, the market did nothing. Minutes to market close. Minutes. Don't get bloody on us. Yeah, we're making that move to the downside for the close today. Just in here watching the close. Yeah, definitely don't want to blow up your account by buying the wrong security. But once you notice a mistake, just close it right away. Yeah, and just remember your first hit is your easiest hit. Um, so don't, like, if it's down, don't ride it out to see if it turns around to get out. Just close it, move on, and yeah, move on to your next trade. And decide on what size account you will have when you start, and just trade that, and trade that like it's real money. Instead of cowboying up, just trade it like it's real money. Every trade counts. You can define them, and you have your stop loss, and you go. See, look at that ridiculous action. No reason for it. Oh, and that was it. That was a close. All right, cool, cool. So that's it, everybody. That's a wrap. And I'm going to do an evening wrap up. I'll record it and post it up tonight. So if you want to take a look at it, you could just look at the day. But everybody who's here, I mean, quite simply, we made a tail to the downside. Not so much a hammer. The body's a little big on the daily. Yeah, we're just looking at the Fed for tomorrow and what they're going to say. Should be no surprises, but really it's the comments afterward that's going to have the effect. So again, I'm expecting another market to not do much. And if you look at today's market, where we closed here on this 30-second chart, this is the 30-minute opening range, and we just zipped around, and then we closed, pretty much around the middle of the opening range for the day. So, with all this action that went on, this choppy action, we really didn't do much for the day. We're down 8 points from yesterday's close. So anyway, good trading. Everybody who did paper trade or took trades, go over your trades and look at them and analyze them and rationalize why you took these trades, and do your homework. Look at your journals, and the day doesn't end at 4:30. So anyway, thanks for coming in and checking me out. If you're new here, I appreciate your visit. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the bell. There's a Cash App down in the description. You could hit that up, and we'd appreciate it. And just check back tonight. If you hit the bell, you'll know when we drop that video. So thanks for coming. Have a nice evening. I'll see you tomorrow. And actually tomorrow, since everything's streaming, everything's right, it's going smooth, I'm going to start at 9 o'clock. This way we'll do our morning meeting, look at the markets, and then by the time we're done with that, we're going to move right into the open and just see how it goes. And again, I'm thinking it's going to be kind of dry, but that's cool. We'll look at it, we'll talk about it, and see what's up. So